Hung Up on Hadley, a Red Maple Falls novel, number 5, written by Teresa Paola. Chapter 1. The stream of light from Sam's flashlight was no match against the thick black smoke that greeted him at the door. His life was falling apart around him, but right now all that mattered was saving the victim trapped in the fire. He took a calming breath and let every thought disappear until all he could think, feel, and see was the task at hand. He reached for the lucky charm Hadley had given him, fishing around in his pocket, desperate to find the familiar keepsake. His heart sunk when he pulled his empty hand free. For the first time in 15 years, he would have to do without it. Sam could hear screaming outside and Matt's voice offering comfort while still maintaining authority. He had 15 minutes before he ran out of air. He needed to move quickly and efficiently, not only to save himself but the victim as well. Once they put water on the blaze, it would become hotter, more uncomfortable, and any victim in the house would be unprotected against the scorching steam. He stepped farther into the unfamiliar house, the sounds from outside lost to the crackling flames. His eyes swept across the space, making sure he wasn't putting himself in danger. If he went down, the victim had little to no chance, and that simply wasn't an option. There was no way Sam could walk out of this house and look into the eyes of a little boy and tell him he couldn't save his father. Visions of a mid-morning visit to the firehouse that was filled with smiles and laughs popped into Sam's head, but he forced them away. Every life was connected in one way or another in the small town, and that was because Red Maple Falls wasn't just a town. It was a community of people who were as much family to one another as their own blood, which was why Sam couldn't put a face on the victim, because as soon as he did, emotion would take control. Emotion made you react without thinking, made you forget everything you were trained for, and opened you up to mistakes. He couldn't allow any mistakes, not when a good man's life was on the line. In the 20 years since he became a junior firefighter at 16, not a single person had perished in a fire on his watch. He was willing to do whatever it took in order to guarantee everyone's safety. Walls of heat surrounded him, and sweat dripped down his face as the bright orange flames came into view. He made a left away from the growing inferno, hoping the victim managed to evade the worst of the fire. His breaths were heavy and loud, and he was running out of time. His radio sounded in his ear, Chase's voice coming over the speaker. "Is everything clear so far?" "Affirmative, but I have other rooms to search." "It's starting to spread to the east side. You need to pull back." "I'm not pulling back until the victim is in my care." "Chief, I don't think—" "Exactly. I'm the chief. I'm not pulling back." "All right. Make sure it doesn't spread to the attic." If the fire spread to the floor above him, the chance of the ceiling collapsing increased. "We're going to relieve pressure from the roof." Sam hurried to the next room, knowing damn well that time was ticking, and if anyone was inside, their chances of survival diminished by the second. He narrowed his attention on the space in front of him, following the curve of a wall. His heartbeat picked up as he turned the corner. He flashed his light to the far side of the room, and relief flooded through him as his eyes settled on the victim. The man's hand covered his mouth with a wet rag, and Sam immediately went to him. Sweat dripped down his forehead, leaving a trail through the black soot that coated his skin. Sam pulled an oxygen mask over the man's face. "I'm going to get you out of here," he assured him. The man nodded, but the fear in his eyes was palpable. His gaze shifted to the rising flames that licked at the far right wall, and Sam watched as the fear turned to panic. "Look at me," Sam said, pointing to his eyes. "I need you to stay calm. Can you do that for me?" The man nodded again. "Good. Now let's get you out of here." Sam surveyed the space and, within seconds, had them moving toward safety. Flames engulfed the room just as they made their way out. Intense heat surrounded them, the temperature rising with each step. And though Sam was protected, the victim wasn't. He focused on the path to safety, envisioning the clean, white mountain air. It had been less than 5 minutes since he entered the home, but time didn't exist in a fire. Everything moved in slow motion. The lights of the fire truck broke through the smoke, and just as Sam was ready to claim another victory, a loud crash behind him nearly knocked him off balance. He spun around, his eyes taking in the partially collapsed ceiling, and the man who was feet away from safety, trapped beneath the rubble. The man reached out to Sam, his face twisted in fear and his eyes wild with terror. Sam acted fast, looking for a path, a single opening to get through the debris. "I don't want to die," the man said. And for a split second, the victim became a friendly face. A man Sam knew that had a family that needed him. A man who was only just starting his life. Sam swallowed down his own rising panic. Panic never helped a situation. It never solved a problem. He needed to think. He needed to move. And he needed to do it now. He spotted a break within the debris and ran toward it, but before he made it, the weight of the world fell on his shoulders. Unable to fight against the heavy mass, he fell to the ground with a thud. Pain shot through his body, but he didn't have time to hurt. He pushed up with his hands, but only half his body moved. He tugged at his leg and twisted back and forth, using every ounce of energy he had to free himself. Liquid fire exploded in his chest as his adrenaline kicked in. He yanked at his leg, and a scream ripped from his throat as hot, throbbing pain overpowered him. Heat crept into his veins, and his body shook with exertion. His fingers dug into the floorboards as he tried to crawl his way to freedom, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. "No!" The man's voice echoed through the crackling fire, and Sam met his gaze. "I'm going to die!" Sam bit back the tears that threatened. He was helpless against the rising heat, against the clock ticking down to whatever little oxygen they had left. But he wasn't ready to accept defeat. "That's not an option," Sam called out to him. "Stay with me. Everything will be okay." Flames leapt across the fallen debris, cutting them off completely. "No!" Sam slammed his fist into the floor beneath him. Anger and uncertainty swirled together, but he fought the unhelpful thoughts. "Everything will be okay," Sam said again. "Everything will be okay." Hadley's face flashed into his mind. Those beautiful slate-blue eyes had the ability to look deep into his soul. Her dirty blonde hair always had a piece of hay in it, and he'd wanted so desperately to tuck it back behind her ears. Her rose-colored lips curved upward, and he focused on that, finding peace within her smile. His personal alarm safety system went off, alerting his men that he was down. "Get him out of there now!" Matt's voice drifted into the house. Then everything went silent. Sam held on to the image of Hadley's face, allowing her smile to help him fight the darkness. But even she couldn't help him now. "I love you, and I'm sorry," he said, just as he slipped into the blackness. Chapter 2. 5 months earlier. After a successful day of rescuing a family of 5 that swerved off the road to avoid a deer, Sam walked into Calhoun's, ready to unwind and throw back a beer. There weren't many places in Red Maple Falls where Sam could go that wasn't full of people he'd known since he was a kid. But Calhoun's sat on the town border, making it close enough to the outside world and brought people in from other towns. It's where he went whenever he was in need of a woman's companionship. Calhoun's always guaranteed a good time that ended up in the back of a car down some desolate road. Tonight, though, he wasn't looking for a good time. Not that he would dismiss the opportunity if it arose. He just wanted to catch up with his best friend. They'd both been so busy, especially since Matt was a new father, that they hadn't had as many chances to hang out. Declan, the bar owner and one of Sam's good friends, held his arms up when he spotted Sam. "Sam, my man," he said, as Sam approached. "Your usual?" Sam nodded as he slipped onto one of the bar stools. Declan disappeared for a second, then returned, pushing a pint glass filled with Sam's favorite IPA across the bar top. "Thanks." Sam picked it up and took a sip, his eyes settling on a brunette at the far end of the bar. Her shirt dipped low in the front, and she leaned forward, showing him exactly what she had to offer. A tempting sight, but if he abandoned ship to go after a girl before Matt even showed up, Matt would never let him live it down. So he swallowed down the desire to go to her, and instead flashed her a smile. He turned back to Declan and took another swig from his glass. "Good fucking beer," he said. A hard hand clamped down on his shoulder and gave him a shake. Sam put his glass on the bar before he wound up wearing his drink. "That's because my brother is the master," Matt said, referring to his brother Mason, who owned Five Leaf Brewery and was the genius behind the beer Sam was drinking. Sam smirked. "Too bad that gene skipped right over you." "Hey, I'm a master in many things," Matt said, as he slid onto the stool next to Sam. He must have stopped home and changed out of his sheriff's uniform, since he was in jeans and a dark green thermal. "Driving everyone crazy doesn't count." Matt nodded to Declan, who grabbed a glass and started filling it. "I think that's a pretty damn good skill," Matt joked. "You're the only one." Declan returned, sliding Matt's drink across the counter. Sam took a glance back to the brunette and caught her staring at him. He gave her a wink and watched the sexy blush spread across her cheeks before turning back to his friends. "How's fatherhood treating you?" Declan asked Matt. "Pretty great, actually." Matt, being the oldest out of 6, was destined to be a father. It was in his blood, unlike Sam, who wouldn't burden any kid with his tainted bloodline. "Wait till the kid can talk back," Sam said. "I personally am looking forward to it. If he's anything like you." Sam shook his head and laughed. "Your poor wife." Matt got a stupid grin on his face at the mention of his wife. "Shay married me. She knew what she was getting into." "The woman's a saint," Sam said. "I don't know how she deals with you." Sam was mostly joking, but it was no secret that Matt could be overprotective, overbearing, and basically a pain in the ass toward the people he loved. It came from a good place, which was why Sam felt it was okay to joke about it. Because when you love someone, you can look past all of that. "Did you read that in a Hallmark card?" Matt laughed. "Shut up, asshole." Sam gave another quick glance over his shoulder to the brunette, instantly meeting her gaze. "Don't you ever get bored of it?" Matt asked, bringing Sam's attention back to him. "Bored of what?" "Sleeping with random girls? Never having anything last past morning?" "Nope." Matt gave him a skeptical look, then quickly shook his head. "What the hell am I saying? You weren't cut out for long-term relationships. I'd honestly feel sorry for whatever girl sunk her claws into you. You're incapable of staying faithful." Sam patted Matt's shoulder. "Thank you for finally realizing that." "It wasn't a compliment." "I know." Matt rolled his eyes and went to take a sip of his beer when his cell rang. He fished it out of his pocket, and while he was busy, Sam turned back to the brunette. He didn't have any plans to get laid tonight, but when a beautiful brunette was practically undressing him with her eyes, there was no way he would walk away from the chance. "Hey, Hads, what's up?" Matt said. And Sam turned to eavesdrop on Matt's conversation with his sister. "I'm working a double. I can't." "What's she need?" Sam asked. Matt pushed the phone away from his mouth. "She's picking up a foster in Mass and wanted me to go for the ride." "When?" "Tomorrow morning." "I'll go," Sam offered without hesitation. Hadley had been fostering dogs for the past 5 years, and Sam admired her devotion to the 4-legged furballs. He wouldn't mind taking a ride with her to go help out another dog in need. Truth was, somewhere along the way, the little girl with the pigtails that used to climb trees and play with all the farm animals, including the chickens, became one of his closest friends. He loved spending time with Hadley, and since he had the day off tomorrow, he didn't mind spending it in a car with her. "Sam said he can go with you." Matt listened as Hadley spoke, and Sam waited to hear what she was saying. "Okay, talk to you soon." Matt hung up and placed his phone on the bar. "She said to be at her house at 7, and don't forget to bring a treat for Lady." Sam laughed. Lady was Hadley's dog, an adorable senior golden cocker spaniel, who Sam made the mistake of giving a treat to the first time he met her. Now, every time he saw the dog, she expected something. "Thanks for offering to go with her," Matt said. "It's no big deal. It gives me peace of mind. I don't want her driving to Mass by herself. You do realize that she's 31, right? And your point is? God help you if you ever have a daughter." Matt eased his arms onto the bar and looked at Sam. "Honestly, I might need you to commit me then." "You can always count on me, brother. I got your back. Except when you're constantly distracted by a brunette at the end of the bar. You notice that, huh? You're not as smooth as you think you are." "Oh, but I am." Sam downed the rest of his beer and placed the glass on the bar, ready to make his move. "While I'd love to sit around and watch you work to get laid, I have to go home." Matt pulled out his wallet and Sam held his hand up. "This round's mine. You get the next. Tell Shay I said hi and give my godson a kiss for me." "Will do, but try to stop by sometime this week." "I'll bring Missy by on Wednesday." His half-sister would love to see the little guy, and he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. "Sounds like a plan." Matt nodded his goodbyes to Declan before patting Sam on the back. "Be safe." Sam's mouth curved into a big smile. "I always am," he said, before heading over to seal the deal. Chapter 3. A flat tire was not the end of the world, but it also wasn't how Hadley Hayes wanted to start her morning either. "Stay here, girl," Hadley said to Lady, as she pulled up the e-brake of her pickup then slid from the door. She looked down at the driver's side tire and, just as she expected, flat as a pancake. Luckily, her father had taught her how to change a tire when she was 14, a skill that had come in handy many times before. With luck, she would be back on the road in the matter of minutes. The spare, along with the jack and the cross wrench, were in the bed of her pickup, and she went around to gather them. Once the jack was in position and the truck was propped up, Hadley got to work loosening the lug nuts. Unfortunately, the 3rd one wouldn't budge. "Come on, you good-for-nothing," she grumbled, as she resorted to standing on the wrench and bouncing. 15 minutes of not even a slight shift. Hadley opened the truck door. "Afraid this is beyond my capabilities, girl," she said to Lady, who looked perfectly content curled up at the far end of the cab. There were so many people Hadley could call, including one of her 3 brothers. But Sam Bennett was always the one she turned to when she needed help. She had no idea if it was out of the deep-rooted desire that each encounter would build toward an inevitable explosion of attraction, or if she was just pathetic and needed an excuse to see him. It was most likely the latter, and because of that, she understood completely how pitiful she was. She dialed Sam's number and waited for the voice that whispered in and out of her thoughts every day to answer. "Hey, Hads, what's going on?" "Hi, Sam. Are you busy?" "Depends on what you need," he said with a laugh. And she imagined the edge of his mouth lifting slightly and the lines around his eyes appearing. "I got a flat and can't break the lug nut loose." "Where are you?" The tone in his voice softened, sending a wave of warmth through her entire body before settling in her chest. "Over on Spruce. I'll be there in 10. "Sam," she said. "Yeah, Hads." "Lady's with me." "I figured as much." Hadley had fostered Lady before realizing Lady had already found her forever home with her. She'd been a permanent member of the Hayes family ever since. Not only was she sweet, loyal, and the best companion Hadley could have asked for, Lady also welcomed each one of Hadley's new fosters with love and warmth. "Don't show up empty-handed." A smile spread across her face as she tried to suppress a laugh, but was unsuccessful as she all but snorted into the phone. "You're the one who made the mistake of giving her a treat that first time." That simple gesture made Lady fall in love with him, but also made her have expectations too. Hadley found it utterly adorable. "That dog is lucky I keep a box of milk bones in my car just for her. What about Duke?" Duke was the foster dog that Sam had gone with her to get in Mass a couple weeks ago. "Already placed in his forever home," Hadley said. "Wow, that was fast." "It was a good fit for both. I was actually excited to let him go." People always wondered how she was able to bring dog after dog into her home and then easily hand them off when they found the dog a perfect family. She was just happy for the short time she got with them and was grateful that she was able to place them in a loving environment where they could live out their days. "He was a good dog," Sam said, and Hadley's heart warmed at the genuine affection in his tone. "Okay, I'll see you both soon." He hung up, and Hadley melted into the seat. Lady nudged her hand, making it known she had every intention of resting her head on Hadley's thigh, whether she was willing or not. Hadley lifted her arm. "Come on, girl." Hadley gave Lady's head a nice scratch as her mind drifted to Sam. It was impossibly hard loving someone you couldn't have, but she'd been doing it for so long that it was just a part of who she was. She kept the feelings to herself, never having the courage to speak them out loud. She was so used to pretending she wasn't in love with him that sometimes she actually believed it, until he looked at her with those aquamarine eyes that could never really decide if they wanted to be blue or green, and curved those deliciously sexy lips in her direction, and every reason for why she loved him was thrust back into her like a jolt to the heart. Many nights were spent dreaming those eyes would one day look at her and see past the girl who used to chase him around the farm and instead recognize the woman she had become. There were times over the years when she thought she saw glimpses of that recognition, when she'd catch him staring at her, and she actually thought there was a spark. But in the next breath it would be gone, making her wonder if it was just wishful thinking on her part. Ignoring thoughts of what could never be, she plastered a smile on her face as she spotted his truck in her rear-view mirror. She slid out and greeted him with a wave, pretending not to notice the casual ease with which he walked, how his jeans fit him in all the right places, and how his shirt hugged muscles she knew damn well were even more impressive beneath the material. He tapped the bumper of the truck as he approached. "It amazes me this thing is still running." "Shh," Hadley said, giving the truck a tender stroke. "She can hear you." Sam slapped a hand over his chest. "My sincerest apologies. But as old as she is, I'm pretty sure she can't hear me." He laughed as he slipped past her to the driver door and held out a treat for Lady. The senior dog didn't hesitate, snatching the treat and devouring it. Her tail wagged with blissful satisfaction as she licked her chops before nudging Sam's hand. "Hate to break it to you, Hads, but I think your dog has a crush on me," Sam said, and she rolled her eyes with great enthusiasm. His lips slipped into that effortless smile, revealing the slight gap between his teeth. It amazed her how an imperfection was so damn sexy. Every time she saw the gap, she wanted to throw her hands up in victory, because whatever she did made him forget about the flaw that had made him self-conscious as a teen. Ridiculous, since in her opinion, it only made him that much more attractive. "You think everyone has a crush on you." "That's because they usually do." Not that she'd ever admit it, but he was the hottest bachelor in town, especially now since all her brothers had been paired off, and every woman wanted him. The problem was, most of them had him. It didn't make him a bad person, since he never lied about who he was. He'd be the first person to call himself a man-whore, and wouldn't feel an ounce of shame. Women knew what they were getting into with Sam, and if they thought they could be the one to change him, then that was on them. Still, Hadley secretly dreamed that one day she would be the one who tamed the beast. It was a fantasy, though. Sam would never make a move on her. Even if there was a remote chance he might see her for more than his best friend's little sister, she doubted he'd ever act on it. So it left her in the most pathetic of situations, because she still craved to be near him and cherished every second they spent together. He plucked a piece of hay from her sleeve and laughed as it fell to the ground. Farm life wasn't exactly glamorous, but she didn't care. It was what she loved. Sam rested his hand on her shoulder, sending an exhilarating wave of warmth crashing through her body. "Time for the man to take over," he joked, and she gave him a good knock to the arm. "There is nothing you can do that I can't," she said with defiance. "Really? Then why am I here? Just admit it, Hads. You need my manliness." "Oh, yes, please." She tossed her arm over her eyes, tilting her head back in a dramatic fashion. "I'm just a poor damsel in distress who is incapable of doing anything that a man can do for me." Sam looked at her with an amused gleam in his eyes. "Sometimes I wonder why you didn't go to New York to become an actress instead of your sister." "Not everyone can follow a pipe dream," Hadley said. Her baby sister Daisy was irresponsible and impulsive. She made decisions without thinking about the consequences. If she did, she never would have left in the middle of the night for New York after her high school graduation, leaving behind a boyfriend who would have moved mountains for her and a family who only ever loved her. Hadley couldn't even be mad at her, though. Despite her flaws, Daisy was one of her favorite people in the world, and being her sister was just an added bonus. Daisy had a dream, and instead of letting life pass her by, burdening her with the thoughts of what if, she'd have no regrets. Not many people could say that in life. Sam took hold of the cross wrench, and the muscles in his arms bulged as he tried to break the lug nut loose. "What if you could?" Sam asked, his voice straining with exertion. "What if I could what?" His body relaxed as he got into a different position. "What if you could follow a pipe dream? What would it be?" "I'm not sure. I never really thought about it." He looked at her in disbelief. "Never?" "You have?" "Of course. Care to share with the class?" "I'd go live on an island that had a bar right on the water, kicking it back, sharing jokes with the locals, surrounded by girls in bikinis all day." "You're a pig." "You've called me worse," he said with a smile. "Your turn." Hadley shrugged. Honestly, she never looked beyond the farm, and she didn't regret it for a single second. Farm life wasn't for everyone, but for Hadley it was the only life she'd ever wanted. There was something special about starting her day surrounded by Mother Nature while the sun made its ascent into the sky. The open landscape made her feel free, and she had no idea how her sister didn't suffocate living amongst all those skyscrapers. The one time she had made the trip to visit her, she'd felt uneasy, and the only time she actually thought she could breathe was when they were in Central Park. I'm happy with my life. Everyone dreams of something more. Maybe she did dream of more, but it had nothing to do with where she lived or what she did. It had to do with him. If he would just notice her, love her the same way she loved him, then she would have everything she'd ever dreamed about. She met his gaze. People who dream of more are people who are secretly not happy with their lives. Are you trying to tell me I'm not happy with my life? Are you? I can't complain. I'm not asking you if you can complain. I'm asking if you're happy. Once I get some of Terry's pancakes in my stomach, I'll be very happy. She laughed, not surprised at all that he inadvertently changed the subject. Sam was quick to ask probing questions, but the minute she turned those same questions on him, he got uncomfortable. Knowing well enough that the conversation was over, she nodded to the tire he was still working on. Once you get that lug nut loose, we can be on our way. His muscles tightened against his shirt as he gave one final attempt. The veins in his neck bulged, and just when Hadley was about to thank Sam for his efforts and accept defeat, the wrench inched forward. One more hard crank, and the lug nut broke loose. As you were saying, Sam said, with a satisfied glint in his eyes. She crossed her arms over her chest, desperately trying to keep a straight face. The tire still isn't changed. Look, you brat, he said, pushing to his feet in front of her. As he stood to his full height, he looked down at her with that penetrating stare, heating her blood. She subdued the desire to reach out and touch those bulging biceps and run her finger along the corded veins. His gaze held hers, but it wasn't full of lust and passion. It was more or less amusement. What? She smiled, unable to help herself because she knew whatever he said next would be sarcastic or in jest. She lived for these moments when it was just the two of them, going jab for jab. Thank you would be nice. It would, wouldn't it? She said, then jumped back as he tried to grab her. It didn't deter him. Their eyes met, each daring the other to make a move. A laugh slipped from Hadley's lips as Sam narrowed his eyes like a dog stalking an unoccupied dinner plate. Don't you have a tire to fix? She asked. Don't you have some gratitude to show? Do I? Before she could react, he reached out, hooking his hand around her waist and yanking her toward him. Lady let out a soft whimper as she rested her head in between her paws, as though she knew they weren't leaving any time soon. Say thank you, Sam said, as Hadley struggled against him. Never! You asked for it. His fingers attacked her sides, causing a never-ending string of laughter to explode from her mouth. She twisted and turned, trying to break free of his grip, but his hold was hard, and despite the pure torture, she loved the feel of his fingers skimming up and down her sides and the strength of his hard chest pressed against her body. 2 little words, he said, as his fingers continued their relentless assault. Say it. She twisted hard, managing to turn and come face to face with him. Words evaded her, and her breath rushed in and out in small gasps as she tried to recover from her struggle. His fingers stilled on her sides as his eyes bore into hers. She felt the world slip away, lost to the sea of beautiful blues and greens. They were eyes she had seen 1,000,000 times, but what made them special was the fact that each time she got swept up into his gaze, she discovered something new about them, like how right now in his amusement they had an extra little sparkle that despite his graying hair, gave him a boyish charm. He reached up, brushing a stray blonde hair out of her eyes and back behind her ear. His soft and gentle touch was the opposite of his big, work-hardened hands. His finger lingered by her lobe. She could feel the heat radiating off him and mixing with her own. Desire coursed through her veins, but like so many times before, she managed to keep it from surfacing. She was about to step away from him before her restraint waned, when the look in his eyes went from soft and caring to hot and hungry. His head tilted and every nerve in her body sparked to life as the man of her dreams moved closer to her. Her lips parted in stunned shock, and just as she thought she was finally going to kiss Sam, he pulled away at the last second. He thrust a hand into his hair and turned away so quickly it caused a cool rush of air to brush against her body. Disappointment welled inside her. It was an awful tease, being so close to the thing she desired most, only for it to be ripped away. Sam turned back to her, mouth splitting at the seam like he wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't cooperate. He looked how she felt, unsure and confused. She had no idea what just happened between them, but she wasn't surprised. She might have been in love with him for a long time, too long, and somewhere in all those years, she could sense a spark between the two of them. It was a tiny flicker that came to life every now and again, always waiting, never igniting. Now that the lug nuts are loose, I can finish up here, Hadley offered, breaking the awkward silence. Don't be ridiculous. I got it. Sam walked toward her, her heart thumping hard and heavy against her chest, as she imagined him taking her into his arms and kissing her senseless. But then he stopped, like he needed to keep his distance. It won't be long. He spun back around to the tire and got to work, while Hadley attempted to calm her racing heart. Chapter 4. Sam cursed in his head while he took the flat tire off and replaced it with the spare. What the hell had he been thinking? He'd seriously almost kissed Hadley right there in the middle of the street. Hadley, the girl who had been like a sister to him since they were kids. But seeing her standing in front of him, her blonde hair whipping around her face, those slate eyes full of life and joy, he didn't see a sister. No, not even close. He saw a woman who he wanted with every fiber of his being. It had to have been a lapse in his sanity, or he desperately needed to get laid. It had been a couple weeks since he went back to that brunette's place. He ran a hand over his face like it was a rag wiping his mind clean. Matt would kick his damn ass just for thinking about Hadley that way. Whatever that was, it would never happen again. It simply couldn't. He valued his friendship with Matt too much, and respected Hadley even more. He got the spare into place and tightened all the lug nuts. "You're all set," he said, as he carried the flat to the bed of her truck. "Thanks, Sam. I really appreciate it." He waved her words away. "Where are you off to?" "The Happy Apple. I was on my way to deliver eggs to Terry. I'll follow you there to make sure all is good." "You don't have to do that." "I just pulled an all-nighter. I'm starved and was planning on going there anyway. Some of Terry's apple cinnamon pancakes sound like heaven right now." "Since you came and rescued me, breakfast is on me." "Damn right it is," he said, and was happy as hell that Hadley seemed to be able to let go of what had occurred. He was actually surprised she didn't try to deck him. Still, he was grateful the topic seemed to be non-existent, since he had no desire to discuss it with her. It would be easier to pretend it never happened. "I'll see you there." Hadley got in her pickup and rolled down the window, resting her arm on the door. "You coming?" she called over her shoulder. "I'm coming. Don't go and get your panties in a bunch." Flames ran up the back of his neck, but he shook them off as he made his way back to his own truck. The Happy Apple was a local restaurant, owned by Terry and Walt, a rambunctious redhead and a gentle teddy bear. Terry and Walt were staples to the town, and Sam had known them most of his life. Terry kept his stomach full as a kid, when his mom was too whacked out of her mind to remember to cook. He was forever indebted to the louder-than-life woman who made inappropriate comments and didn't give a rat's ass what people thought about her. With limited parking in front of the restaurant, Sam found an open spot on Main Street and pulled his truck straight in. He gave a nod to Drake Stevens, a young doctor who owned his own practice. Drake held a to-go bag order in his mouth while he fixed the lid on his coffee. "You got that?" Sam asked. Drake managed to nod. He pressed down on the lid, then took the bag from his mouth. "These lids are pesky little things that never want to stay on." "I've been telling Terry that for years, but she tells me it's me. I think she has a crush on the guy who delivers them." "Don't tell Walt that." "Right, he'd tell the guy to take her away." "You're probably right." Drake laughed. "Hate to cut it short, but I have to get up to the hospital. I'll see you tomorrow for Mr. Brown's appointment." "We'll be there, whether I have to carry him myself or not." "He's lucky to have you." Sam didn't deserve praise for trying to be a decent human being. If anything, with all the miracles he'd had in his life, he owed the world a great deal, and driving an old cranky bastard to and from his doctor appointments barely skimmed the surface. "I'll see you tomorrow," Sam said, and headed toward Hadley, who was picking up several cartons of eggs. "Where's Lady?" he asked her. "With Kate." Hadley's sister owned Serenity Glass Blowing Studios, a shop only a few doors down. "She'll watch her while we eat." Sam grabbed the door of the restaurant and held it open for Hadley. "Such a gentleman," she joked as she passed. "I have my moments," he said, as he followed her in. "You would have been more of a gentleman if you took the eggs." "And insult your feminine strength? I wouldn't think of it." "Ass," she mumbled, just as they heard an excited cry from beside them. "My two favorite people!" Terry exclaimed, strutting toward them from the kitchen. Her bright red hair gave her a good 4 inches, while her shoes gave her another 5. An apron covered in apples was tied to her waist, over a pair of leopard print pants and a black top. "I brought eggs," Hadley said, and placed them on the closest table. "So I think that gives me a nudge for first." She flashed him a smirk over her shoulder, and, like the mature adult he was, he stuck his tongue out at her. "I'm cuter," Sam said, turning back to Terry and gaining a nice smack across the chest from Hadley. "Oh, you shush," Terry said, with a wave of her hand. "You're both adorable. Now you give me some sugar." Terry tapped a red nail against her cheek, and Sam leaned down and gave her a peck. Sam moved toward the eggs. "I'll take those to the kitchen for you, Terry." "I see how it is," Hadley said. Terry shooed him with her hand, the bangles on her wrist clanging against each other. "Don't be silly. Grab a seat. I'll bring these to the kitchen and whip up some apple cinnamon pancakes for you two." "You read my mind, darling." "I'll actually have an omelet and a side of fruit salad, please," Hadley said. Terry looked at Hadley like she'd lost her mind. "Not when there are perfectly good pancakes to be had." Sam watched as Terry teetered away, holding the eggs like a world-class balancing act. "Sam, you know where the coffee is," she said, as she disappeared into the kitchen. "I don't think I've ever gotten what I've ordered," Hadley said, as she led the way to an open table. Sam grabbed the pot of coffee and 2 mugs as they passed the counter that shelved it. They took their seats, and he poured a generous amount of coffee for each of them. "But have you ever not been satisfied?" A smile touched her lips, a move that lit up her entire face. "Shut up." "Exactly." He pushed the mug to Hadley. She took it in her hands and took a sip while he did the same. He needed all the caffeine he could get, considering he still had to head over to Mrs. Wise's house and fix her leaky faucet, then stop by his mom's place and give her husband a hand hooking up their new dishwasher. "So, how did you get exactly what you wanted? I know there's a trick to this. I just haven't figured it out in the past 20 years. Sam rubbed at the spot between his eyes, thinking about all the times he'd come in here as a kid, hungry. Hadley knew bits and pieces of his life, thanks to town gossip, and how he'd admitted things over the years. Still, he hated to talk about his past, especially since his mother turned her life around. She had him at 17, with no one to support her and barely enough to survive. They had to grow up together, and while his mom wasn't always the greatest role model, and for years chose drugs and partying over him, he didn't hold it against her. He never did. She was just a kid, and although he did not have an ideal childhood, he was just happy to be where he was today. His mom had finally gotten herself together, and had been trying for years now to make up for shortcomings at being a parent, carrying that guilt with her like a second skin. But all Sam cared about was that she was a good mother to his half-sister, Missy. His mom got a second chance to do it right, and so far, she was doing pretty damn good. He took a deep breath and glanced across the table to Hadley, whose head was tilted slightly. Her nose and cheek still held a touch of red from the unseasonably crisp morning air. Her slate eyes focused on him in deep curiosity. Hadley wanted to know the trick, but there really wasn't one. "It's what she used to make me as a kid when I would come in," he said. Feeling the need to do something with his hands, he picked up the red cloth napkin from the table and placed it on his lap. Hadley leaned back in her chair, hands dropping to her lap, where he knew she was fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. "When you hadn't eaten for a while?" she asked, her tone quiet and sweet. He appreciated how she chose her words and stripped them of the harshness. "Yeah," he said. She looked up at him with those big eyes. "I hate to think that you were ever hungry." Sam shrugged. "Do you feel badly now because I'm starving?" Hadley laughed. "No, but I'm a little worried my own food isn't going to be safe. Can you promise to keep your fork on your side of the table?" she joked, and the tension that was starting to tighten across his neck eased. That was one of the things with Hadley. She never pried. She would take what little he gave her and move on. It was one of the things he loved about her. "You hush, woman!" Walt called over his shoulder as he walked out of the kitchen with 2 steaming plates of pancakes. Walt was a stocky man with white hair that once upon a time was red. His big cheeks were always flushed, and his forehead permanently creased. He was the type of man no one questioned, and when he smiled, everyone saw the gentle soul beneath the tough exterior. He placed the plates on the table, and Sam's stomach growled at the mouth-watering scent of cinnamon. "Someone order some pancakes?" "Sure did," Sam said. "How you doing, big guy?" "I'd be great if I could get rid of this damn headache." "Have you taken something?" Hadley asked. "Do they make anything that'll get rid of a 67-year-old redhead?" Sam choked on his coffee. "I heard that, you old geezer," Terry called from the kitchen. An amused smirk formed on Sam's face. "Uh-oh, someone is in trouble. Tell me something I don't know." Walt took the towel he used to hold the hot plates and flung it onto his shoulder. "How's your washer working?" Sam asked. "Haven't had any problems since you unclogged that drain for me." "That's what I like to hear. Let me know if it starts acting up again." "Will do. You two enjoy your food. I have to make my rounds." "Thanks, Walt," Hadley said, and Walt turned, flashing her a big, cheeky smile before walking over to a table of 4 to ask them how everything was. "You fixed their washing machine? That was really nice of you," Hadley said, as she forked a piece of pancake. Sam shrugged. "It was nothing. Took me 10 minutes. "Why do you always do that?" "Do what?" "Shrug off a nice sentiment said in your direction. It's like your body repels compliments." "I just don't see the point. Somebody needed help, and I helped them. It's not like I cured world hunger or created world peace. I unclogged a drain." He shoved a big piece of pancake in his mouth and focused on chewing instead of Hadley's narrowed stare. "I'm just saying that you should learn to take a compliment. It's not like you don't deserve them. I don't. Hadley's head whipped up. The skin above her nose wrinkled as she looked at him in disbelief. He ignored her, best he could, but coming from a home with 5 siblings, Hadley wasn't known to back down so easily. Of course you do. You do a good thing, and it's okay to be acknowledged for it. Fine, acknowledged. Can we move on, please? She let out an annoyed breath, her lips pursing like she wanted to say more, when Sam felt a tug on his shirt. He looked down to see a little boy, no older than 4, looking up at him with bright brown eyes. "Hey, buddy," Sam said, thankful for the interruption. "I'm so sorry," a man with dark hair said as he grabbed the boy's hand. "Travis, we don't interrupt people while they're eating." "It's no big deal," Sam said. The father looked back to Sam. "My son is obsessed with firemen. He saw your shirt." "Do you want to be a fireman when you grow up?" Sam asked Travis, whose eyes lit up like a Christmas tree as he nodded. "You're going to have to work really hard and eat all your vegetables and get nice and strong. Can you do that?" Travis continued nodding. "Then, when you're older, you come and see me. You got it?" Travis nodded again as if too excited or starstruck to speak, which made Sam's heart fill with joy. "Tell you what, how would you like to come by the firehouse and go for a ride in one of the trucks?" Travis's mouth fell open, and he turned to his dad, tugging on the man's navy blue shirt with relentless enthusiasm. "Can I? Dad, please? Can I?" "If it isn't an inconvenience," the man said. "Not at all," Sam assured him. The truth was Sam adored kids, and if he could make the little boy's dreams come true, then he damn well was going to do it. "Stop by Thursday if you can. I'll be there all day." "That's perfect." The man held his hand out to him. "Thank you so much. I really appreciate it." "No problem." Sam paused, waiting for the guy to fill in the blank. Rich Morgan." "Are you related to Chris Morgan?" Sam asked. "That would be my older brother." Chris had been a year younger than Sam, but they had classes together in school. He was tech-savvy and loved to play handheld video games, but he was also a nice guy who once let Sam cheat off his history test. "Good guy. How's he doing? Last I heard he moved to California to design video games." "Still there. Married now with 2 kids of his own." "Let him know Sam said hi." "I will." Sam looked down at Travis with a smile. "Remember to eat those vegetables." "I will. I'm going to get big and strong." "That's what I like to hear. Be good, and I'll see you soon." Travis ran toward his mom, a tall brunette with a toddler on her hip. Mom, I'm going in a fire truck." "You are?" she exclaimed. "Thanks again," Rich said, and looked at Hadley. "And I'm sorry to have bothered you." "Not a bother at all," she said. Rich stepped away from the table and gave a quick wave. "Have a nice day." "You too." Sam picked up his fork, his stomach still growling. He was about to put his food in his mouth when he saw Hadley staring at him. "What?" She shrugged. "Just acknowledging another nice thing you're doing." "Oh, for Pete's sake," Sam grumbled, and shoved the food into his mouth, doing his best to ignore the stupid look of praise on her face. Chapter 5. Hadley pulled into the parking lot a little after 6 and hopped out, patting her leg for Lady to follow. "Come on, girl. We're going to see Aunt Kate." Lady's ears perked up as she jumped down onto the pavement and walked right to the front door of the studio. Her sister had been working on a custom glass piece for weeks, and Hadley loved watching the process. Hadley ignored the closed sign and let Lady in first, then quickly followed, patting her leg to keep the dog close and away from all the breakables. The last thing Hadley wanted was to shatter one of Kate's hand-blown vases. She would never be able to forgive herself, even if Kate brushed it off. Multicolored glass balls strung up by clear fishing line decorated the big front windows of the studio. Hadley loved to be here mid-morning, when the sun sat just right in the sky, illuminating the glass and casting a rainbow of colors across the small space. Hadley followed Lady through the front portion of the studio that was set up like a small shop. Shelves along the walls were lined with vases, glasses, and various other unique pieces. Handcrafted pedestals made out of refurbished wood, courtesy of Earl, the owner of Red Maple Falls Wood Studios, were scattered about and displayed Kate's larger glass designs. Lady led the way to the back studio. They found Kate, who was in the middle of blowing into a metal rod. Glass sat at the tip, expanding slowly. Her strawberry blonde hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, and she was wearing a pair of jeans with the knee ripped out. Hadley gave a wave as Kate looked up from her work. "Just a sec." Hadley nodded and made her way to Kate's desk. Papers with sketches were scattered across the wood, along with a few water bottles. Afraid to mess up whatever unorganized system Kate had going, Hadley ignored the mess and leaned against the desk. She looked over at a massive piece Kate was creating. It was breathtakingly beautiful and full of jewel tones that stood out vibrantly in the studio. "Hey," Kate said, as she put the rod into the kiln where she had a blazing fire going. "Heard you got a flat tire the other day." Hadley didn't question where she'd heard it from. Between the town and her large family, it was impossible for her entire life not to be broadcasted for everyone to know about. "Yep, couldn't break the lug nut loose to save my life, though." "Also heard Sam came to get you?" "Who told you?" "Terry." "Of course she did." If there was a leader of the town gossip mill, Terry would no doubt be it. "And?" Kate asked. "And what?" "Never mind." "No, don't do that," Hadley said, hating when Kate would insinuate something, then think better of it. "I'm just curious. When you're going to tell him?" "Oh, it's complicated." "Only because you're making it. Honestly, stop worrying about what everyone will think, because I think Sam is the only one who doesn't know." "You think Matt knows?" "Oh, hell no." "Exactly. Matt wouldn't be happy, and I wouldn't want to cause a strain on our relationship or their friendship." Kate thrust the rod back into the fire, then turned back to Hadley. "Who gives a shit if he's not happy about it? He'll get over it." It's not like she hadn't thought about it before. Holding on to a secret like that, trying to pretend you weren't head over heels in love with a person, when all you wanted to do was wrap your arms around them and declare your deepest desires, was draining. What if I tell him and he doesn't feel the same way? He's one of my closest friends. I don't want it to be weird between us. I don't think I'd be able to handle it if it were. True, but you'll never know if you keep it to yourself. Besides, I have a feeling once you open that door, nothing will be able to shut it. I don't know. Do me a favor and just think about it before you're 60 years old wishing you had." The last thing Hadley wanted was to live a life with regrets, but the stakes were so unbelievably high. She wasn't sure it was worth the risk. Hadley's phone rang, and she dug it out of her pocket. "It's Daisy." "Oh, good. Put her on speaker." Hadley answered. "Hey, Daisy, I got you on speaker. I'm here with Kate." "Hi, Kate," Daisy said. And Hadley pictured Daisy in her NYC apartment, twirling blonde curls around her finger. "Hi, Daisy. We were just talking about how Hadley should tell Sam she's in love with him." "Kate!" Hadley flashed her an evil glare. "What? Like she doesn't know? Daisy, tell me you didn't know." Kate looked at Hadley. "If she says she didn't, I'll give you $100. Daisy laughed on the other end. "While it's tempting to make Kate pay up, I can't lie." "How do you know about this?" Hadley asked, sinking against Kate's desk. "Your face lights up when he walks into a room. You still keep your prom picture in a frame in your nightstand?" Kate's mouth fell open, then morphed into a ridiculously big smile. "No, she doesn't." "How do you know that?" Hadley asked. When Hadley's date had stood her up for prom, Sam had swooped in like a superhero in a tuxedo he just happened to have from his mom's wedding. What had started out as one of the worst nights of her life quickly turned into the best. The picture represented more than anyone could understand. He'd made her feel like the prettiest girl there. Every girl's eyes had been on his, but he hadn't looked at a single one. They danced the night away, and Sam made her forget how her date stood her up for his ex. "I found it when I was home for Matt and Shay's wedding," Daisy answered. "I was looking for a hair tie." "You could have asked," Hadley mumbled. "You weren't there. You were busy helping Mom with preparations." "Who cares where you were?" Kate interrupted. "The point is you have a picture of him in your nightstand drawer." "This is worse than I thought." "You need to tell him." "I can't tell him." "Then you need to move on." "Have you ever thought about online dating?" Daisy asked. "Definitely not," Hadley said. "Why not?" Kate asked. "It could be good. Who knows? Mr. Wright could be sitting behind his computer, waiting for you to find him." "Yeah, sure," Hadley scoffed. "My friend Dominique met her boyfriend online, and they're really happy," Daisy said. "And my coworker met her husband online." "Coworker?" Hadley asked. "One of the actresses in the play?" Daisy hesitated. "Yes, I mean, my coworkers are actors, so of course. Oh, but that's not the point. Online dating might be good for you, Hads. If anything, it'll give you a chance to see what else is out there." "Maybe even make Sam jealous," Kate suggested, and Hadley froze in place at the idea. Sam? Jealous? Was it even possible? She had no clue, but it was a tempting thought. "I wouldn't even know where to start." "I already signed you up," Daisy said. "What? How?" "I only needed your email address and your name. I'm filling out your profile now. Must love dogs, obviously." "That should be bolded and at the top," Kate said, as she grabbed a pair of tweezers and began to manipulate the heated glass. "Definitely. I know I can't be picky, but I could never date a guy who didn't like dogs." She thought about Sam and how great he was with animals. Hadley honestly believed she could learn a great deal by a guy's character, depending on his fondness of fur babies. Yep, total deal breaker. Hadley bent down to Lady, took the old dog's head into her hands, and rained kisses on her snout. "Right, girl?" Lady answered her with a lick to the face, and Hadley laughed. "That's what I thought." "I need a picture of you," Daisy said. Kate grabbed her phone and held it up. "Smile! Now?" Hadley ran a hand down her flannel shirt and mud-stained jeans. "I look like I've been working on a farm all day." "You have been working on a farm all day," Kate replied. "I bet there's a farmers-only dating site." "No," Hadley deadpanned. "Never mind, got one," Daisy chimed in. "What picture?" "One from Matt and Shay's wedding. You look good, don't worry." "She's also in a dress, nice shoes, and her hair doesn't have hay in it," Kate said. "Don't you think that's kind of like false advertising?" "Hey, I don't always have hay in my hair." "Uh-huh," Kate said, before turning back to the fire and placing the metal rod inside. Hadley slumped against Kate's desk and crossed her arms over her chest. "I don't." At least, she didn't think she did, but then she thought back to that morning with Sam when she had the flat tire, the way his hand reached for her with purpose, only to pluck a piece of hay off her sleeve. "Oh, God, I do, don't I?" "We love you anyway," Daisy said. "And dog hair," Kate added. Hadley's eyes drifted to her pant leg, and, sure enough, she was covered. She went to swat at her jeans, and Kate held up her hand. I don't need it to go airborne and get stuck in the glass. I have a roller in my top drawer. Hadley walked over to Kate's desk and retrieved the roller. No wonder I can't meet anyone. Kate laughed. You just have to find the right guy. Hadley ran the roller down her leg. I already have. Sam never judged her for having dog hair on her pants or hay in her hair. Maybe a laugh or two, but it was never from a cruel place. Yeah, well, he's a dumbass who can't see what's right in front of him, and you won't tell him. So until either of those things happen, you have to be on the lookout for another Mr. Right. Kate was never one to beat around the bush, and while her honesty sometimes stung, Hadley couldn't argue with her. Kate gave her a smile. And who knows? Maybe Sam isn't Mr. Right. Maybe you've just had him on a pedestal for so long that you've convinced yourself he is. Kate's words caused Hadley pause. Was Hadley in love with a memory? And done, Daisy announced. You're officially a part of the online dating community. Oh, goody. Hadley never thought she would have to resort to such measures in order to meet a guy. The movies and TV made it look so easy, like Mr. Perfect just magically showed up on your doorstep one day, practically hand-delivered with a bow. What a total lie that was. The door opened and Caleb walked through the doorway and ducked slightly to accommodate his tall frame. He had dark chocolate-brown hair that always sat just right. Kate notoriously referred to it as pretty boy hair that defied gravity. Kate's eyes moved across the room and met her husband's. She got a goofy grin on her face as Caleb made his way across the studio toward her, holding a to-go bag from the Happy Apple. Kate finished what she was doing, then made her way to her husband's arms. Her face lit up when Caleb bent down to kiss her, and his arms instinctively wrapped around her in a warm, loving embrace. Hadley smiled at her sister's happiness, but couldn't ignore the tinge of jealousy that tugged at her. It wasn't an emotion she was used to, and it bothered her that seeing how happy all of her siblings were made her hurt, just because she was alone. How was old man Simpson? Kate asked him. It was strange not to see the old guy driving his tractor drunk down Main Street in his underwear. His antics were legendary, but since Caleb befriended him, the old man was getting his act together, even trying to distribute his famous moonshine. He's good, talking big plans for the future. It's really great what you've done for him, Hadley said. Just gave him something to live for. Caleb clapped his hands together as he settled into the chair behind Kate's desk. What'd I miss? We just signed Hadley up for online dating, Kate said, as she swapped the bag from Caleb and reached in. I thought you were in love with Sam. Hadley's eyes widened as she turned them to her sister. Are you kidding me? What? He's my husband. I tell him everything. I'm your sister, and I'd appreciate if what you share with him didn't extend to my personal life. Thank you. Hadley turned to Caleb. No offense. None taken. Besides, you're my sister now, too, and, unlike my wife, I can keep a secret, Caleb said. Hadley gave Caleb a smile. Ever since Kate brought him into their lives, he had become a part of their family. Hadley might have been jealous of her sister's relationship, but she was also grateful, because at the end of the day, she had another brother she could count on for anything. Hadley settled into bed with Lady at her feet and a hot cup of chamomile tea on her nightstand. She opened her laptop and took a deep breath as she clicked into the online dating site. Her eyes practically jumped out of their sockets when she saw that she had multiple messages. Look at that! 5 messages, she said, then clicked the first one open. She let out a squeak as her laptop nearly went flying across the bed. Lady looked at her like she'd lost her mind, and maybe she had, because why in all that was holy would a guy send a picture of his private parts to some unsuspecting woman. What is wrong with people? She let out a sigh and leaned forward to Lady. Sorry, girl. Hopefully that won't happen again. Hadley quickly X'd out of that message and went to the next, then the next, and the next. She was about to give up all hope when she opened the last message and was pleasantly surprised by the nice, bashful response. She clicked into his profile. Cute, she said. 34, single. Well, I would hope so. Nice smile and likes animals. I think we have a winner here, girl. Lady turned her head away and yawned as she settled into the comforter. I'd have you know that I'm doing this for the both of us. Hadley clicked back to the message and decided to respond. What was the worst that could happen? Almost as soon as she hit send, a new message appeared. Wow, he doesn't waste any time. She reached into her nightstand to grab a hair clip, and her fingers grazed the glass of a picture frame. She abandoned the hair clip and took the picture out, staring down at the memory. She'd worn a beautiful light pink strapless gown, tailored to fit her slender frame perfectly. Her hair was pinned into a loose updo, courtesy of Kate, and on her side was Sam, handsome as could be in the tuxedo. A smile touched at her lips as she thought about how much dancing they'd done, how many laughs they'd had, and how Sam had made her forget all about Kurt Stapleton, her no-show date. Maybe it was true. Maybe she wasn't in love with Sam anymore. Maybe he was just still on the pedestal she'd placed him on this night. It was time for her to move on. With one last glance, she put the picture back into the nightstand, grabbed her hair clip, and shut the drawer on the past. Chapter 6. Sam pushed a broom across the engine bay of the firehouse, doing his part to keep the place clean. They didn't have extra funds to hire someone to do it, but Sam didn't mind. He liked to pitch in, and found it necessary for his guys as well. It kept them grounded and responsible, so when they decided to pull a prank, like dumping a bucket of ice water over Sam's head, they knew they had to clean up the damn mess. Also, basic tasks like cleaning helped pass the time when the town was peaceful and there were no accidents, fires, or cats getting stuck in trees. Sam loved the action of putting out fires and prying car doors open to free a trapped driver, but he also appreciated the quiet. It forced him to slow down and take a moment to realize how lucky he was to have this job and this town, two things that he could credit from keeping him off a road of failure and destruction. He turned around to go over the floor one last time when he spotted Rich Morgan and his son Travis outside. Rich stood in front of the firehouse, his young son clinging to his leg and looking up at the building with awe. Sam had been stripped of his innocence at such a young age, and he admired little kids who got the opportunity to just be kids. He felt a sudden need to make this kid's experience the best damn one he'd ever had. Sam stepped out into the sun and walked toward the duo. Sam greeted Rich before kneeling down to Travis's height and holding his hand out. Travis stepped away from his dad's leg and took Sam's hand. When he pulled away, Sam flexed his fingers. Wow, you have some grip there, buddy. Travis's face lit up. His brown eyes glittered with delight, and he beamed with pride as he looked up at his dad. Sam slapped his knees, then pushed on his thighs as he stood. You ready for the tour? Travis nodded enthusiastically, and he dashed ahead like he couldn't wait another second. Head straight on in. Sam pointed toward where the truck was parked and glistening in the mid-morning sun. Chase, his right-hand man and mentee, had just given it a good polishing. He could practically see his reflection in the red paint. Rich came up beside Sam. I just want to thank you again, he said. Travis hasn't stopped talking since yesterday. I think he's more excited about this than when we went to Disney World last year. Sam patted Rich on the back as they followed Travis. I'm happy to do it. Travis came to a stop, his mouth agape, eyes widening to capacity. "Wow!" Travis exclaimed, as he tilted his head up and slowly turned his brown gaze, drifting over every surface before settling on the truck. Sam remembered how much he loved getting up close with a fire truck for the first time. The exterior was impressive, but there was nothing quite like the inside. Sam opened the door and stepped to the right. "Want to check inside out?" Travis didn't hesitate, peeking around the door frame and glancing up. "Can I go in?" "Of course," Sam said. Travis looked back at his dad, clearly needing reassurance. "Go ahead. I'm right here," Rich said, as he fished his phone out of his pocket and held it up to take a picture. "My wife gets mad at me that I don't take enough pictures. I'm trying to make it a habit." As silly as it was, Sam didn't have a dad who stuck around, no less tried to make an effort. So Sam appreciated Rich's efforts. It would give Travis something to look back on. Sam held his hand out to Rich, motioning to the phone. "Why don't I get one of the two of you?" "That would be great." Rich moved toward the truck and helped Travis climb inside. He pointed toward Sam, but Sam shook his head. "Something's missing." He grabbed his helmet, then placed it on Travis's head. It was way too big for the kid, but Travis didn't seem to mind one bit. Better. "Dad, look, do I look like a real fireman?" "You do, buddy." Sam stepped back and after counting to 3, snapped the picture, preserving the memory for a lifetime. After an hour giving Travis the ultimate tour and introducing him to the rest of the guys, Travis and Rich left with an invitation to stop back any time they liked. "You're recruiting even younger," Chase laughed. He had been 16 when Sam offered him a junior firefighter position at the firehouse. Sam had seen a lot of himself in the kid and couldn't sit back and watch him throw his life away because he had a hard life. Once Chase's older brother left for the military, he didn't have a father figure, and his sister Layla couldn't control him. Sam had stepped in, just like Chief Willis did for him all those years ago, and brought him into the brotherhood that was the Red Maple Falls Fire Department. The department gave Chase hope, but more than that, it gave him a purpose. His days of cutting class and getting into trouble came to an end, and he'd grown into one of the best firemen. When Sam went into a fire, he felt confident and safe, knowing Chase had his back. "Just securing our future. If the kid's smart, he'll get into computer graphics or some shit. Go where the money is." "Money isn't everything," Sam said. "That's what you always say." "Because it's true. But at the same time, I get it. We have lives to live and bills to pay. The budget has been tight, and I've worked every angle over the past few years to try and free up some funds for payroll. But it's just—" "I know," Chase said with a slight curve of his lips. "And we all appreciate it. We really do. Besides, you're right. Money isn't everything. If we did this for the money, we'd have left a long time ago. Unfortunately for you, you're stuck with us." "Lucky me," Sam joked. "You have no idea," Chase said. And as Sam cocked an eyebrow in Chase's direction, a stream of ice-cold water poured over his head. Sam shook his head, causing the water to fly off of him in every direction. He hoped he got the bastards. Sam reached for Chase, but he jumped back and took off with Miguel, the two of them laughing like kids in the schoolyard. "Payback is going to be a bitch," Sam yelled after them as he shook water from his arms and stepped away from the massive wet spot on the floor. "Stupid assholes," Sam mumbled as he stripped his shirt off. As he lowered his arms, he caught sight of Hadley and Lady in the doorway. Hadley's lips were slightly parted, her slate-blue eyes meeting his. "Hey, Hads," Sam said, flinging his soaking wet shirt over his shoulder as he walked toward her. "What are you doing here?" I was just in the neighborhood and thought I'd stop and see how Miguel is doing with Chester." Chester was a pit bulldog mix, Hadley had fostered for a couple weeks before Miguel adopted him. If I had to guess, he's currently hiding so I don't kick his ass.
I don't know. Miguel has been hitting the gym a lot. Hadley quirked her lip, her teeth sliding over the bottom one like some horny housewife who was hot for the pool boy. He's married, Sam said, as he wrung his shirt out and laid it flat to dry. He grabbed another shirt he kept on supply and pulled it over his head. I was there as your guest, if you've forgotten.
How could he forget? Getting Hadley out of her jeans and t-shirts and into a dress was a very rare occurrence. But lately it seemed everyone was getting married, and they'd become each other's go-to plus one. It was perfect, really. There were no expectations at the end of the night, no attempt at small talk because they always had something to talk about, and a guaranteed dance partner. He also liked the fact that he wouldn't be the guy with a different girl in every wedding album.
How can I forget those killer Cotton-Eyed Joe moves? He asked. Don't be jealous just because you can't figure that dance out to save your life. It's a stupid dance. Because you can't do it. Maybe I just need a better teacher. Hadley snorted. If you could find someone more patient than me, well then, God bless them. He was about to tell her he would, when a call came over his radio. Natural instinct had him jumping into action. He stepped into his boots, then pulled his pants up. Sorry, Hads, have to run.
Hadley grabbed Lady and brought her out of the way of the truck. Chase and Miguel jumped in the truck seconds later, already dressed in their gear and ready to go. Sam turned the siren on and gave a quick wave to Hadley as they passed her. Be careful, she called after him. I always am. Chapter 7. Sunday dinner had been a staple in the Hayes family since before Hadley was born, and even though she and her siblings were well beyond their years of living home, they still all could be found at their parents' house on Sunday nights, except for Daisy. Their numbers had grown as her siblings met their better halves, and now they were working on creating the next generation of Hayes. If Hadley was lucky, she would be able to contribute one day. With a coffee date a little later, there was a chance she would be moving closer to the possibility. She checked her watch, grateful she still had another hour before she had to leave her parents, since they hadn't started dinner yet. What's taking so long? Hadley asked no one in particular, as she took a sip of Mason's newest batch of beer. Sweet Dreams, a chocolate stout he'd named after their sister-in-law's bakery, and now the beer Shay would use in her chocolate stout cupcakes. Mason was the proud owner of Five Leaf Brewery, a local brewery he'd converted from an old dairy barn that specialized in small batches that he always let the family sample first. Mom's waiting on Sam, Kate said, giving Hadley a knowing smirk. Sam? He's supposed to be working a double tonight. He gave his shift to Miguel. Hadley nodded. Miguel's wife was pregnant with their first child, and it made sense that he'd want to grab as much extra income as he could. Sam was the type of guy who would willingly offer it to him. Great, Hadley said. What's the problem? Hadley looked around to make sure no one could hear. I have a date tonight. Good for you! A guy from the site? Before Hadley could answer, Shay walked over with a toddler on her hip, her long dark hair pulled to the side in a loose braid. Hadley has a date tonight, Kate said, before Shay even came to a stop. Hadley cut Kate a look. Secrets were hard to keep in their family, which is why it shouldn't have surprised her to find out so many people already knew about her crush on Sam. What? With who? Shay adjusted baby Matthew on her other hip and moved closer to them. A guy I met online. Daisy set me up on some site. It's not a big deal. It's just coffee. Famous last words, Shay said. I'm not going to sleep with the guy if that's what you're insinuating. We don't even know each other. Worked for me, Kate said, with a big smile before popping a piece of crostini in her mouth. That's different, Hadley said.
and Kate cocked a curious eyebrow. "You two had been yelling at each other for at least a week. I've talked to this guy twice on the computer and once on the phone." "There was a phone conversation?" Kate asked. "Of course. I didn't want to show up and see some kid or old man. I figured I could tell a lot by his voice." "That's not always true," Shay said, and Hadley gave her a look. "What? I'm just saying it's not foolproof." "Exactly why I'm meeting him for only coffee." "Who are you meeting for coffee?" a 3-month pregnant Sarah asked as she joined their group. Hadley loved Sarah, admired her really, and not just because she was a kind single mother who worked her ass off to become a successful businesswoman, but because she was the first and only woman to get her baby brother to stop traveling the world and settle down. And now they would be adding to their family and the next generation of the Hayes family. After only finding out about the baby a week ago, the excitement still hadn't settled down. Hadley gave Sarah a hug and rested her hand on Sarah's barely there bump. "Sorry, I can't help myself." "It's okay," Sarah said. "So, what about coffee?" "I have a coffee date with a guy I met online, and no, I don't plan on sleeping with him." "Okay, then." Ready to move on from the topic of her date, Hadley kept her focus on Sarah. "How are you feeling?" "Really good, actually. I guess since I've done this before, I'm not as scared as the first time, even if it was 8 years ago." "How's Cooper been?" Shay asked. "Amazing. He helps around the house, takes Tommy to and from school, brings me lunch if I forget to leave my office. We go for walks." "He's not questioning everything you eat, insisting you don't walk for too long because you might overexert yourself, or telling you not to pick up a bag of groceries because you might hurt yourself?" "Nope," Sarah laughed. "Bitch," Shay said, but it was all in good fun. Everyone was well aware of how crazy Matt was when Shay was pregnant. For a while, Hadley thought Shay would go to jail on murder charges before her nephew would arrive. "Has anyone seen Cassie?" Hadley asked, looking around for Mason's better half. "Betty cornered her as we were heading in here," Sarah said. "You abandoned ship?" Hadley asked. Sarah held her hands up. "When it comes to your grandmother, it is every woman for herself. Besides, I'm already knocked up. She has no use for me." Betty Hayes was on a quest to get all of her grandchildren married and reproducing. Cooper was currently her favorite child, but while Betty always seemed to be butting her nose into everyone's personal lives, she never seemed to do the same to Hadley. Betty never tried to play matchmaker when it came to her, and she wasn't sure if she should be grateful or insulted. "As long as she has her claws sunk into Cassie, then I should be able to get through tonight without hiding behind a glass of wine," Kate said. Ever since she and Caleb eloped, Betty had been in an all-out quest to see her pregnant. "Have you and Caleb thought about children?" Sarah asked. "And please tell me if I'm out of line." Hadley laughed. "Your family now." "I always wanted kids," Kate said. "Have always seen myself with them. At least 2, preferably a boy and a girl. But right now, I want to hold on to this time with just the 2 of us for a little longer before I'm elbow deep in shitty diapers. No offense, Shay." Shay held up one hand while the other cradled a sleeping Matthew. "Trust me, none taken. Don't let Betty or anyone else pressure you into something you're not ready for. And don't forget protection if you happen to come down with the flu, get put on antibiotics, and become forgetful because the next thing you know—" Sarah rested a hand against her growing baby bump. "This just proves that baby is going to be just like his father," Kate said. "Unpredictable and the center of attention." Sarah shook her head. "God help me." Cooper came from behind, wrapping his arm around Sarah's shoulder. "Hey, baby." "Speak of the devil," Hadley said. "You girls been talking about me? I mean, I'd be talking about me, too." Kate waved her hand. "Oh, go away. Actually, I've come to warn you all that Grandma
is on the prowl."
"Excuse me," Kate said, dodging around the group and going straight to the bottle of red on the coffee table.
"You're welcome,"
Cooper called after her. "I have to go change this one's diaper. Unless you want practice, Cooper," Shay said.
"How hard can that be?" Cooper asked, taking their nephew into his arms. Sarah covered a laugh. "I have to see this." The three of them disappeared, leaving Hadley alone. Even Lady had left her to go play with Sarah's son, Tommy. A few minutes later, Hadley heard the front door open and shut. Hadley knew it was Sam before she even saw him. She could feel it just like she always could. He stepped in and slipped out of his fireman's jacket, hanging it up on a hook by the door. She watched from the couch as he greeted the family, waiting her turn because he would eventually seek her out. "There you are," he said, walking toward her with natural ease. His dark hair, speckled with premature gray, gave him that sexy salt and pepper color. Instead of making him look older, it made him look more refined, yet somehow also added to his rugged appearance. He plopped down beside her, the cushions sinking beneath his weight. "Here I am," Hadley said, wishing for the first time that Sam wasn't at Sunday night dinner. How was she supposed to see him all night, then leave to go on a date with some other guy? "Too cool to come and say hi?" he asked. "This is the comfiest spot in the house. If I got up, one of my brothers would have jumped on it. Nice to know you favor a couch over me." "I'm sorry, is that a bruise to your ego?" He turned to her with that panty-melting smile, the slight gap of his teeth peeking through beneath his top lip. "Maybe." "Good. It would do you some good to be knocked down a few notches. At least I know I can always count on you for that." "That's what I'm here for," she said, trying not to let her disappointment show in her tone. She wanted to be there for him for so much more than that. She wanted to be the one he came home to at night, the one he kissed goodbye in the morning, the one he finally took a chance on. She didn't care that he was known for his one-night stands, or that he'd never been in a real relationship before. None of that mattered to her because she could see beyond the surface to the man he really was. Maybe Kate was right. Maybe it was time Hadley was honest not only with herself, but with him too. She had no idea how he would react unless she told him how she truly felt. Or maybe she just went on her date and did her best to forget about him. "Dinner's ready," her mother called from the kitchen, and Sam stood, holding his hand out to her. "Ready to leave your spot?" he asked, his aquamarine eyes picking up the blue in his shirt. "For food? Absolutely." She slid her hand into his. "Oh, I see how it is," he exclaimed as he yanked her up with a little too much force. She fell into his chest, her hands pressing against the hard muscles and sending a jolt of electricity through her body. The slight scent of burnt wood permeated from him and made her think about the constant danger he lived in. "Fire today?" she asked, her voice much breathier than she anticipated. "Stupid kids let a bonfire get out of control. It was nothing." "You always say that." "Because it usually is. Now come on. I've been craving your mom's meatloaf all day." He snaked his arm around her shoulder and guided her toward the dining room. It was a friendly gesture that he had done so many times before, but she couldn't help but pretend it was more, which made her feel equally pathetic. He sat next to her at dinner, with Matt on his other side, but with Matt's attention being on his son, it gave Hadley the opportunity to talk with Sam more freely. "How'd Missy do on her science test?" Missy, Sam's 14-year-old half-sister, was the only girl, to Hadley's knowledge, Sam ever loved. She was his world, and he went out of his way to make sure she had the life that he never had. While their mother was now sober, unlike when Sam was Missy's age, Sam still felt the need to make up for his shitty childhood, and he did that by way of Missy. "She aced it." "Did she really?"
That's fantastic. I realize that girl will make anything happen if I bribe her with a trip to the outlets in Tilton. I'd pay money to see you following her around all those stores. How much? Hadley tapped her chin. A lot. How about free of charge? What do you mean? Come with us, please. He gave her those puppy dog eyes she could never resist. She forced herself to stand strong. You probably know more about women's clothing than I do. He smirked. True, but I'd still like for you to come. Why? She asked, staring into his eyes as if he was about to admit his secret love for her. I could use a buffer. There's only so much Justin Bieber talk a guy can take. Is he still a thing? I have no idea. See? I need you. That was the problem, though. He always needed her, but not in the way she wanted him to need her. She was convenient, an easy guarantee, and she should say no. I'll go. She sighed, because she would always take time with Sam whenever she could get it. Just being near him made her heart happy. But I have one condition. He lowered his fork and turned his head to her. We'll stop at that burger joint you love. A smile spread wide across her face at the fact that he knew exactly what she was thinking. You got yourself a deal then. When are we going? I'm not sure yet. I'm waiting on her to pick a date. Let me know. Hadley glanced at her watch, realizing she should have left 5 minutes ago. Dinner was great, Mom, but I have to get going, she said, as she placed her napkin on her plate and pushed her chair away from the table. Where are you going? Her grandmother asked. I have a date. Wearing that? Cooper asked, getting him a smack to the shoulder from Sarah. You look beautiful, Sarah said. Don't listen to him. Sam raised a curious eyebrow. You have a date? You haven't had a date since that last douchebag. What was his name? Stan? Stu? Steve? Her eyes narrowed as he snapped his fingers trying to remember. Stetson, she finally said. Don't look at me like that. He was a douche. She let out an exaggerated sigh when her grandmother chimed in. Sam's right. He was a douche, though I wouldn't have used those exact words. Unfortunately, they can't all be winners, Hadley countered. Besides, I don't want to be alone for the rest of my life. You won't be, Sam said. You have your dogs. That's reassuring. Speaking of dogs, can I leave Lady here for the night? I don't have time to run home. I'll bring her by your place when I leave, Sam offered. You sure? I'm passing right by there, plus it'll be nice to be in the company of a female who doesn't expect anything at the end of the night. The guy isn't picking you up? Matt asked. It's our first date, so no. What's his name? I'll run a background check. I don't need you to run a background check. It couldn't hurt, Kate said, and Hadley shot her a look. Usually when it came to their overbearing older brother, Kate was on her side. What? I'm just saying. You met the guy online. Who knows who exactly you're meeting? Matt's eyes narrowed to 2 irritated slits. You've never even seen the man in person? No, that's what online dating is. You make a connection. You strike up a conversation. I don't think you should go, Sam said, placing his napkin on the table and looking up at her. It was just like him to agree with Matt, to push his way into her business and try to make decisions for her. It was a damn date. And it wasn't like he was chomping at the bit to ask her out. I appreciate the concern, but I'm going. Hadley bent down to Lady sleeping under the table. You be a good girl for Sam, okay? She kissed her snout and got an enthusiastic lick in return. I love you too. Yes, I do. She kissed her one last time and stood up. Good night, everyone. Please be careful, her mother said as she walked away from the table. I always am, Mom. Don't worry.
Hadley almost made it to the front door when a hand grabbed her wrist and stopped her, spinning her around. "Sam, what the hell?" "Text me when you get there." "Why?" "So I know you're okay." "I'll be fine." "Can you for once not argue with me and just do what I ask?" "Where's the fun in that?" He arched an eyebrow and looked down at her with those spellbinding eyes. "Fine." "Where are you meeting him? Somewhere heavily populated, I hope." "I'm not an idiot." "Never said you were." "We're meeting at a coffee shop. I plan on having 1 cup and calling it a night. I have to be up early tomorrow." "Make sure you get decaf." "Yes, Dad," she joked, and she walked away from the man who she wanted but would never have. Chapter 8. The idea of Hadley on a date with some guy she didn't even know was making Sam itchy. He didn't like it, one bit. He watched her drive away before heading back to the dining room, where the rest of the family was gathering dishes. "Make yourself useful," Kate said, handing him a bowl of what was left of mashed potatoes. He took that and grabbed another bowl from her hands. "You're okay with your sister going off to meet some guy she doesn't know from a hole in the wall?" "It's just coffee, Sam." "It better be just coffee." "And why is that?" Kate asked, popping her hip and planting a hand firmly on it. "Guys on the internet have an agenda. Everyone knows that. Maybe on the sites that you frequent, but some guys actually are looking for someone to settle down with." Sam scoffed. "That's a load of shit. I bet that guy's some sleaze who thinks he's going to get lucky tonight." "What if you're wrong?" Kate's eyebrows rose toward her hairline. "What if this guy is everything Hadley has been looking for?" Some guy scoping girls out from behind a computer screen is not what Hadley is looking for. Hadley barely even uses a computer. I can guarantee she's wasting her time. "I'm sure you'll let her know, just like you did with the last guy." Betty agreed with me. "The guy was a douche." "You think they all are. Not going to sit back and let her date someone who isn't good enough for her." "If nobody is good enough for her, then why don't you ask her out?" "Don't be ridiculous. I'm just looking out for her, that's all. I would do the same thing for you." Kate choked on a laugh. "Maybe you should think real hard. I know that might hurt, but do it anyway, and dig deep. Ask yourself why no guy is ever good enough for Hadley." Sam went to say something, and Kate held up her hand. No, don't talk. Just think. "You know, you're just annoying at 34 as you were at 10. "I'll take that as a compliment. Now get your ass in the kitchen and put those potatoes away." Kate flashed him a smile and turned back to the table, grabbing a few stray utensils that were left behind. Sam found Betty manning the sink in the kitchen, her arms up to her elbows in soapy dishwater. "Need a hand?" he asked, knowing everyone else was terrified to get stuck alone with Betty. She liked to ask questions, pry into lives, and do everything in her power to guarantee great grandbabies. Sam wasn't afraid of some probing. Besides, he and Betty were alike in that they just wanted the best for the people they loved, and neither didn't think twice about what came out of their mouth. "Grab a towel and get to drying," she said, as she shoved a wet plate into his hands. Sam opened the top drawer on the right-hand side where Carol Hayes kept all her dish rags, and got to work, drying all the dishes Betty had already washed. "Where'd everyone go?" Sam asked. "Don't play dumb with me, boy. We both know they're avoiding me." He laughed. "If you know that, then why do you nag them? Poor Kate looks like she's going to break out into hives every time you walk into a room." "I know I can come on strong." "You? No." Betty jokingly swatted his chest with a soapy hand, leaving a wet spot above his pec. "I just want to see my grandbabies happy and settled with their own families before I kick the bucket." "You plan on doing that any time soon?" She pointed a dripping wet spatula at him. "You
Bite your tongue. Exactly. You're not going anywhere anytime soon. Why don't you lighten up a little? Besides, you're getting predictable, and that makes you lose your edge. You're right. I can't sneak attack anymore because they're always on the defense. Who are you fooling? You had poor Cassie cornered before dinner. She's too polite to pretend like she doesn't hear me and keep walking. Sam laughed as he took another plate from her and dried it down. They worked in silence for several minutes, forming a system that worked until there were no dishes left. Thanks for your help. You've always been one of my favorites, Betty said, reaching up and pinching Sam's cheek. She went to walk away when Sam called out to her. What is it, sweetie? You never tried to match me up with anyone or tell me to go knock some girl up. She had done so several times to Matt, Mason, and Cooper. You seem to work angles with everyone, but not me. Why is that? Sam might not have been Betty's grandkid by blood, but he was as much a part of the family as everyone else. For some reason, Betty's antics never extended to him. For the most part, he was grateful to be able to evade her web, but sometimes it made him feel like the outsider that he was, made him think Betty didn't think he was worthy to be a husband or a father. An amused gleam passed through Betty's blue eyes. Some projects just take longer than others. What does that mean? You're just going to have to wait and see, she said, flashing him a wicked smile. Hadley pulled into her driveway, and her breath caught when she spotted Sam's truck. Dinner had to have been over hours ago, so why was he still there? Someone up in the great big sky must have really hated her, or they drew pleasure from watching her discomfort. After a date, she should be riding a high, but instead, she felt like she was at the bottom of a wave as it crashed down into the shore. She threw the truck in park and sat back in the seat. If she was going to see Sam and act like everything was okay, then she needed a minute to gather her wits. The minute turned into 3 when she finally took a deep breath and got out of the truck. With the little willpower she had left, she opened the door and stepped inside. Lady greeted her first, and Hadley dropped down to give the pup some love. Her skin prickled as she sensed Sam behind her. His shadow engulfed her, and she turned her head to look at him. Thanks for bringing her back, but what are you still doing here? I wanted to make sure you got home okay. How was the date? She shrugged. It was okay. Just okay? Do I have to go kick someone's ass? He was a nice guy. Great, really. Good. Are you going to see him again? She looked down at the hem of her shirt, suddenly fascinated by the material. Probably not. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you just say he was great? I did, but what? She hated when he did that. He could never just take her word for it and leave it at that. No, he had to push until she cut herself open and spilled all the details. She wasn't going to do it this time. He didn't need to know that she was pitiful when it came to the dating world. I really don't want to get into it right now. Why are you acting weird? I'm not acting weird. Her resolve broke. She was so sick and tired of hiding from the truth. It's just no guy, no matter how great he is, will ever be enough. Maybe you should lower your standards. She let out a humorous laugh. I wish I could. Trust me, my life would be a hell of a lot easier. Hell, I'd probably be married by now. But once the bar is set so damn high, it's impossible to lower it. I'll forever be a spinster, but like you said, at least I'll have my dogs. I was just kidding about that. Yeah, well, maybe the joke's on me. What are you talking about? She took a deep breath. It was now or never. Maybe if she just put it out there into the universe, even if he rejected her, at least she'd be able to finally move on.
Kate had a point. If she never said anything, he would never know. She glanced up, catching his gaze. "What is it, Hads? Talk to me." Those pretty eyes turned serious as his hand took hold of hers, warm and gentle, almost too much for her to handle. "Now or never." "I love you. I love you too." She shook her head, annoyed that he couldn't see beyond the surface to what really lay within her heart. "No, you don't understand. The reason no guy is ever good enough for me, the reason I find fault with every single one of them, is because of you. I don't just love you. I'm in love with you." "What do you mean you're in love with me?" She ripped his hand from his. "If I have to explain that to you, then we have bigger problems. I mean, fuck, Hads." He turned away, running his hand through his hair. His shirt pulled tight across his muscles. "How long have—" he said, then stopped himself from finishing the question. She didn't need all the words to know what he was asking. "Since you carried me home, after I jumped out of the tree and hurt my ankle." He spun back to her, eyes wide with disbelief. "That was 20 fucking years ago." "Yeah, well, who's counting?" "Why have you never said anything before?" "It wouldn't have made a difference." "Then why now?" he asked. "Because I'm sick and tired of harboring that secret. I can't do it anymore. Now that it's out, maybe I can finally let you go." He paced back and forth before stopping in front of her. She wanted to press her finger to the bridge of his nose and massage away the creases. He let out a breath and shook his head. "I can't believe this. It's not like I have some sick fantasy that you and me are going to ride off into the sunset. I have no expectations from you." "I don't know what to say. What am I supposed to say?" "Nothing," she said, keeping her tone as neutral as possible as she fought with the rising emotions. "You should go, though. I appreciate you waiting for me, but please just leave." "Hads, don't. Just go." He grabbed his coat, then turned back to her momentarily before heading to the door. It was obvious he had no idea what to say, but if his first reaction wasn't, "I'm in love with you too," then there was nothing left to be discussed. His hand settled on the doorknob. "Sam?" she called out, her voice cracking. His back rose and fell, then he turned to look at her. She hated the confusion in his eyes, hated that the carefree ease he always exuded was missing. "Yeah? Forget I ever said anything." There was desperation in her words that she knew was also clear on her face. Sam might not be in love with her, but he would always do as she asked. "Okay," he said, before slipping out into the night, leaving her with thoughts of what would never be. Chapter 9. Sam turned into the middle school parking lot and pulled behind a minivan. He'd been picking Missy up from school every Wednesday since she was in kindergarten. He was hoping sometime with his half-sister could get his mind off of Hadley. Did Hadley honestly think he'd be able to forget what she said to him? All he could do was think about it every damn second of every damn day. He couldn't even get a reprieve in his sleep. No, every time he closed his eyes, there she was, looking broken and lost, as the words slipped from her lips, and all he could do was stare at her in disbelief. He wanted to go back in time and fix things, but he had no idea how to do that. It had been a month, 4 full weeks since he'd seen her. No matter what he did, he couldn't bring himself to even call her. It was stupid. He was notorious for staying friends with girls he'd slept with, but this was different. He didn't sleep with Hadley. He couldn't. Whether he wanted to or not, she was strictly off limits. What the hell was she thinking? Anger coursed through his veins, tension pulling irritatingly tight at his neck as he cursed under his breath. The passenger door opened and Missy slid in, her brown hair pulled back in its usual ponytail, and her green eyes lined with too much black crab. "Who died?" she asked as he turned to her. "What are you talking about?" "You look like shit." He ran a hand through his hair and put his car in drive before giving her a quick glance. "Language." "Because you never curse. I'm older. I earned the right. I'm 14. I'm practically an adult." Sam let out a loud laugh. When you start paying your own mortgage, driving yourself around, and can watch a scary movie without sleeping with a nightlight for a week, come and talk to me. Missy stuck her tongue out, and he chuckled. "That's mature. Learned from the best. What do you want to do today? We can go to the outlets like I owe you." He thought maybe getting out of town would be good for him, help him clear his head, but the minute he mentioned the outlets, his mind drifted to Hadley. He'd asked her to go with them, and damn if he wouldn't feel guilty for going without her. "Not yet. I want to save a little more money first." "I told you, I'd buy you something." "I know, but what if I want to buy 2 things? I'll take care of it." Sam might not have made a shit ton of money, but he learned at an early age the importance of saving. There weren't many things he needed to be happy, and he lived well within his means. Every now and again he would splurge, but it was rare, though he would never hesitate to give his sister whatever she wanted. "That wasn't our deal." "I made the deal. I can change the deal. Besides, where are you getting money from?" "I'm babysitting." "How can you babysit when you're just a kid yourself?" "Coming from the guy who has made it a habit to dump water on people?" "That's a ritual, not a habit." "Tomato, tomato." Sam stopped at the stop sign at the end of the road. "If we're not going to the outlets, where are we off to?" he asked. "It's the last week of October." "And your point?" "The fall festival ends this weekend, and we haven't been." Sam's hands tightened on the steering wheel. He'd spent a month doing everything in his power to avoid Hadley, and now Missy was asking him to go to the one place Hadley was guaranteed to be. Basil Hill Farms, also known as the Hayes family farm, was famous for their annual fall festival. It was the time of year when all hands were on deck to make sure operations ran smoothly. Hadley held the reins for most of the planning and would no doubt be on site. It was how he was able to avoid her so easily, taking advantage of the fact that she was busy at the farm while he purposely avoided it. It did nothing for his guilt. Every year he always volunteered his time to help out with the pumpkin field, and instead he'd picked up a few extra shifts at work. "I don't want to drop in unannounced." Missy turned in her seat, narrowing her eyes at him. "We always drop in unannounced. In all the years we've been going there, I don't think we've ever called. And it's a fair, which means anyone can go within business hours." She tapped the time on the truck's radio. "So, like, right now." "It's just—" Missy tilted her head and crossed her arms. "Just what?" Sam scratched his chin, trying to prolong the time before he accepted defeat. He did bring his sister to the farm every year to get a pumpkin to carve for Halloween. If he'd been speaking with Hadley, she probably would have called him by now and asked when he was planning on stopping by. That was the thing Missy didn't know. Hadley always knew when they were coming. "Nothing," Sam said, as he put his blinker on and took the turn toward the farm. Missy clapped to herself and bounced up and down in her seat, reminding him of the excited kid she always was. He missed those years, when everything made her smile, and she didn't talk about boys and whatever pop star she was currently obsessing over. He loved who she was growing into, but there was something about the sweet, innocent girl he couldn't help but miss. "I hope they still have some of Betty's caramel apples left. I've been dreaming about those things." "Then we better go and get you one." Sam pulled his truck into the parking lot and found an open spot. Even though it was a Wednesday, the place was still packed. Everyone was getting in their last bit of pumpkin picking, corn mazes, and Carol's famous pie. Missy was out of the car and outside of his door before he even pulled the key from the ignition. "What are you waiting for?" she asked. Sam reluctantly shoved his keys into his pocket, sending up a silent prayer that Hadley was off on a delivery or picking up a foster dog in another town. "Look, there's Hadley," Missy said, and any hope Sam had was gone as Missy's arm shot up in the air. "Hadley!" Missy waved. Hadley was squatting in front of a small boy and handing him a caramel apple lollipop, her favorite, and then pushed to her knees and searched the area. Her blonde hair was longer than usual, her jeans a little tighter, and the t-shirt she wore clung greedily to her chest. Sam swallowed as each little detail jumped out at him, as though he was seeing her for the first time. She spotted them, and the pretty bright smile that always seemed to be a permanent fixture on her lips fell. He could barely make out her slate blue eyes, and wondered if the ring around them was dim or bright. If he could just get closer and see, he'd know how she felt about seeing him. Missy made the first move, walking across the market area and closing in on Hadley. Sam shoved his hands into his jean pockets, took a deep breath, and followed. "Missy!" Hadley exclaimed as they got closer. She opened her arms up and pulled Missy into an embrace. "I was starting to worry that you were too cool for something like this. As long as Betty keeps making her caramel apples, I'll never be too cool for this place." Hadley laughed, and it shocked Sam how the sound floated into his ears and went straight to his heart, leaving a trail of heat behind it. She looked at him then, the slate blue of her eyes surrounded by a fading black ring. "Hey," she said, and man, he hated how painful that single word sounded. "Hey," he managed. "You guys should head over to the pumpkin patch. My dad's about to start another hayride, and Cooper's over at the corn maze taking tickets. He'll let you in for free and probably give away the trick to get out, if you ask." "Thanks, we'll do that," Sam said. It wouldn't take a rocket scientist to notice the stiff conversation, the awareness to keep their distance from each other, the forced smiles, so it was no wonder Missy picked up on it. "Did you two have a fight or something?" she asked. "No," they said at the same time. "Of course not," Hadley said. "We don't fight. We're adults." There was a harsh bite on the way she emphasized adults. "If you say so," Missy said. "I'm going to go look for Betty." The last thing Sam wanted was to be left alone with Hadley, but Missy took off before he could follow. If he left now, it would look like he was avoiding her. He was, but he didn't want to make it obvious. "She's getting so big," Hadley said. "It's like each time I see her, she looks more and more like a woman and less like a little girl." "Tell me about it." He rubbed at the back of his neck, trying to release the pressure that had been building since he'd laid eyes on Hadley. "Your hair is different." She ran a hand over the long blonde strands. "Figured it was time for a change." "I liked your hair the way it was." "It's just hair." Her tone wasn't full of the light humor it usually was, and he hated that whatever was between them was lost. He wanted her back in his life. His life simply wasn't his without her in it. He didn't know how to go back, but he could try to move forward. "It's supposed to be a nice weekend. The weather seems to be holding out this year." "Can we not do this?" she asked, her voice almost hostile. "Do what?" "You, trying to make small talk with me. It's weird, and not us. If you're not comfortable talking with me anymore, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to stand here and endure it." "I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, Hads." "Nothing. You're supposed to do nothing." "You know I can't do that. If there's a problem, I have to fix it. Tell me how to fix it." "You can't fix this. At the end of the day, I'm still in love with you, and you can't even bear to look at me anymore. The only thing that can fix this, fix us, is a time machine." She pushed past him, but he wasn't willing to let her go. Not like this. He reached out, grabbing her arm and pulling her back to him. Her slate-blue eyes glistened in the midday sun, the dark rim softening in intensity. "I miss you," he admitted. "You're the one who disappeared for a month." "I did it for you." "Me?" she laughed. "Now, if that isn't the biggest load of crap I've ever heard. You did it for yourself because you don't like when you can't control a situation. It's why you never stick with a girl long enough to get to the point where feelings get involved. You refuse to be vulnerable. I know you, Sam. I know you better than anyone, which is why I know you're lying." "I'm not." "You are. Just admit it. What you had with me was safe. You had someone to hang out with and be your plus one, be there when you needed to vent about whatever the hell was going on in your life. And at the end of the night, you could go home with no strings attached because you would never cross that line with me. You used me." "That's bullshit." Anger ripped across the veins in his neck. His temper hung by a strand as he glared into her eyes. "Is it?" She met his stare with her own intensity, urging him toward an edge that would send him spiraling with no return. He held his ground, refusing to let her false accusations propel him to crash to the bottom. She was right about one thing. She knew him, and that meant she also knew how to push his buttons and call his bluff. He wasn't an idiot, and he knew what she was doing. She was using his fears and insecurities to make her point. Sam didn't like to be accused of using anyone, whether it be the women he slept with or the people who helped him. Everyone he was involved with knew what they were getting from the get-go, and he always paid his dues. He stepped closer to Hadley until he could smell the cherry chapstick she always wore, feel her accelerated breath against his cheek. "It's bullshit and you know it, and if it makes you feel better, then believe whatever the fuck you want." The ring around her eyes turned a deathly black as he backed away. It was in that moment he realized he didn't want to fight with her. He wanted to wrap his hand around her waist and yank her hard against him, crash his lips to hers and taste her forbidden mouth, run his tongue along the long length of her neck to the hollow crease between her shoulder blades, and hear the tiny moans rumble up her throat as she lost control beneath his touch. The realization caused him to stumble back. Her death glare turned to concern as she looked him over. "Are you okay?" she asked, going to him as if they weren't just at each other's throats. Her hand rested on his arm, sending a jolt of heated desire racing through his body. "Fine," he said, his voice much gruffer than he had anticipated. He cleared his throat and stepped out of her grip. "I'm fine. I should go find Missy." "Oh, okay." He went to go when Hadley called out to him. He hesitated for a moment, gathering the strength to turn back and look at her. "Yeah?" he said, turning and meeting her eyes. "I miss you, too," she said, then hurried away. Chapter 10. Sam pulled back into the station's parking lot after finishing up a call for a fisherman who had fallen into the lake. Luckily, with the help of his crew and the state fish and game officials, they were able to pull the man to safety. He was now at the hospital being treated for hypothermia. There never seemed to be a dull moment lately, and Sam loved every second of it. Plus, it was a great way to keep his mind occupied. He got out of his SUV and headed into the station, where his men were putting away equipment. "Great job today, boys," he said, his voice carrying through the space. "Just doing our job," Miguel said, as he slipped out of his jacket. Sam gave him a nod and headed toward his office. He had a lot of paperwork to take care of before he could call it a day. While he preferred the action over the clerical work, it was still a big part of his job, and he took it very seriously. He sat down behind his desk and turned his computer on. While he waited for it to load, he looked at a few pictures he had on his desk. One of him and Missy at her kindergarten graduation. He really needed to get an updated picture. There was one of him and Matt on the lake, both holding beers and smiling at the camera. Then one of him with the entire Hayes clan at Matt and Shay's wedding. His arm was draped over Hadley, who looked fucking beautiful in that coral dress, with her hair pulled out of her face. Her mouth was open in mid-laugh because he had said something inappropriate, and he was looking at her with a satisfied smile. Whenever he got that loud, uncontrollable laughter to pour from her lips, he took it as a small victory. He picked the picture up and brought it closer to him. He wasn't just looking at her with a satisfied smile. No, there was something else there that he never noticed before, an invisible spark that brought him to life. Sam heard Betty Hayes before he saw her. Her voice carried across the station with ease. He fumbled with the frame before placing it back in its rightful place. "I know my way, boys," Betty said. "Looking good, Miguel." Sam laughed at her playful tone. At 81 years young, she was still very much full of life, and that spunky attitude of hers that he always appreciated seemed to be shining bright today. A smile instantly formed on Sam's face as he pushed out from his desk and waited for Betty to approach. "There's my boy," she said, as she reached for his face and pulled him close. He gave her a kiss on the cheek before she pulled back, giving him a once-over with her bright blue eyes. "What do I owe the pleasure?" he asked, causing her to cock a perturbed eyebrow in his direction, as if he shouldn't have to ask. "Haven't seen you in so long. I was starting to think you kicked the bucket. Just stopping by to make sure I didn't miss your funeral." "No such luck," he laughed. "Still alive and kicking." "Then why haven't you shown up to Sunday dinner in over a month?" Ever since Matt had invited him to Sunday dinner when he was only 8 years old, he'd become a part of that tradition, as well as the family. Unfortunately, his schedule was making it impossible for him to get Sundays off. One of his guys was out with a broken leg, and another was in North Carolina visiting his sick mom, so everyone else was pitching in extra shifts to cover for them. Or, at least, that's what he was telling himself. The truth was, he was avoiding Hadley. In the beginning, it was because he didn't know how to move forward from the massive bomb she dropped at him. But after the fall festival, after the way her touch made him crave her, he was avoiding her for both of their sakes. It was safer this way. If he didn't put himself in the path of temptation, then he could avoid it altogether. "I've been busy with work," he said, but by the unamused look on Betty's face, he knew that answer wasn't going to suffice. "Don't you think we're all busy with work? Busting our booties at the festival, which, by the way, I think I saw you there all of one time, and you didn't even bother to stop by and say hi to me. But that's beside the point. Whether you got to work or not doesn't mean we can't take a couple of hours for ourselves to see the ones we care about most." "I stopped by your house 2 Wednesdays ago before I picked my sister up from school." "Exactly. I could have been dead by now." "Betty," he said, flashing her a smile, "we all know you're going to outlive every one of us. I wouldn't put your money on it quite yet. I'll be 82 in a couple months if you've forgotten. Maybe if you plan on it now, you can have that Sunday off and help me celebrate." "I'm getting old, kid. I don't know how many birthdays I have left in me." "What are you talking about? You're still a spring chicken. Don't try and charm me. Just tell me what I want to hear." "I wouldn't miss it for the world." "Good. Now, that's one Sunday. What about this one coming up?" "Now you're pushing it," he joked. "I would go over your head and talk to your boss, but too bad for me you are the boss. So do whatever you have to do, and I'll see you on Sunday. Carol's making your favorite." Bribing me with meatloaf? Now, that's just plain dirty. You know that's how I work." She winked, then walked away. She stopped when she got to the door and turned back, a huge damn smile on her face. "I better see you this Sunday or there'll be hell to pay." Sam took a begrudged breath. He could try and make up some lame excuse, but that would only put Betty on a mission, and the last thing he needed was her snooping around into his personal business. The words clung to his throat, and he had to force them out with every fiber of his being. With no choice, he gave her a nod. "See you Sunday." Chapter 11. Hadley sat on the couch in the living room, her feet pulled up beneath her as Lady rested her head in Hadley's lap. She ran a hand over the dog's ear, using soft, calming strokes as they watched Matt, Mason, and Cooper try to put together a bookshelf their mother had bought that afternoon. Cooper jumped right into the task, ignoring the directions and any semblance of a plan. Matt stood over him, telling him what he should be doing, while Mason kept his cool as he read the directions. It was by far more entertaining than any TV show she had watched recently. Kate plopped down on the couch next to her, careful not to spill her wine or the beer she was holding. "You know, me and you could have this thing put together in 10 minutes. "Oh, I know, but they don't want my help, so I sit and watch and judge." Kate laughed. "Sounds like fun." Hadley nodded to the 2 drinks in her hands. "Double fisting now. Grandma must be on the prowl. She actually hasn't asked me about having kids once in the past month. I think we might need to bring her to the doctor and get her checked out." Kate held out the pint glass to her. "This is for you. Pumpkin ale straight from the growler Mason brought over." "Why, thank you," Hadley said, taking the glass from Kate. "How you holding up?" Kate asked. Hadley had told her about Sam and how her plan had completely backfired. Confessing that she was in love with him didn't go the way either of them had expected. Kate offered to go beat him up just like when they were kids, but Hadley told her it wasn't necessary. "Oh, he's still avoiding me," Hadley admitted. "That's because he's a moron. I can't fault him for not feeling the same way as I do." "You can, and you should. It'll make you feel 1,000 times better." Hadley took a sip of beer, wishing it were that simple. It won't. She looked into the glass at the amber liquid before holding the glass up. "But this will. Be careful or Matt will take your keys. Lucky for me, I can walk home." Hadley lived a few streets over. For most people, they would consider it a far walk, but for her, it was one she was used to. There had been many days she'd left her truck at home and opted to walk to the farm. It was a great way to clear her head and kickstart her morning with a little extra exercise. Like he'd let you walk home if you're drunk. You'll be squeezed into the back of his car with Lady and the baby while Matt lectures you on drinking too much. "That's why I have you to drive me home," Hadley said. "Try again. Caleb and I took our bikes today." "Damn you. Oh, it's fine. I wasn't planning on drinking a lot anyway." Hadley liked to throw back a beer or 2, but was never big on drinking more than she could handle. Getting drunk wasn't something she enjoyed and usually avoided it at all costs. "Sam, you made it!" Betty's voice traveled across the living room, and Hadley froze in place. Her stomach dipped, and she sucked in an unexpected gasp. Sam hadn't been to Sunday night dinner since her confession. Maybe he was finally ready to put everything behind them. She took a healthy sip of her beer, ignoring Kate's stare. "Do you want to leave?" Kate asked. "I can tell everyone you have a headache." Kate would always have her back, no matter what, and she would lie until her face turned blue if Hadley asked her to. But it was time to stop hiding from the inevitable. Sam was a part of this family, and she couldn't avoid him forever. If he could make the effort to be here, then she sure as hell could make the effort to stay. "Thanks, but I think I'm good," Kate rested a hand on Hadley's knee and gave it a squeeze. "Are you sure? Because I can come up with something better. Tell Sam you have another date. That seemed to ruffle his feathers last time." Hadley laughed. "I appreciate it, but it's okay. I'm okay." She met Kate's unconvinced gaze. "I am. Promise. Let me know if you change your mind." Hadley's eyes drifted to the door where Matt met Sam and gave him a quick hug. According to Shay, Sam had been by their house at least once a week since that dreaded night. So he obviously still had time for social calls, and became blaringly obvious that he really was just avoiding her. It hurt to think that the one person she could always call on for anything was the one who hurt her. All she wanted was to go back to the way things were. She wasn't lying when she said she missed him. She missed him more than anything, and it killed her inside knowing he was purposely evading her. She thought she would feel free once she let him know the truth, but in the end, all she felt was empty. She was able to live her life keeping her feelings to herself, and if she knew the truth would have put a wedge between them, she would have gladly held on to her secret for as long as she lived. Looking at him across the room, it became too much for her to handle. She forced a smile and excused herself, finding refuge in the bathroom. She stared in the mirror and took a deep breath, trying to get herself together. If just looking at him caused her to fall apart, she could only imagine what would happen if he actually spoke to her. "You're stronger than this," she said to her reflection. "Get it together." She splashed some water on her face, letting the cool liquid calm her rattled nerves. She patted her face dry and fixed her hair before finding the strength and the courage to go back out there. With a deep breath, she opened the door and almost slammed right into him. He grabbed her shoulders, stopping a major collision. His eyes turned down to her and concern etched his features. "Are you okay? You look upset." She tried to ignore the strong feel of his hands against her arms and the heat that radiated off of him in strong waves that wrapped around her. And most of all, she tried to ignore the fact that his eyes were a vibrant shade of blue today and matched his shirt. "I'm fine," she said, through a fake smile. "No, you're not." He grabbed her wrist and yanked her into the bathroom, shutting the door behind them. "What are you doing?" she asked, suddenly realizing how small the bathroom actually was. He ran a hand over his face, his muscles pressing hard against his shirt. His hand fell to his side and his gaze locked on hers. "I hate this." "And I don't? You don't think that I replay that night over and over in my head, wishing I had just kept my damn mouth shut?" He went to her, wrapping his hand around the back of her neck and pressing his lips to her forehead. She closed her eyes, trying to force the tears and pain to stay down. He rested his head against hers, his hand gliding across her jaw, until his palm molded to her cheek. His thumb brushed against the heated skin of her face. "I'm sorry," she said, feeling the need to apologize, because at this point, an apology was all she had. There was a struggle in his eyes, one she couldn't quite decipher. The emotion that she was so desperately trying to hold back began to spill forward as his other hand moved to her face. "Shh," he said. The warm mint of his breath brushed against her skin like a soothing caress. "Don't, please." He kissed her forehead again, then the spot right beside her eye. She sucked in a startled but satiated breath as his hands moved down her neck to her shoulders, a slow, tortuous journey that left a trail of burning hot skin in its wake. His fingers curled into the fabric of her shirt, and he urged her closer. Her chest pressed against his, and she blinked up instantly, getting lost in the blue depths of his eyes. Her breathing became unsteady, increasing with each exhale as his hands moved across the small of her back. His head tilted, face inching closer ever so slowly. "We shouldn't," he said, just as his mouth captured hers. His lips moved tenderly in a soft, body-melting kiss before passion consumed them both, and she thrust her hands into his short dark hair, pulling his head closer. Taking back control, his fingers tangled in her hair and he tilted her head, deepening the kiss. His tongue dipped into her mouth, and she moaned at the welcomed assault. His lips settled more firmly over hers as he coaxed her to meet his intensity, a shift so erotic it caused her knees to weaken. She didn't have to worry, though. He held her tight against him, keeping her from melting into a ravished puddle onto the floor. His hand slipped beneath the fabric of her shirt, pressing against bare skin. A moan rose in his throat as he pressed her against the door, his knee slipping between her legs. She moved against him, searching for a way to relieve the ache that was growing ruthless by the second. His hand slipped from her skin and she whimpered, instantly missing his touch. Skilled fingers ran up her arms and across her neck, sparking every nerve ending to life. Desperate to feel his skin against hers, she reached for his zipper, fumbling on the button. "No." His hands tightened on her shoulders, and he pushed her away. "I can't do this." She looked up at him, shocked and confused. "Why not?" She had felt the passion flowing through his kiss, heard the carnal moans rising in his throat, and she knew, without a doubt, that he finally realized the undeniable tether that existed between them. He ran a hand through his hair and stepped away, pacing back and forth. Tension pulled at the fine lines around his eyes and accentuated the 3 creases on the bridge of his nose. He came to a stop in front of her, holding up his pointer finger. "For starters, if Matt found out, he would fucking castrate me," he said in a loud whisper. "Are you sure he hasn't already? Because clearly you're lacking balls." "He's my best friend." "And he is my brother. So what?" "So what? Have you met him? From the minute you and your sister started wearing bras, he made me swear to never go after any of you, to always protect you against guys like me. How the hell can I go behind his back and betray him?" "I'm so glad you and my brother think you can control who I can and cannot date. It's none of his damn business." "Maybe so, but he thinks it is. And I can't do anything that would jeopardize our friendship." "It's an excuse, a bad one at that. You aren't a 16-year-old kid anymore. You're a 36-year-old man who is more than capable of making his own decisions. Unless you just don't want to hurt me. If you don't want me, just tell me." "That's not it." "Then what is it?" Sam took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. "I had no one until your brother asked me if I wanted to join a kickball game one day. He saw beyond the hand-me-down clothes to a kid who just wanted to fit in. He gave me that chance. He gave me his old clothes that actually fit, so people would stop making fun of me. He helped me with my homework and taught me how to field a ball. But more than anything, he gave me the one thing that I always wanted. He gave me a family. I owe him everything for that. So I might be a 36-year-old man, but that 8-year-old boy is still inside me, and he still remembers." While Hadley knew Sam's upbringing wasn't always pleasant, she had no idea how bad it actually was. He had always been so upbeat and confident, never once discussing what was or wasn't waiting for him at home. Now, knowing, she wished she could go back in time and give that 8-year-old boy a hug. "I didn't know all of that." He reached out, cupping her cheek in the warmth of his palm. The pad of his thumb brushed softly against her skin as those aquamarine irises bore into hers. Any man with eyes would be an idiot not to want you. I'm lucky because I also get to see beyond the package to what really matters on the inside. And it's fucking beautiful. But the question of whether I want you or not is irrelevant when there are much bigger things at play. So, that's it. We never get a chance? Afraid not. That's bullshit. It is what it is. I'm sorry. Sam slipped out of the bathroom and left her there, alone. She looked in the mirror, searching for the strength to go back out there, but couldn't seem to find it. Maybe she did have a headache, after all. Chapter 12. If Sam couldn't stop thinking about Hadley before, now he was completely consumed with her. Everywhere he turned, he saw her face, remembered the taste of her lips, the feel of her hips, and the way she moaned against his mouth. God, she'd wanted him so badly, and damn did he want her too. It took every ounce of self-control he had to push her away and walk out of that bathroom before taking her dirty against the door. He had never felt a desire so intense in his life, and the fact that he managed to walk away was mind-boggling. It was for the best. At least, he was trying to convince himself it was. He meant everything he had said to her. There were just too many complications for them to be together. He couldn't sacrifice a lifelong friendship or a family who took him in when he was a poor kid with no semblance of structure in his sad, pathetic life. For the next few hours, he would be out on the water with his best friend, fishing and throwing back a few beers. Hadley would be the last thing on his mind, or so he hoped. Sam pulled into Matt's driveway and threw his truck into park. It was rare for him and Matt to both have the same day off, so they always managed to get together when they did. The fall was coming to an end, and pretty soon the ground would be covered in 2 feet of snow, and any sign of foliage would be stuck beneath it. So, before the frigid temperatures of winter ascended upon them, and the lake behind Matt's house froze, they were going out in Matt's canoe one last time for the season. Sam grabbed his fishing pole out of the back of his truck and headed to the front door of the log cabin. He knocked once, and the door flew open. Matt, holding a wailing Matthew on his shoulder, motioned for Sam to come in. It was still weird seeing his best friend with a kid. In his mind, they were still 18, and to think that they were no longer that age, and that 18 years had passed since then, was a hard pill to swallow. When Shay had come back in Matt's life, Sam was happy, even though he knew it meant the end of an era. But seeing the joy on his friend's face when he'd said his wedding vows and when he came into the hospital waiting room to announce the arrival of his son, Sam knew everything turned out exactly how it should have. Sam took Matthew's hand and leveled his face with his. "What's the matter, little man?" "He has a loaded diaper," Matt answered. Sam let go of Matthew and stepped back, holding his hands up. That's Daddy's problem." "Gee, thanks. You know, I'm looking forward to the day when you have your own kid." "We both know that's never going to happen." "With the amount of women you've slept with?" Sam suddenly felt uncomfortable, shifting from one foot to the other as he ran a hand through his hair and tried to smile. If Matt knew that the woman Sam had his eyes on now was Matt's own baby sister, Matt wouldn't hesitate to knock him out. Sam shrugged. "Safety first, my friend. Safety first." "Even safety measures aren't 100% guaranteed. So the fact that you haven't accidentally knocked someone up astounds me. Then again, for all you know, there's a little Sam somewhere out there in the world." "Impossible," Sam said through clenched teeth, tension inching up his neck at the thought. He didn't want kids, but if by some occurrence it happened, he would never want that kid to grow up like he did, without a father. He would step up and be a man, taking care of his responsibilities as one should. Matt held up his hand. "I was kidding." Sam took a deep breath and brushed it off. I know. Just don't want history to repeat itself. It won't. Besides, your dad was 16 when he got your mom pregnant. You can't even compare at this point. You're right. I usually am. Now let me change him before Shay gets out of the shower. Take your time.
Matt walked down the hallway to Matthew's room, and Sam tried to imagine himself with his own kid. He just couldn't picture it. His dad might have been a kid when Sam was born, but he had 36 years to man up, and he never did. Sam wanted to think he would step up and be the guy his father never was, if he ever did have kids of his own. But that asshole's blood ran through Sam's veins, and DNA wasn't something you could change. It was a part of him and who he was, and that scared the shit out of him. Bubbles, Matt's dog, that started out as one of Hadley's many foster dogs, nudged Sam's hand. He stared up at Sam with his crystal blue eyes. "Hey, boy." Sam bent down to the pit bull husky mix, happy for a distraction from his thoughts, and scratched behind the band of brown that lined his white face and extended to his ears. The dog was odd-looking, like his backside had been dipped in a vat of chocolate. Sam stood up and walked over to the couch, and Bubbles followed. He patted the spot on the couch next to him, and Bubbles jumped up, resting his head on Sam's lap. "You're a good boy." "Hey, Sam." Sam looked over his shoulder and saw Shay in a pair of black yoga pants and a white t-shirt, running a towel through her long dark hair. "Hey." He got up from the couch, abandoning Bubbles, and gave Shay a kiss on the cheek. "How you doing?" "Can't complain. I'm trying to come up with a new winter cupcake recipe. Have any ideas?" Shay always came up with a new cupcake each season that had never been on Sweet Dream's bakery menu before. Sometimes they would come to her right away, and other times she would spend weeks trying to come up with something. Sam had tried to help in the past, but she always scoffed at his ideas. It amazed him that she still asked him for suggestions anyway. "What about hot chocolate?" "Done it." "Peppermint?" "I did a peppermint mocha before." Shay reached for a mug from the top shelf, straining on tiptoes to reach. "You need help there?" "Nope," she said, as she grabbed a spatula from the drawer and used it to fling the mug closer so she could grab it. That was impressive. Short people problems. You have to get creative every now and again. "Do you want some coffee?" "I already had 3 cups this morning. I'll pass." "Suit yourself." Shay fixed herself a cup, then leaned against the counter as she took a sip. "What else do you got?" "You never like my ideas." "Today they're not bad. They're better than your summer suggestion of hot dog-flavored cupcakes." "I still think they would be a hit." "And I still think they would make people vomit." She paused. "Winter seems to be your thing. So come on, hit me with some more ideas." Sam thought for a moment. "Eggnog? Gingerbread?" "Oh!" Shay put her mug down and plucked a pen from a magnetic holder on the side of the fridge. She opened a drawer and rummaged through it before pulling out a notebook. She tapped the pen against her lip, and Sam swore he could see the gears turning in her head. "I can do a gingerbread latte with a caramel cream cheese frosting. That's perfect." She scribbled in her notebook, then looked up. "Sam, you're a genius." "Damn straight I am." Matt walked into the kitchen with a smiling baby Matthew on his hip. "Jar," he said, as he pointed to a mason jar filled with change and dollar bills. They started the swear jar right after Matthew was born, in hopes that they could curb their language before their son learned a word he shouldn't use. Between Matt and Shay and the rest of their family and friends, the jar got fed quite often. "Damn isn't even a curse." "That's twice," Matt said. Sam let out a sigh and reached into his pocket. He retrieved his wallet, plucked out $2 bills, and shoved them in. This kid would have a full ride to college on the fact that people were unable to control their language alone. Why is there a 20 in there? "Cooper,"
Likes to pay in advance, Shay said. Sam laughed. He would. He thinks I'll lose track, and he'll slip a few in at no charge. Then he doesn't know you at all, Sam said. Matt handed off the baby to Shay. You need anything else before we head out? I'm good. Matthew and I are going to head over to the bakery to work on Mommy's new recipe. Isn't that right? Shay's voice went up about 10 octaves as she repeated herself 5 times. The kid seemed to enjoy it since his arms flopped around like he was hitting an invisible drum set. Say goodbye to Uncle Sam. Sam took Matthew's hand and held it up, giving him a high five, then bent down and kissed his head. You behave for your mom, he said, and Matthew laughed like he'd just told the funniest joke. Sam laughed with him, his heart swelling with love for the little meatball. As his godfather, Sam took the role seriously and made a point to come by at least once a week to see the kid. He was actually looking forward to when he was older and Sam could take him to the firehouse, out fishing and throw a ball around with him. The car seat is in your car, Matt said to Shay. I put extra diapers in the diaper bag and the tube of Desitin. Thank you, Shay said. Shay gave Matt a kiss, then Matt leaned down and kissed his son's head. You two have fun, Shay said to them. Oh, there's a bottle in the fridge and... Shay shoved Matt in the chest. Out, before I throw you out. Sam laughed, used to their antics. Matt was such a control freak, and Shay, after cutting ties with a controlling mother, wouldn't put up with Matt's crap. It was entertaining to watch his friend get knocked down a few notches by a tiny brunette who barely came up to his shoulders. Just give me the word, Shay, and I'll knock him off the boat. Make it look like an accident. Tempting, she said. Oh, really? Matt grabbed her by the waist and yanked her close. Sam took it as his cue to head outside and wait. At least with the baby being awake, he knew they wouldn't slip off together. A few minutes later, Matt met him outside with a stupid grin on his face. You ready? Let's do this. Just as they were about to make their way across the deck toward the lake, Sam heard the sound of crunching leaves beneath truck tires. He looked across the deck toward the driveway just as Hadley put her truck in park. He suddenly forgot to breathe. Today was supposed to be about forgetting about her, clearing his mind of all thoughts of her. And now he was staring directly at her. Her eyes widened as they met his, and he could make out the slight part in her lips. She stepped out of the truck, dressed in jeans that curved perfectly to her thighs, accentuating the slender but muscular legs. Her usual flannel shirt was left unbuttoned and pulled over a white tank top that clung to her body like a second skin. Her tits, 2 beautiful mounds, peeked out from the low dip of the neckline. Her hair was down, and though it framed her face strikingly, it was still hard to get used to the extra inches that had grown out. Matt elbowed Sam, knocking him out of his trance, and moved toward his sister. Matt gave her a quick hug, then bent down and gave Lady a pat on the head. He pointed toward the house. Shay's inside. Thanks. Sam still hadn't moved. Hey, Sam, she waved, as if she wasn't completely filling his head with a million X-rated thoughts. Hey, he managed, knowing damn well he couldn't act weird unless he wanted Matt to get suspicious. What are you doing here? He asked, instantly regretting the hostility in his tone. Hadley cocked an eyebrow at him. Shay asked me to stop by and brainstorm ideas for new cupcake flavors. I already helped her, so you can go home now. Hadley looked at him, her lips turned downward, sadness etching the corners of her eyes. He missed her smile, and to see her like this, lacking the upbeat air that naturally radiated off of her, ripped apart his insides. It was just that he could feel his resolve weakening, and he needed her to leave before he lost control completely. Matt waved his hand at Sam. Don't mind him. He's just gloating about his epic summer fail. Hey, hot dog cupcakes could be a thing, Sam said, grateful for Matt's interference.
Crap!
Matt's hands patted each one of his pockets. I forgot my phone. I'll be right back. Sam's body tightened as Matt made his way back to the house. Lady sniffed his hand, and he looked down at the golden cocker spaniel. Sorry, girl. I don't have any treats on me. That's okay. We're getting used to you disappointing us, Hadley said. And though her tone was humorous, the words cut him deep. Hads. He reached out to her, not thinking, but before he could touch her, she sidestepped him. It's fine. I've a treat in my truck you can give her. Hadley didn't even look at him as she made her way back to her truck, even though he knew he shouldn't. Sam followed. Hadley opened the door and reached into the glove box. She retrieved a small treat shaped like a bone and straightened. Sam moved closer, pressing his chest to her back and resting his mouth against her ear. You should have went home, he said, his hand running up the side of her leg before settling on her hip. With his other hand, he took the treat from Hadley's grasp and tossed it to the ground. She sucked in a breath, letting it out in a slow, jagged stream. A piece of hay was tangled in her blonde strands, and he chuckled against her ear before fishing it out. He loved how even when she was put together, beautiful as ever, she still had the quirks that made her Hadley. Sam, she said, her voice a mere whisper. He dabbed his tongue against the curve of her lobe, then suckled it between his lips. She pressed against him, her hand reaching behind him and sinking into his back. She urged him closer as he kissed a path down the length of her neck. A moan slipped from her lips, and it was like he won the goddamn lottery. He spun her around, a crazed man delirious with want. His hand snaked around her head, and he crushed his lips to hers, devouring her with every stroke of his tongue. Her fingers crawled up his neck, fueling the already out-of-control inferno blazing inside of him. He grabbed her thigh, pulling it around his waist as he pressed her against the truck. He needed her to feel the raging desire she created just by being near him. His fingers crept beneath the tight cotton of her tank top and sprawled across the soft skin of her back. The need to touch every inch of her body, trace his tongue along the bare skin of her thigh, and feel the heated trail he would leave behind, intensified with each passing second. A tremor racked his body as his hand slipped out from beneath the back of her shirt and roamed across her stomach before moving higher. The round curve of her tit sat perfectly in his hand, as if they were made for only him to touch. His fingers traced the puckered bead straining against the thin material of her bra until she cried out. He crushed his lips to hers, hard and fast, devouring the sound with his mouth. She whimpered against him as he pinched the tight bud and her hips thrust into him. The need to take her was frantic and strong, but somehow he managed to fight the urge, remembering where they were. He pushed her away. What the fuck had he been thinking? That was the problem whenever Hadley looked at him with those pretty slate blue eyes, her kissable mouth begging for his. Every conscious thought streaming through his head vanished. All he could focus on was feeling her against him, tasting her, and pushing her to the point where she was moaning against his mouth. She shoved at his chest, hard. No! You can't keep doing this to me. It's not fair. Hads, please. She shook her head. No, Sam. You need to decide what you want. And until then, keep your hands off of me. He stared at her, a desperate plea sitting on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed it down before it could fall out. No matter how badly he wanted her, it didn't matter. It wasn't just because of Matt, but because of who he was. It was simple. Hadley deserved better than him. Sorry, he said. I won't touch you any more. You have my word. She sucked in an infuriated breath and stormed off toward the house, Lady fast on her heels. just as Matt walked out. Matt flung a finger over his shoulder. "What's her deal?" Sam shrugged. "I told her Lady likes me more. I mean, the truth hurts sometimes." Matt laughed. "You two are out of your minds." If he only knew, Sam thought. Chapter 13. As the sun began its ascent, Hadley was ready to get back to work. They had their first noteworthy snowfall overnight, and she was excited to get outside. She loved the snow and always had. There was just something about it that made everything seem so peaceful and serene, a picturesque view that warmed her soul. She loved to see the tree limbs coated in a thick blanket of white, the cardinals' bright red feathers vibrantly standing out against the glistening background. "Come on, girl." Lady jumped down from the S10 pickup and followed Hadley onto the farm that represented Hadley's entire life. Every favorite memory started or ended right here on this land. She looked across the fields to where her parents' house sat and smiled, thinking of all the trouble her brothers and sisters had gotten into when they were children. They all had lives of their own now, and Hadley was the only one who still spent her days tending the chickens, feeding the horses, and Dominic the donkey, running the farm stand and helping their parents with all the other day-to-day operations. Not that she minded. She loved her job and couldn't imagine her life any other way. She just wished she had someone to share it with. Being single had never bothered her before, but watching how happy her brothers and sisters were with their significant others, it made her crave a love of her own. She thought about trying online dating again, but she'd lucked out last time and her date had been great. The problem was her. She gave her heart away when she was only a girl, and even though the man had no idea until recently that he held it, she didn't have a clue how to get it back. Morning. Hadley turned to see her dad walking across the field, a steaming mug of coffee in his hands. "Morning, Dad." Jonathan Hayes smiled back, his gray eyes bright with the start of a new day. A dirty blonde strand stuck out from the navy blue wool-knit hat that hid the rest of his graying hair. He bent down and scratched Lady behind the curls on her ears, and the attention-loving dog melted into his hand. He took a sip of his coffee and nodded toward her truck. "How was the drive over?" "Nothing I couldn't handle." He laughed. "What do you have on your agenda today?" "Have to bring Terry some fresh eggs. Then I was planning on boarding up that hole where the house wrens are getting in, so we don't wind up with another nest in the barn." "Good idea." "I know. I'm full of them." "Smart ass," Jonathan said. "Mason and I are starting on the hop trellis this morning." Mason had been purchasing his hops from a local farm, but now that the brewery was more established and the day-to-day operation ran smoothly without him always there, he wanted to spread his wings farther. When he presented the idea a few Sunday night dinners ago, the entire family agreed it would not only be great for him, but an opportunity for the farm to expand their operations and offer to local and home brewers. "I'm excited," Hadley said. "That market has taken off in the past few years, and to tap into it will only benefit us." "Don't get too ahead of yourself. None of us ever have grown hops before. Anything can go wrong until we get the hang of it." "You grow everything else, and at the end of the day, it's a plant. There's no way you can mess that up." "I appreciate your confidence." Mason pulled up onto the property, and Hadley waved. "We'll be over on the north side of the farm," Jonathan said, "in case you need us. Once I get everything out of the way, I'll come by and see if you guys need help. I'm sure Mason has everything planned out, down to where each screw will go. I'm probably just going to be handing him tools while he works." "That's probably true, but we'll call it supervising. Just don't tell him that." Hadley winked, then reached down and patted Lady on the side. "Come on, girl. Time for you to torture the chickens." 20 minutes later, Hadley had the eggs boxed in cartons and ready to be delivered to the Happy Apple. She held the door open and waited for Lady to jump up on the seat. She took the long way and pathetically drove past the firehouse. Sam's truck wasn't there, and it was probably for the best. She hated that after everything she still wanted him with every ounce of her soul. He kept baiting her and then pushing her away when he should have been pulling her closer. She could tell from his kisses he wanted her too, that the passion that sparked to life when he touched her didn't only live within her. She knew it was in him as well, by the way he devoured her with each relentless stroke of his tongue, how he held her close like he was scared if he let her go, she would disappear. But for some reason, he kept managing to put up a wall between them, breaking their connection and keeping them apart. He agreed he wasn't going to touch her any more, and it cut deep into her soul, even though she had been the one to say it. The words had come out in the heat of the moment, hoping that he would fight for her. She never expected him to agree, and now she looked at it as a challenge. Every time they came together, he was in control, completely throwing her for a loop. Not anymore. She was going to turn the tables and give him a taste of his own medicine, show him what it was like to be taken advantage of when you're vulnerable. More than anything, she wanted him to realize that he couldn't resist her, no more than she could resist him. She pulled into the parking lot of the Happy Apple and grabbed the eggs before slipping out. She left the truck running and let Lady finish her nap. She only planned on running in and out anyway. Having Lady in the truck was a good way to make that possible. The scent of cinnamon apples wafted out to the parking lot, and Hadley's stomach growled. She had already eaten breakfast, but she couldn't deny how good it smelled. She managed to open the door while balancing the eggs in her other hand. Terry met her at the door, her big red hair matching her lipstick and nails. The black shirt she wore was lined with leopard print that accented the pockets on her pants, and an apron was tied at her waist. She was standing 5 inches taller in a pair of leopard print pumps. Terry reached for the 2 cartons on top. "Let me help you with those." She took them from Hadley, and they placed them on a table. "Thanks, Terry. How you doing today?" "Ooh, honey, my legs are killing me." "Did you hurt yourself?" "I went to the Zumba with Cassie." Cassie and Terry had become close ever since Cassie moved to Red Maple Falls with nothing but a duffel bag and a tent. Terry took her under her wing like she'd done for many others in the small town. "The Zumba? You mean the exercise class?" "Mm-hmm. And let me tell you, it's not as cute as it sounds. By the time I was done, I was sweating like a whore in church." Hadley snorted. "Does that mean you won't be going back?" "Well, I'll be there next week. Have to keep the doc off my back, and since I had to put my baby away, I have to find some way to stay active. Bikes don't handle all that well in the snow." Terry had a custom-made bike she ordered at the Chain and Spoke, and Caleb had made it his own personal project. Terry and her leopard print bike had become a staple to the town over the past year, causing people to do double takes as she pedaled down Main Street without a care in the world. "So, Zumba?" "Yep, the Zumba. I told Walt." She nodded toward her husband, who was walking out of the kitchen holding 2 steaming plates of apple pancakes. "He better watch out. In a few more classes, I'll be bikini ready for our cruise." Walt grunted. "You want to scare the people into jumping into the Atlantic." "You hush your mouth." Walt continued walking, mumbling under his breath, and Terry held up her hand and whispered, "He's just jealous." "That's what it is," he called over his shoulder. Hadley laughed and spent a few more minutes talking. "I need to get going. Lady's in the truck waiting for me." "Why didn't you say so? Hang on." Terry teetered away on her heels and disappeared into the kitchen, coming back a few moments later holding a to-go bag. "There's an apple strudel French toast in there for you, and a few pieces of bacon for Lady." Hadley knew there was no use arguing, or even bothering to try and offer money to Terry. She wouldn't take it. So instead, Hadley smiled and thanked her before heading out. In the truck, Lady greeted her with a happy wag of her tail, her snout going right for the to-go bag. "You hungry, girl?" Hadley asked, reaching into the bag. "What's this?" Hadley's voice rose in excitement, and Lady's head bobbed up and down. Hadley pulled out the bacon and held it out to Lady. "Is this what you want?" Lady snatched it from her hands before she finished speaking, and Hadley laughed. She was about to put the truck in reverse when her cell rang. She looked down at the screen and answered. "Hey, Grandma, what's going on?" "Oh, Hadley, I'm so happy I got you. Listen, your grandfather's outside trying to shovel, and I'm afraid the old geezer's going to slip and break a hip." "Matt didn't come by this morning?" Usually Matt made a special trip to his grandparents to clear their driveway and clean their cars off whenever it snowed. "Apparently your grandfather told him not to come, since we weren't going anywhere, and the temperature is supposed to go up later today. Then he decides he has to get his lotto tickets, because Lord knows they can't wait. I'm on Main Street. I'll head over there now. Try to distract him until I get there." "What do you want me to do, show him a boob? That might give him a heart attack." Hadley's face flushed, and an uncomfortable laugh rumbled up her throat. "No, Grandma, don't do that. We don't need you catching frostbite." "Oh, that would be my luck. Okay, then hurry. I'll see what I can do." Hadley put her truck in drive and headed straight to her grandparents' house. But instead of finding her grandfather outside with a shovel in hand, she found Sam. "What are you doing here?" she asked, as he lifted a huge shovelful of snow and tossed it onto the lawn. He was wearing his black fire chief jacket with a pair of jeans and his black work boots. He froze, with his shovel in midair, and turned, his eyes more green today. If he was surprised to see her, he didn't act like it. "Hey." "Hey," she said, heat rushing to her cheeks. She looked down. Suddenly shy, she thought about his lips on hers, his hands roaming across her body, his fingers tracing the hard peaks of her nipples. She thought about all the things she wished she could do to him and he would do to her. "Your grandfather called me." Sam nodded toward the house. "Said he was too old for this shit and to get my young ass over here and help him out." "That's funny, because Grandma called me saying he was out here shoveling, and she was scared he was going to break a hip." "Very possible. I got here and the shovel was thrown across the lawn and there was a very small area dug out." Hadley walked over to the open shed and grabbed a shovel. "I'll help you." "You don't have to. It'll get done a lot quicker, and you can get back to work." He gave her a nod, and they worked in silence. The only sound was the shovels hitting pavement. Hadley watched Sam out of the corner of her eye. She detested how awkward and uncomfortable it was between them. They always had an easy rapport that was as natural as Mother Nature herself. Yet there they were, working in silence, like two strangers. It was ridiculous. This was Sam, the same guy who carried her home after she twisted her ankle jumping out of a tree, who brought her dinner and sat with her for hours when her favorite pig was in labor, and Hadley didn't want to leave her. He was the guy who comforted her and managed to make her laugh when that same pig died years later. They didn't do awkward, and she wasn't about to let them start now. Hadley scooped up a mound of snow and molded it into a ball. She waited until Sam straightened, then launched the snowball at his back. "What the?" he exclaimed, spinning around and looking at her in annoyed disbelief. "Did you seriously just throw a snowball at me?" She shrugged, incapable of keeping the smile from forming on her lips. "Maybe." "Stop." He turned back to his shovel and got to work. But Hadley had only just started. She bent down again, scooping up a bigger mound this time, and when he turned toward her, she threw it with all that she had, smacking him square in the chest. The snowball exploded, showering Sam in snow. A loud laugh burst from Hadley's mouth, and she slapped a hand over her lips. Sam's eyes met hers, and the edge of his lip curved upward. Hadley went to run at the same time he leapt forward, reaching out to grab her. She managed to evade his grasp and run off the sidewalk and through the snow in the yard. She reached down, grabbing more snow and flinging it over her head. She was just about to take refuge behind the old tractor her grandfather insisted on buying, when Sam's hand wrapped around her waist, yanking her toward him. Ice-cold chills ran down her skull as he smashed a snowball against her head. She twisted, using her body, but she threw them both off balance. They tumbled to the ground, the snow softening the impact, as Sam put his body between Hadley like a buffer. Her legs slid between his, her hands firmly on his chest. Laughter poured out of them, but as she looked up and met his gaze, her breath caught in her throat. The lines on Sam's face tightened and strained, while his jaw muscle ticked in tune with her rapidly beating heart. The serene sounds of the birds chirping and the rustling of the tree branches all faded away. It was as if it was just the two of them, as it should be. No Matt, no past, just them, and the sound of their hearts beating against each other. Hadley closed her eyes. She could already feel the gentle caress of Sam's hand coming up to her cheek, the roughened pad of his thumb brushing across her cold skin, lighting a fire beneath her as it went. When she opened her eyes, Sam hadn't moved an inch. His body was stiff and filled with tension. The features on his face were a mess of hard lines and determination. So many questions ran through her mind. She knew he wanted this just as much as she did. So why was he fighting it? "I told you." His voice was strained and gruffer than usual. "I'm not going to touch you." Hadley wouldn't accept it. She had gone so long never knowing what his touch felt like, and now that she knew, she never wanted to be without it. She was tired of fighting, tired of letting the things out of their control dictate what was to be. She wanted him, and she damn well knew he wanted her. She reached up, running a single, insinuating finger down his cheek to the edge of his mouth, following the downward curl. She blinked up, eyes wide and innocent. "But you want to." The veins in his neck stretched and strained like cords about to snap. "Hads." "Don't fight it." For so long she was a coward, scared to admit what she felt. But now with the truth out there, she found her strength. She took his face in her hands, and when he turned his head away, she wasn't deterred. He swallowed visibly, his Adam's apple rising and falling heavy as she coaxed him to look back at her. "Kiss me, please?" She stroked his cheek again, then ran her thumb across his bottom lip. "Don't make me beg, because I will." His whole body shook, and his hands grabbed her waist, his fingers digging uncomfortably hard into the soft flesh. He finally looked at her, a hurricane of emotion raging behind his eyes. "Please, Sam. I need you." Damn it. In one quick motion, he yanked her beneath him. His body came over hers, big, warm, and hard, pressing down on all the right places as his lips collided with hers in pure, unadulterated desire. A moan escaped her lips, but he swallowed it, tilting her head and deepening the kiss. He greedily took, possessing her with each stroke of his tongue, each demanding caress of his hand. She surrendered to his hunger, letting him take as he needed, devour her as he liked. His teeth nipped at her bottom lip, causing her to whimper in pleasure as she pressed against him. She wanted to feel him, all of him, with no coats or clothes between them. Not thinking, only feeling, she reached for the buckle of his pants when her cold hands grazed the warm, bare skin of his stomach. He jolted away from her touch, but stayed hovering above her. His forehead rested against hers, his breath short and heavy. What the hell are we doing? What we should have done years ago. No. He shook his head against hers. Scared he was going to walk away from her again, she reached up, wrapping her hand around the back of his head and holding him in place. Yes. This is wrong. No. It's the exact opposite. Nothing has ever felt so right to me. This, us, is right. If you could just stop resisting and worrying about everyone else, you would feel it too. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. I do feel it. How the hell can I not? It's so fucking strong. You're all I think about. Then why do you keep fighting it? His eyes opened, and for the first time in all the years she had known Sam, she saw something she had never seen before. Vulnerability. Honestly? He asked. She nodded. I'm scared. Of what Matt will say? I'm terrified I'll hurt you. You won't, she said, putting all of her faith into those words. He pushed up and sat beside her. Without his heat surrounding her, the cold of the snow started to seep into her bones. A shiver ran up her spine, and she sat up, wrapping her arms around bent knees. I should go, Sam said, breaking her heart into a million jagged pieces. Just when she thought they were finally moving forward, he was shutting down. Okay. There was no use arguing. He knew how she felt, knew exactly what she wanted, and now, as much as she despised it, there was nothing she could say or do to stop him from walking away. He stood, wiping the snow off the back of his jeans. He looked down at her, but afraid the tears that were threatening would push to the surface, she refused to meet his gaze. His silhouette cast a dark shadow over her, and she bit her lip, trying to divert the pain from her heart. An undecipherable noise came from him, like he was going to say something but thought better of it. He turned and walked away, making her wonder if coming clean with him about her feelings was nothing more than a big mistake.
Chapter 14. I think someone needs a nap, Chase said to Sam as they pulled into the firehouse. They had just come from a car accident up on the main highway, where a kid veered off the road while texting and slammed into a tree. He was lucky he wasn't fucking dead. He had the airbags and the jaws of life they had to use to get him out, to thank for that. Stupidity pisses me off, Sam growled. You were cranky way before we got that call. Whatever. Sam got out of the truck and slipped out of his pants and boots before kicking them off to the side. Wanna talk about it? Do I look like a chick? No, I don't want to talk about it. It might make you feel better. The only thing that'll make me feel better is if you get out of my hair. I have paperwork to do. If you change your mind, I'm here. Chase held his arms out, and Sam shook his head as he turned toward his office. He loved Chase like a little brother, but the kid talked too damn much. Sam settled behind his desk and got to work, hoping the monotony would help ease the fiery desire that was burning inside him. The minute he'd seen Hadley at her grandparents', he should have left. But no, he had to stay, knowing damn well what would happen if they'd gotten within arm's distance of each other. He thought he was a strong man, but she was proving him to be weak with little to no self-control. The only thing that seemed to work was avoiding her, but he couldn't keep that up. Their lives were interwoven in multiple aspects of their day-to-day, that evading her would alter so many other things. And the truth was, he didn't want to avoid her. He wanted to kiss the hell out of her, run his hands along the soft skin of her stomach, and make her moan against his lips as he worked her toward the edge. He wanted to see her face when he made her come, and
He squeezed the bridge of his nose, trying to dispel the X-rated thoughts running through his head. He had paperwork to finish, and then after that, well, he guessed he'd head over to Calhoun's. He finished everything he had to do and glanced at the clock. His shift ended an hour ago, but he hadn't heard Miguel come in. Chase must have warned him off. Sam grabbed his chief's coat and pulled it on. It was a certified chick magnet, and that was exactly what he needed. He pulled his coat into place as he walked out of his office. Miguel and Chase were on the couch, watching some zombie show. "Hey, Chief," Miguel nodded. "I would have stopped in to say hi, but Chase here said unless I had a tampon and some Midol, I should stay clear." "Fuck you both. I'm out of here. Try not to burn the place down." Chase smiled. "At least we're qualified to put it out if we do." Miguel gave Chase a high five, and Sam couldn't help but laugh. "Have a good night. Be safe." Sam got into his truck and headed straight to Calhoun's. He didn't feel the need to go home and get clean if he was just planning on getting dirty anyway. He pulled into the parking lot 15 minutes later and headed inside. As soon as he walked in, Declan grabbed him a beer. He held his hand out to Sam as he approached, and Sam greeted him with a shake. "My man, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a while." Sam slid onto one of the bar stools and took a much-needed sip of his beer. "Been busy with work. Someone has to keep this town safe. I just put out fires and pull people from wrecks." Declan smiled, running a hand over the bottom of the scar that started at his cheek and disappeared beneath the scruff. Nobody knew how he got it, and nobody asked. "If you say so." "How's business?" "Still reaping the benefits of the fall tourists." Red Maple Falls was a popular destination for leaf peepers, and the Hayes family annual Fall Festival helped draw in even more tourists to the town, and the local businesses benefited from it greatly. "Good. That's the kind of stuff I like to hear." Declan nodded over Sam's shoulder. "That blonde has been eyeing you since you walked in the door." Sam took a sip of his beer, then gave a quick glance over his shoulder. The girl winked as he caught her eye, and he flashed his most charming smile. He wasn't going to have to work very hard tonight. "I'll catch you later," Sam said, grabbing his beer and turning toward her. Her hair was long and straight, falling over her shoulders and stopping just above the low dip of her shirt that showed off exactly what was beneath the clingy black fabric. "Can I buy you a drink?" Sam asked as he approached, placing his beer on the small round high top she was sitting at. She held up her full glass of wine. "Already have one." "Can I join you then?" She nodded. "Sure." He slid onto the seat across from her. "So, what's a pretty girl like you doing in a bar all alone?" "Had a date with a guy I met online. It didn't go well, so I came here to try and redeem my night." His mind immediately went to Hadley and the online date she had that led to the mess they were currently in. Had she gone on any other dates since? The familiar tension that seemed to be a part of who he was now tightened across his shoulder blades as he thought about some guy with his hands on Hadley. "What about you?" the blonde asked. He took a sip of his beer. "Just unwinding after a day of saving lives." It was a crock of shit, but women dug a glorified hero. "Sounds dangerous." "It can be, if you don't know what you're doing." "I'm Lila, by the way." She held her hand out, and Sam took it, instantly noticing the long manicured nails hidden beneath red polish. "Sam." "Well, Sam, it's a pleasure. So tell me a little bit more about yourself." "There's nothing to tell. A man of mystery." He was to most people, but not to everyone. Hadley knew him better than he knew himself. She called him on his bullshit, wouldn't fall for this fake charm he was burying Lila in, and she sure as hell wouldn't be wearing bright red nail polish. The whole point of tonight was to forget about Hadley, but every damn thing reminded him of her. and it was starting to piss him off. If she wouldn't get out of his damn head, then he was just going to have to force her out. He pulled at the bottom of Lila's chair until their knees touched. "I'd so much rather hear about you, darling." Lila smiled, a slight blush filling her cheeks. "What do you want to know?" Honestly, all he cared about was getting into her pants. "Tell me everything," he said. She talked for over an hour, and Sam's ears felt like they were going to start bleeding. She managed to move closer, resting her hand on his chest. Her fingers began to move seductively, and she was as good as his. But just as he was about to move in for the kill, Hadley's face popped into his head. "Damn it," he muttered, as he pulled away. "What is it?" "I forgot. I had to do something down at the station." "Oh, I can go with you." "It's going to take me a while. Stay. Finish your wine." "Can I see you again?" she asked, biting her lip and fluttering her lashes. Hadley rolled her eyes and gave an "oh, please" in his head. "You're a sweet girl. But I don't want to lead you on and make you think this is something it's not. I don't date, and you seem like you're looking for someone to settle down with. That guy is not me. Right now, all I care about is not going home alone tonight." He ran a hand through his hair. The one time he's completely honest with the girl from the start, and she still wanted to take him home. Why couldn't she have just slapped him and called it a night? "Not tonight," he said. And before she could argue, he grabbed his coat and headed out. When the cool autumn air hit him, he sucked in a breath, feeling relieved. He was still wrung tight, and he knew the only cure was Hadley. He had to at least see her tonight, or he'd never be able to get to sleep. He started toward his truck when he heard Declan call out to him. He turned to his friend, acting as cool as he could. "What's up?" "Just seeing if you're okay. You never run out on a girl like that, especially when it looked like you were about to close the deal." "I'm fine. I just realized there's something I needed to do." "You sure?" "I'm sure. Thanks for looking out." "Anytime, brother. Be safe heading home." "Will do." Sam jumped in his truck and drove straight to Hadley's. Her house was a modest Cape Cod with white siding and green shutters, lined with bushes and surrounded by trees on both sides. He remembered the day she bought the house, and how he celebrated with her and her family and friends. He remembered helping her move her stuff out of her parents' house and putting together that cheap dresser she bought at a big box store that had too many pieces and not enough instructions. He remembered how just a few weeks ago she sat on those very steps as she confessed her love to him, and all he could do was stand there in shock. That night changed everything, and for so long he wanted to go back and stop her before she dropped that bomb on him, but now he wasn't so sure. He shut his truck off and went to her door, knocking as loudly and hard as he could. "Hadley!" Lady's bark echoed through the house, and he heard Hadley mutter words of comfort. She opened the door in a rush, dressed in a pair of black leggings and an oversized Red Maple Falls Fire Department sweatshirt. Her hair was down, framing her face, and her slate eyes were narrowed in concern. "Sam? Is everything—" He grabbed her and smashed his lips to hers. He didn't want to talk. He wanted to feel. He needed her, and God, he didn't want to wait a second longer to take what he desired most. She whimpered against his mouth, and he pushed her up against the doorframe, pressing his body to hers so she could feel what she did to him. His hands tightened on her face, afraid if he let go she would disappear. Her fingers curled into his shirt, and she pulled him closer, parting her lips and opening to him. Without hesitation, he gave her what she wanted, dipping his tongue into her mouth and meeting her in a heated dance of give and take. Her grip tightened, and with no warning, she shoved away from him. She wouldn't look at him. It killed him inside. For once, he had no idea what the hell she was thinking. "Hads," he said, reaching for her. But she backed away. Lady sat down at Hadley's feet, looking at him as if to say, "Sorry, but I'm on her side." "What do you want, Sam?" "Isn't it obvious?" "No, because you keep doing this to me. 1 minute you're kissing me, and the next you're shoving me away, and if that's what this is, it's not." "Then what is it? What do you want?" "You." Her breath caught and her eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" "You. I want you, Hads. I was at Calhoun's tonight, and there was this girl." Hadley's arms crossed over her chest, and she leaned against the doorframe. "A girl? Really? So you fucked some girl, had a moment of clarity, and now you're here for what? To claim your prize?" "I don't think so." Disgust marred her features as she swiped the back of her hand over her mouth. She went to slam the door in his face, but he smacked his hand against it, stopping her from shutting him out. He moved closer to her, and she sucked in a startled breath. "I didn't fuck her." "You didn't?" "I didn't even kiss her." "Why not?" Sam lifted his hand to her face, needing to feel her skin against his. His finger traced the soft curve of her jaw. "Because I didn't want her. I tried to want her, but I couldn't. Because I can't get you out of my damn head." "What happened to 'we shouldn't do this'?" "We shouldn't. But I can't stay away from you any longer." The hard set of her jaw softened. "Then don't." His hand moved to her cheek, cupping her against his palm. He rested his head against hers. "I don't want to hurt you." "You won't." "How can you say that? You know who I am." "Which is exactly how I know that you won't hurt me." He turned away from her, frustration running through his veins. He wanted to believe her, but his track record sucked. A gentle hand rested on his shoulder. "Look at me." He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before opening them and meeting hers. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. She didn't care about the risks. All she cared about was this moment. She was asking him to trust her, but she didn't have to ask. He had and always would trust her. His fingers traced the outline of her hair, tucking the blonde strands behind her ear. He took her face in his hands and captured her lips with his. This kiss was different than the others. He wanted to show her how special she was to him and to prove to himself that he was willing to take a leap as long as Hadley was there, on the other side. Her hands found his, her fingers linking between them, and holding on as if he might change his mind and push her away again. He was fool enough to have done that before, and he damn well wasn't going to do it again. "I'm not going anywhere," he said against her mouth. "I wasn't going to let you go." "Now that we're on the same page." He kissed her again and slid his hands out from hers, running them down her body to her ass. He lifted her up, and she let out a surprised laugh as she wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. "Before I go into the house, I just want to make sure." "Sam, shut up and kiss me." He kicked the door shut and did exactly as she asked. Chapter 15. Hadley couldn't believe, after all the years of wanting Sam, he was finally here, now, kissing her and walking her toward her bedroom. Every fantasy she'd had was coming to fruition, and she didn't want to open her eyes, scared if she did. She would realize it was just another figment of her imagination. She needed to make sure, though, needed to know that this man whose lips were on hers, whose waist her legs were wrapped securely around, was in fact the real, living, breathing Sam. She grabbed the skin on her arm and squeezed, causing a loud squeak to erupt from her mouth. Sam jerked back, and he looked down at her with confusion in his eyes. "What happened? Are you okay?" "I pinched myself." His eyebrow furrowed. "On purpose?" "I was making sure this wasn't a dream." With an amused laugh, he bent down and kissed her. "This isn't a dream. This is as real as it gets." He laid her against the soft plush comforter and came down above her, resting his weight on one elbow. Aquamarine eyes stared down at her, a slight smile playing at the edge of his mouth. She lifted her hand, dragging a finger along the upward turn of his lips. He caught her finger between his teeth, giving it a playful yet erotic nip that caused a surprised yelp that faded to a moan. "I've just waited for so long that I just never thought this would ever happen. And now that it is..." "You know, you're really putting the pressure on here. You're assuming that in my dreams you were good." "Wasn't I?" he asked, dipping his head and nipping at her ear. Her words got lost to a moan as his lips trailed down her neck. "I asked you a question." His lips came down on hers, claiming her in mind, body, and soul. The ache between her legs grew as the rest of her became frantic to ease it. He swiped his tongue across the seam of her lips, and she gladly parted, handing over all of her self-control. She grabbed the back of his head and pulled him closer, desperate to deepen the kiss even more, needing to fuel the inextinguishable passion that was burning inside of her. He pulled back, and she whimpered, "So? Huh? How good was I in your dreams?" She sucked in a much-needed breath and ran her hands down his neck to his chest, annoyed that there was still a layer of clothes between their skin. "So?" he asked again. "You were all right," she joked. He grabbed her wrists and pinned them behind her head, his erection pressing against her sex. "Just all right?" he exclaimed, as he nipped his way down her neck to the dip in her shirt that had her body arching into him, searching for release. "Really?" His voice was filled with delighted humor as he grabbed both her wrists with one hand and used the other hand to lift her shirt, revealing the fair skin of her stomach. "Then I guess I don't have to try that hard to live up to your expectations." He looked down at her, eyes bright with hunger, and she shook her head. "You were more than all right. You were a fucking rock star." "That's what I thought. I mean, no pressure. I didn't want to say anything in case you get performers..." "Oh." His lips moved across the bare flesh just above the waistband of her jeans. His big hand gripped her waist and held her in place as her body lifted from the bed. "You were saying?" "Nothing," she breathed. "Continue." He made his way up, pushing the material of her shirt as he went, his lips trailing closely behind. Every nerve ending in her body sparked, igniting tiny explosions throughout. If he could make her feel so much, just from the slight press of his lips, she could only imagine what else he was capable of. His fingers hooked the hem of her shirt and pulled it over her head. She was grateful she had opted for the pale pink satin bra instead of her usual neutral cotton one. His hand moved behind her and she arched to give him access. With one flick of his fingers, the band came loose and the straps slid down her shoulders. Sam kissed her skin as he pulled one strap off and the cup fell away from her breast. His eyes darkened as he took in the rosy tip of her hardened nipple. He tugged the other strap down and tossed her bra to the floor, leaving her bare. His heated gaze swept from one point to the next before he dipped his head and took the pebbled flesh between his teeth. She gasped as the wet warmth of his mouth wrapped around her and his tongue circled the sensitive bead. A frenzied yearning stirred inside her as his hand sprawled across her stomach. She pressed up, offering him all that he wanted to give and take. For years she had been waiting for this moment, and a battle raged inside her head between wanting fast and hard or taking it slow and savoring every single second of pure bliss. The ache between her legs demanded to be touched, so Hadley took Sam's hand and guided it toward the apex of her thighs. "Touch me," she said, as his head lifted and his heated gaze took her in. "Please?" She unzipped her pants, refusing to wait a second more. Sam took over, grabbing her jeans and yanking them off. He tossed them to the floor with her shirt, and when his eyes looked down, he smiled. "Are those paw prints?" he asked, as his finger traced over her pink cotton boy shorts and circled the white design. "They are. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have put on something lacy or—" His finger rested against her mouth. "That's not you. These." He brushed his finger lovingly across the spot where her swollen nub hid. "Are you, and they're fucking adorable." "Are you just saying that? Because you can be honest, this is a sure thing no matter what you say." "Can you shut up and kiss me?" "Stealing my line?" "It's a good line." Her laughter was muffled by his lips, the tip of his tongue sliding past her teeth, thoroughly exploring her mouth with toe-curling strokes. His hand slipped beneath her panties, and a million tiny explosions erupted inside her as his finger grazed across her most sensitive place. He circled the bundle of nerves in a slow, torturous caress, her fingers digging into the soft comforter beneath her. A rush of heat surged through her veins as he slipped a single digit into her wetness. Her body arched toward his touch, impatient for more as a wave of sensation washed over her. His lips found hers in a hot, desperate demand. She kissed him back, giving everything she had, knowing that this kiss, this moment, Sam was completely claiming her, and if any man before ever had an inkling of a chance, that thread was now severed forever. The pedestal she had placed him on so long ago was higher, sturdier, and eternally bound. She loved him before, but as their mouths moved as one, she was hopelessly in love with him. Her hand slipped to his jeans, tugging at the zipper in frantic motions. "Where's the fire?" he asked, with that adorable smile, revealing the gap between his teeth. "Inside me. I need your hose to put it out." His head fell into the crook of her neck, and his laugh vibrated against her skin. "You really just said that." "I did. Now, be a good chief and get the job done." "I'll have you know the chief calls the shots, and there's still more assessment that needs to be done." He kissed her neck, then trailed his lips down until he took a tight bead between his teeth, sending a new wave of desire crashing over her. He circled the pebbled flesh before kissing his way down her stomach and stopping just above her panties. Her body ached for more, a craving so strong it fogged her thoughts, until all she could focus on was every brush of his finger and every hot touch of his breath against her skin. He hooked his fingers into the band and slipped them down her legs, kissing as he went. She was delirious with need, and just when she thought her body couldn't contain a single ounce of control, his mouth found the pleasure spot between her legs, and her entire body coiled at the intensity before bowing up for more. Her thighs trembled, her heart raced, and the sensations filled her almost too much for her body to comprehend. She had never felt this kind of pleasure before, all-consuming, uncontrollable desire that made her dizzy with need. The line between reality and fantasy blurred with each lap of his tongue. She clutched his hair, needing to anchor herself to him, afraid if she didn't, she would fall over the edge alone. She didn't want to go alone. Not anymore. She wanted him to fall with her. She grabbed his face and pulled him to her, crashing her lips to his and loving her taste on him. "I was just getting started," he said with a smile against her mouth. She looked up into his eyes, staring deeper than she ever had before. I need you. All of you." Her hand found the button of his jeans and slipped the cool metal through the slit. "Please," she said, as she unzipped his pants, pushing them down and freeing his impressive erection. "I've already waited for so long." She wrapped her hand around his length, stroking him from base to tip. His breath caught, his head falling back against his shoulders. "I want you inside me," she said, and his eyes darkened with carnal lust. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her grip from him, pinning it above her head. With his other hand, he reached into his pocket, grabbed a foil packet, then kicked his pants completely off. Hadley watched as he rolled the condom down his length, a new rush of desire coursing through her. So many nights she'd fantasized about this very moment, and now she didn't need her imagination to fill in the blanks. If anything, her imagination had been sorely lacking. Sam pressed his erection against her opening, swiping the tip against her slick folds. A whimper sprung from her lips in anticipation. He positioned himself and held her gaze as he slid deep inside her. He stopped for a moment, allowing her to adjust to his size, and she trembled at the fullness, feeling the stretch of soft tissue. Slowly he moved, his fingers finding hers and interlocking, strengthening their connection as he continued, with long, sensual thrusts. Her eyes slipped shut, absorbing every wave of pleasure. On a growl, his hands left hers, coasting down her body and grasping her hips. His pace quickened, sending her spiraling toward the edge. She was useless to fight against it, as the pressure increased. Tiny sparks ignited in her body, until they came together in a body-shaking explosion that threw her over the edge into a cloud of pure bliss. Sam's hands tightened, and with one final thrust, his body jerked against her, as he fell over the edge and met her on the other side. He collapsed on the bed beside her, taking her into his arms and holding her tightly against him. "That was," he said, his breath coming in and out in short, shallow gasps. "Amazing? Unreal? Mind-blowing? Better than you ever imagined?" He used his finger to tilt her head toward him and gave her a chaste kiss on her lips that managed to take her breath away. All of the above. His head fell back against the pillow, and he placed his arm over his eyes. "Was it worth the wait?" "You really need an ego stroke, don't you?" What is it?" "I never want to disappoint you." Hadley laughed, wondering how this amazing man could ever think he'd disappoint her. "You blew every one of my fantasies out the window." She rested her head against his chest, tracing small circles on his heated skin. "We don't have to tell anyone," she said, looking up at him and propping her chin on his chest. His eyebrows furrowed together. "Is that what you want?" "Why don't we see where this goes first? No reason to let the world in, just yet." He flipped her beneath him, his restored desire evident against her thigh. "Are you sure?" She nodded, and he kissed her forehead. "I want to keep you to myself, as long as I can." She wrapped her arms around his neck and pushed her hips upward so there was no question about what she wanted. "Do you now?" He pressed the hard length of his erection against her sex, and she rocked her hips up and down, rubbing against him. "Uh-huh." He lowered his head, giving her a long, lingering kiss. "Then I'm all yours." Chapter 16. It had been so long since Hadley had a girls' night, and she was looking forward to seeing all of her favorite people without their significant others hogging their attention. She walked into Calhoun's and spotted Kate and Shay over at their usual table in the corner. She gave them a wave and hurried over. Each had a half-finished glass of wine in front of them. "Starting without me?" Hadley asked. "This is the first night off since Matthew was born, so technically I'm playing catch-up," Shay said. taking a healthy sip from her glass. Hadley didn't want to burst Shay's bubble, but she couldn't help herself. Just remember, you can't sleep it off anymore when you have a baby who wakes up with the roosters. You always have to ruin my fun, don't you? Hadley flashed Shay a smile, then walked over to the bar and ordered a beer from Declan. He filled up a pint glass with Hippity Hop, Mason's now famous IPA, and then slid it across the bar. She reached into her pocket to pay, and Declan held up his hand. "First round is on me." "Thanks, Dec." Hadley turned around just as Sarah and Cassie walked in. Sarah smoothed her hand over her Empire waist shirt that flared just above her growing baby bump. Hadley couldn't believe she was going to be an aunt again, and was excited to meet the little nugget. Sarah and Cooper had decided they didn't want to know the sex of the baby. Cooper, the globe-trotting travel blogger, had always preferred surprises, and everyone was waging bets as to what they would have. Hadley was hoping for a girl to balance out the new generation's male domination. Between baby Matthew and Sarah's son Tommy, a girl was needed. Niece or nephew, though, Hadley would love that child with all of her heart. Cassie spotted Hadley first, giving her a wave as she made her way through the crowd. Her reddish-brown hair was down, falling in soft waves over her shoulders. She moved freely and with confidence, a far cry from the girl she once was after escaping an abusive relationship and surviving on little to nothing. She had gone from shy and timid to a bright ray of light that overpowered the darkness of her past. Hadley greeted them each with a hug. "You guys want a drink?" "Club soda for me," Sarah said, patting her bump. "I'll be drinking vicariously through you, so make me proud." "Make mine a double," Cassie laughed. "I'll meet you guys at the table. I want to ask Declan how the sales have been." "Do you ever take time off?" Hadley asked. Cassie started off working behind the bar in Five Leaf Brewery tasting room, but when her relationship with Mason became more serious, she had taken on a bigger role at the brewery, chipping in whenever she was needed, including production and sales. She was proving to be a force to be reckoned with, and Mason's equal in so many ways. She gave a nonchalant shrug. "When you love what you do, who needs time off?" Sarah nodded. "Exactly." She repurposed vintage jewelry into one-of-a-kind pieces, and after Bex Shepard, Hollywood's newest it girl, wore one of Sarah's pieces on the red carpet, Sarah had become an overnight sensation, with her pieces appearing in some of the most prestigious fashion magazines. It's not a job when you love it, but it's still good to take a break every now and again. Hadley felt Sarah's forehead, and Sarah eyed her curiously. "What are you doing?" "You're either sick or my brother is wearing off on you." Sarah laughed. "He just showed me the importance of time away from work." "You do realize that traveling is his work, right?" "Yes, but it's a good balance for us. His work is my vacation. Besides, with his book coming out, we haven't had much time for travel, so tonight is my vacation. Until next month, when she is in France, walking around the River Seine and touring Château de Versailles." Cassie emphasized it, with an impressive French accent. Sarah smiled. "It's a hard life, but someone has to live it." Kate and Shay spotted them and waved them over. "I'm going to get the drinks," Cassie said, as she turned to the bar. Hadley and Sarah walked to the table, and Kate and Shay greeted Sarah, each taking turns resting a hand on her stomach. "Still feeling good?" Shay asked. "Feeling great, but you'll be happy to know that Cooper is starting to act like Matt." "Do tell," Shay said, taking her glass and moving closer to the edge of her seat. Hadley laughed at Shay's excitement. "I wanted to take an extended weekend trip somewhere tropical, but Cooper outright refused. He said it's too risky with all the mosquito-borne illnesses, even though I researched it and they're not a threat anymore in most places." Shay leaned back and tilted her head. "That's all you got?" She laughed. "That's nothing, and honestly, I agree with Cooper. Better not risk it. But when he starts showing up at your place of work and telling you not to lift a bag of sugar or checking the temperature of the shower water with a thermometer, then come and talk to me."
"Matt did not do that," Hadley said, trying to stifle a laugh.
"Oh, you better believe he did. Apparently the temperature should be under 100 degrees, and even if it was 99, I wasn't allowed to get in." "You deserve a damn medal," Kate said, patting Shay's hand in sympathy. "I've got one. My son," Shay smiled, the corners of her lips extending to the edges of her hazel eyes. Cassie came over and placed 3 glasses on the table. She picked up a glass and handed it to Sarah. "Club soda for you, and a double for me." Cassie winked. "So what are we talking about?" "Husbands, pregnancy," Shay said. Cassie shook her head. "Nope, it's girls' night. We are not talking about the boys." "Agreed," Hadley said, even though she couldn't talk about her guy even if she wanted to. Nobody knew what had happened between her and Sam, and while she loved the fact that she didn't have to share any details, she did feel out of the loop when it came to her friends and sister. She was the only one, as far as they knew, who wasn't attached. So Cassie's words were a welcome relief. "First," Sarah said, holding up her hand, "before we take boys off the table, I want to hear about how Hadley's date went. You never did tell us, or at least not me." Hadley fidgeted with the hem of her shirt beneath the table, as she tried to remember that night, but all she kept thinking about was how Sam was waiting for her when she got home. A smile tugged at the edge of her mouth, and Sarah's eyebrow raised. "That good, huh?" "Crap." Hadley forced the smile off her face and shrugged. "It was all right. He was nice, but there wasn't that spark." "Your face is telling a different story," Cassie accused. "I'm just happy to be with my favorite people. It has nothing to do with... It's been so long I don't even remember his name." She held up her glass, hoping to divert attention. "To girls' night," she said, and sighed in relief when everyone cheered and clinked their glasses against hers. Quickly, conversation turned to the Zumba classes Cassie had been taking with Terry, which had everyone rolling with laughter, as Cassie went into great detail about Terry's outfits and how she always managed to get extra close to the male instructor, even inappropriately grazing his backside a few times. "What does the instructor do?" Hadley asked around a giggle. "He switches steps and reverses direction." Tears of laughter poured down Cassie's face as she continued. She swiped at them before grabbing a napkin and dabbing her eyes. She settled back into her chair, and the laughter slowly died. "My dad called," Shay said, running a finger along the top of her glass and causing all eyes to dart in her direction. She had a rocky relationship with her parents. Her mother was a horrible human being who manipulated Shay for most of her life, until Shay finally chose to shut her out. But in doing so, she had to shut her father out too, who, despite his shortcomings, Shay loved dearly. Hadley knew how hard it was for Shay to leave her past behind her, but it was the only thing she could do to get out from under her mother's controlling hand. If it wasn't for Shay's mother, Shay and Matt's love story would have started 17 years earlier. "What did he have to say?" Hadley asked. "He misses me and wants to meet his grandson." "What did you say?" "I told him he was welcome in my home at any time, but my mother wasn't, and he won't come unless she can. So we're back to exactly where we were at my wedding." Shay's eyes glassed over, but she took a deep breath and cleared her throat. "I know the things your mother did are unforgivable, but maybe you can come to a compromise," Hadley suggested. "A compromise?" Shay laughed. "The woman doesn't approve of my husband, and my son is half of him, if not more. I swear, I look at that kid and wonder if I had any hand in creating him, other than carrying him for 9 months. He's Matt's spitting image, and if my mother can't accept me and Matt, then she sure as hell cannot accept Matthew." "It's different now," You guys are married and have your own family, Cassie offered. You proved to her that you're not going to let her opinions affect you. Maybe now that she knows, she'll have no choice but to accept you. Kate put her glass on the table and shook her head. She pushed her strawberry blonde hair away from her eyes. That won't stop Cruella. Sarah's eyebrow arched. Cruella? That's Kate's nickname for my mother. It's very fitting, and if you meet the woman, and God, I hope you never have the misfortune, you'll understand.
She sounds like she's left quite the impression,
Sarah said. Kate blew out a perturbed breath. You have no idea. While Hadley never had the pleasure to meet the infamous Mrs. Michaels, Kate had plenty of times, and each time seemed to be as enjoyable as dunking your head in a vat of ice water. Sarah rested her hand on the table. Then her dark eyes met Shay's. If you want my opinion, not that you asked for it. Shay nodded to Sarah to continue. It's always welcomed. You are in control of your life, which means you are in control of who can and can't see your son. Speaking as a mother of a son who has family he's never met, if they wanted to come into his life, I would have a hard time allowing it, especially since they have denied him all of his life. But your dad has never denied his grandson. I don't know about your mother, other than what you've told me, but despite her manipulating and her boundary crossing, she seems like in that black heart of hers, she loves you. She just has a really twisted way of showing it. You haven't spoken to her for a long time. Maybe that's changed her a little. I mean, it couldn't hurt to let them meet their grandson. You name the place, the time, and have complete control over it. At least then you'll know you made an attempt, and the rest will be in her hands. Maybe you're right. What's one meeting just to see how it goes? It doesn't mean I have to let her back in my life. But if it all goes well, it could be a step in the right direction. I'm usually against all things Cruella, but Sarah has a point. You miss your dad, we can all see that. And if the only way to see him is by seeing her, then it's a small price to pay. I'll have to discuss it with Matt. Hadley snickered. We all know you call the shots at the end of the day. True, but I want to make him think he has some say in it. Everyone laughed and lifted their glasses to cheers. What are we celebrating? Speak of the devil, Shay muttered, as she smiled sweetly at her husband. Where's my son? And mine? Sarah asked. Matt smiled. At Grandma's house. Shay shook her head. Unbelievable. Matt was joined by Mason, Cooper, Caleb, and Sam. Hadley's heart skipped a beat as her eyes landed on his. Heat coursed through her veins as she thought about his lips on hers, and the way his tongue trailed against her skin. The guys surrounded the table, each standing behind their significant other. Sam stood just to the side of the group, and she wished he would come to her. She wanted his hands lovingly on her shoulders, the press of his lips against the top of her head as he stroked the back of her neck. Their girls' night had been invaded, and now each one was paired off, leaving Hadley to sit alone, taking subtle glances at Sam. He tilted his head toward the bathroom, an insinuating notion in his gaze, and then disappeared behind the crowd. How was she going to get away without anyone noticing? Then she realized that a herd of elephants could trample through the room and nobody would notice, or if they did, they wouldn't put two and two together. Everyone at the table had assumed she was still online dating. Nobody had known about the new developments with Sam, and if anything, they would just suspect the two of them were off doing the friend thing like they had done for the past zillion years. Hadley laughed at something Cooper said, then slipped away, signaling to Kate that she was going to the bathroom, when her curious gaze landed on her. Kate nodded, then turned back to her husband, wrapping her arms around his neck. At the far end of the pub was a hallway that led to the bathrooms. She turned the corner, but when she didn't see Sam, she continued. Where could he be? Just as she was about to turn around, a hand reached out from a doorway, wrapped around her wrist, and yanked her into the dark space. Her palms landed hard against Sam's chest, and he didn't waste a second as his mouth descended on hers. The door clicked shut behind her, and he gripped her face and deepened the kiss. It was a clash of teeth and tongues as they made up for their hours apart. She moaned into his mouth as he backed her up against a wall, a handle of a mop smacking them as they went. Hadley laughed, pushing the object out of their way as Sam trailed his lips down her neck. "What if we get caught?" Hadley asked, her breaths coming fast and hard as Sam pressed his erection against her. He ignored her question and pulled at her bottom lip with his mouth. A hot blast of heat ignited inside her, and she moaned her approval. "God, I've missed you," he said, dragging a finger down her arm and sending a wave of excited chills through her body. His words created their own throbbing pulse of pleasure that erupted within her and shot thick spurts of liquid fire with each caress of his hands. He ripped the buttons of her flannel open, his head dipping to kiss the rounded curve of her breasts. Her head fell back against the wall as she held on to him, his tongue swirling across her skin, leaving behind a path of heated desire. "Sam," she moaned, trying to fight the delicious assault. "This is too risky." "I don't care. I need you." Words that she'd waited her whole life to hear. And now that she heard them, she was a prisoner to his declaration, willing to let him take whatever he needed from her. His hand sunk into her pants, the pad of his thumb finding her swollen nub and circling it. A cry ripped from her throat, and he pushed her into his shoulder. She bit down to muffle the noises that were spilling uncontrollably from her lips. He slipped between her folds, pushing a single digit into her wetness. She whimpered against his skin, digging her fingers into his shoulders. Her hips rocked against his hand, urging him deeper. His lips came down on hers, hard and demanding, making her forget about everything outside the door. She fumbled with his jeans as he did the same with hers. When their pants were at their ankles, he snaked his arm around her waist, pulling her close before turning her around. He cupped her breast, kissing her neck, as she placed her hands against the wall. She heard the rip of a wrapper. Then his hands were on her hips. He kicked her legs apart and thrust inside her. She let out a cry, and he turned her face to his mouth, devouring her with a passionate kiss. It was carnal and thrilling, a combination she absolutely loved. She had never desired someone so much that she was willing to risk being caught. But with Sam, she couldn't wait a second longer. She needed him inside her, needed him to stroke the raging flames of lust that burned out of control the minute her eyes met his across the table. It was a need so intense, she didn't know if it would ever be satiated. But with each pump of his hips, he brought her closer to the brink of release. His hand tightened on her hips as he moved with fast, insistent strokes. His other hand came up, cupping her breast and pinching her nipple between his fingers. She whimpered low in her throat as the pressure increased. His harsh breath brushed against her neck. "Come for me," he said, words so inexplicably dirty they were enough to send her spiraling. She cried out as the last fiber of control snapped. Sam grabbed her face and kissed her hard, swallowing her moans as she plummeted into sweet oblivion. He thrust once more, plunging deep, as his body shook against hers. They stayed like that for a moment, his chest pressed against her back, their hot breaths mixing together in the small, confined space. Sam finally backed up, cleaning himself up and pulling his pants back into place. Hadley followed suit. Sam framed her face, then pressed a loving kiss to her forehead. "I'm sorry," he said against her skin. "For what?" "Despite what you may think, that was not my original intention. I just wanted to kiss you hello. But then your hands were against my chest, and you looked at me with those big, innocent eyes, and I turned into an animal." If Hadley wasn't mistaken, she saw shame flashing across his features. She reached up, pressing her palm to his cheek. "I'm happy you did." "You deserve better than a quickie in a broom closet." She loved the thought, but the truth was she didn't care where they were. Location was just a minute detail that meant absolutely nothing. "As long as I'm with you, I don't care where we are." He backed her up against the wall, kissing her again, but this time it was sweet and controlled. "I don't deserve you." "I am pretty awesome." He laughed, and her heart warmed at the sound. "That you are." "We should head back." She didn't want to leave him, but she also didn't want anyone to notice they were missing. "You go first." She nodded and went to walk away, when Sam's hand grabbed her by the waist and yanked her back to him. He kissed her once more. "Come over tonight." "For another quickie?" "I want to fall asleep with you in my arms, and I want to wake up the same way." "I have to get up early, and so do you." "I don't care." The picture Sam painted was everything Hadley wanted, and she wanted to say yes, but she couldn't. "I can't leave Lady by herself all night." He tucked her hair behind her ear, his finger lingering on the soft curve of her lobe. "Then let me stay with you. I'll even bring Lady a treat." A smile spread wide across Hadley's face. "How can a girl say no to that?" she asked, before pressing a kiss to his lips and slipping out the door. Chapter 17. Missy finally decided to take Sam up on his offer to bring her to the outlets. She picked the Saturday after Black Friday, and Sam was already regretting it. People clogged the outlets like sardines, pushing their way as they went. Each store looked like it was the scene of a small battlefield, with clothes he imagined were once folded and were now tossed in discarded piles. "How you holding up?" Hadley asked, while Missy disappeared into a dressing room for the 900th time that day. He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to release the tension. "I remember why I give her money for her birthday and Christmas every year, and let my mom deal with taking her to spend it." Hadley laughed, and God, if that sound didn't act as soothing fingers pressing into his tight, tense muscles. He relaxed a little, resting against a table filled with a million different colored scarves. He held his hand out to Hadley, and when her fingers brushed his palm, he pulled her close and wrapped his arms around her. She felt good in his arms, like she was always meant to be there. Her head rubbed against his chest before she pulled back. "Missy might see us." The last time she went into the dressing room, she was in there for 20 minutes. He pulled her back to him, nestling his head into the crook of her neck and kissing the soft, creamy skin. It didn't matter where they were or what time of day it was. He always wanted her. He had no idea how he had been blind to her for so long, and now that his eyes were open to the perfection that was Hadley, he never wanted to close them. "Okay," Hadley said, pulling away and pressing a hand against his chest, as though she needed the physical barrier to keep them apart. "That's enough, Casanova." It wasn't, though, and it was a weird feeling, something he had never experienced before. He had been with many women over the years, but he never craved them for a second time, never stayed up at night thinking about them and wondering what they were doing. But ever since he'd kissed Hadley, touched the soft skin between her legs, felt her muscles tighten around his cock, he'd become addicted to her. All he wanted was to be with her. He kept waiting for the moment when his desires would finally be satisfied, but the well was infinite, and no matter how many times he thrust into her silken center, it was never enough. He took her hand from his chest and kissed her palm, needing to feel her skin against his mouth. His eyes scanned the store, looking for a place he could take her and quench the insatiable hunger consuming him. Before he could find a solution, Missy came out of the dressing room in a huff. Hadley pulled her hand from Sam's and spun toward his sister. "No good?" she asked a sour Missy. Missy shook her head, crossing her arms over her chest. "What was wrong with them?" Sam asked. "Everything makes me look like a pole." Sam had no idea what the hell Missy was talking about, and shot a glance to Hadley, hoping she could figure it out. Hadley laughed. "You do not look like a pole." "Really? Because I have no butt and no boobs. I'm a pole." "You're 14, Sam mumbled. But Hadley pulled him back and flashed him a look that said, "I got this." He kept quiet even though he had a million things he wanted to say. "You have to learn to love you for you and embrace that. Easy for you to say, you have boobs." Sam couldn't argue there, but he continued to keep his mouth shut. An amused smile spread across Hadley's face as she placed her hands on her chest. Sam shifted uncomfortably and averted his gaze. "These babies didn't show up until I was almost 18, and they're still small compared to my sister Kate's. And then there's my sister Daisy. I remember her." "Then you remember those beautiful corkscrew curls she has?" Missy nodded. "I've always been jealous of them. I can't even get a curl to stay in my hair when I use a curling iron. Yet Daisy used to hate her curls. She would blow dry them and flat iron them, anything to get them straight. Kate used to tape her boobs down when she was your age because she was embarrassed by them. My point is, you're always going to want what you don't have. But one day you'll look back on it and wonder why you wasted so much time over something so silly. So, why don't we put these shirts back?" Hadley took the hangers from Missy's hand and hung them on a rack. "And let's get you more clothes to try on that are made for your body type." Missy took a minute to think it over, and Sam waited with bated breath. Missy ran either hot or cold. He assumed it was the whole hormonal teenager thing, so he never knew how she would react. "Let's do it," Missy smiled, and Sam let out a sigh of relief. Hadley wrapped her arm around Missy's shoulders. "Let's go." "Wait," Sam called after them. "Does that mean we're not done?" Hadley laughed. "Not even close." "That was fun," Hadley said, as Sam pulled up to her house. "Loads." He couldn't help the sarcasm that crept into the word. "It was." Hadley turned toward him as he put his truck in park, and she linked her arms around his neck. He looked up at her, so pretty in the shimmer of moonlight that peeked through the sunroof. "Missy finally found an outfit she loved, and you got to spend the whole day with her and with me." "It was nice being in public with you," he said, as he nipped at her ear. "Every time you slipped your hand into mine, or when Missy would go into the dressing room and you'd come over and sneak a kiss, I actually felt like a couple." Her fingers ran through his hair, and he closed his eyes, absorbing the soothing sensations trickling down his neck. "Let's go inside." The hot touch of her breath against his skin sent desire spiraling to his core. It took all the strength he had not to jump out of the truck and race her to the bedroom. There were things on his mind he needed to get out, and the only way to do that was staying where they were and avoiding temptation. "Let's talk," he said. "We talked all day. I don't want to talk anymore." Her lips came down on his, hot and insistent, and he allowed himself to get lost in the kiss for a moment before pulling back. "Soon," he said, then took a deep breath and rested into his seat. He ran a hand through his hair, as if that would tame the beast that was ready to be unleashed inside him. "Okay, we'll talk," Hadley said, settling back into her own seat. "What's going on?" He didn't know how to put into words what he was feeling. They sat there in silence while he thought through the fog in his brain. "You don't want this to end, do you?" Hadley asked, and he twisted to face her with rapid speed, reaching out to her and wrapping his hand behind her head. He brought her forehead to his, holding on with all that he had. God, no. Hadley let out a breath of relief and laced her fingers through his. "Good. That's good. But I don't want to keep hiding. I want to be able to take you to the movies and for dinner and a beer at Calhoun's. I want to tell the whole world about this amazing, beautiful woman I'm with." Hadley's lip trembled, and she sucked in a sob. "I want that too, but I'm scared. I'm scared once we let the outside in, it'll ruin everything. I've waited so long for you, and I don't want to lose you. Not yet." "You won't lose me." "How do you know that? You're the one who told me your friendship with Matt means everything to you. What if he doesn't approve?" "You and I are adults now. It doesn't matter what he thinks." "But—" "Shh." Sam rested his finger against her lips. "If you think I'm letting you go so easily, then you don't know me at all. And that kind of hurts, because I thought you knew me better than anyone." She pulled back, looking into his eyes and straight into his very soul. "I do," she said. "That's what I thought. So now I'm asking you to trust me." Hadley was quiet for a moment. Sam's heart jackhammered against his chest as he waited for her to speak. "I'll always trust you." "Then let's tell your family." She took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, but can we wait till after the craziness of the holidays, just in case things don't go as well as we hope?" "I can do that." He smiled. "Now, get back over here so we can finish what you started." She leaned forward and wrapped her hands around his neck. "So demanding. And you love it." He nipped at her bottom lip, and she let out a sexy moan that was meant to entice. It worked. He reached across the console and grabbed her, pulling her over to his side of the truck. She let out a squeal, and they both laughed as he ran his hand down the curve of her breast. "I've wanted you all day," he said. "Then you better not waste any more time." He kissed her and managed to open the truck door, letting in a blast of cold air. "It feels like snow," she said. "Smells like it, too." He scooped her into his arms and kicked the truck door shut. "More reason to spend the rest of the evening in bed." She held on tightly, placing feather kisses to his neck as he carried her to the front door. His hand found the knob and he turned, knowing that Hadley, like most people of Red Maple Falls, didn't lock her door. He pushed the door open and walked her into the living room, where Lady's head popped up from the couch. As soon as she spotted Sam, she jumped up and hurried over to him. Sam placed Hadley on the adjacent chair and retrieved the dog treat he had slipped into his pocket. "Here you go, girl." He bent down and scratched her behind the curls on her ears. "I knew you'd leave me for another girl, but I didn't think you'd do it right in front of me," Hadley joked. But her words cut deep to a place inside him that harbored insecurities. He grew up with a single mother because his father didn't think she was enough. Sam never wanted to be that guy. If he never led someone on, gave them false hope, then he wouldn't become the man he despised more than the devil himself. It was why he was so resistant to Hadley at first, and probably why he hadn't noticed her way before she'd confessed her feelings to him. He didn't want to hurt her. He watched the downward spiral his mother fell into, and he never wanted to carry that burden. Though he knew Hadley was much stronger than his mother ever was, the fear still lingered inside him. Once he decided he wanted in, there was no turning back. She needed to know that he wasn't going anywhere. He left Lady to her treat and went to Hadley, kneeling down in front of her. He rested his palm against her cheek, running the pad of his thumb across her skin. "I would never," he said, the words holding as much conviction behind them that he could manage. Hadley's eyebrows turned down as she leaned forward, taking his face in her hands. "I know that. I was joking." "Do you?" he asked, needing her to say it, needing confirmation that she understood that no woman could take him away from her. What they had was something so rare, and he wasn't dumb enough to let that go. She brushed her hand through the front of his hair and nodded. "I do. There's no one else for me, Hads, and I need you to tell me that you understand. Tell me you understand." She slid off the chair, straddling his lap and nodding against his head. "I understand." His hand laced into her hair, and he held her close. "Good." He captured her lips in one quick motion, pouring his heart into each stroke of his tongue. An erotic whimper rose in her throat as he slipped his hand beneath her shirt and pinched her nipple that was straining against her bra. "Take me to bed," she said between kisses, arching her body into his touch. "You have to go walk Lady first. Once I get you in bed, we're not leaving." I like the sound of that." She kissed him one last time, lingering as she stood from his lap. "Come on, girl," she said to Lady, patting her leg. "Hurry back," Sam said, granting him a big smile. When the door opened and closed, Sam got off the floor and walked over to the fireplace. He grabbed a few pieces of wood and placed them inside. He wasn't just good at putting fires out, he was also good at getting them started. He placed some kindling beneath the logs and lit them. Within seconds the flames rose and lapped at the edges of the wood until they were engulfed. The steady crackling of the wood and the warmth of the fire put Sam at ease. Hadley had told him she understood, that she knew there was no other woman for him. And while he thought that would help deter the voices deep in his head that told him he was his father's son, it didn't. The voices were still there, muffled a bit, but still there. He leaned against the couch and closed his eyes, forcing the voices to shut the hell up. Today had been perfect, and he didn't want to ruin the night. With a deep breath, he opened his eyes and stood up. He grabbed the blanket off the couch and laid it down in front of the fireplace before disappearing into the kitchen and grabbing 2 bottles of beer out of the fridge. In most romance movies he'd had to endure over the years, the guy always had champagne flutes with some fancy champagne or wine, but he and Hadley weren't fancy. They were beer-drinking, flannel-wearing people who couldn't give 2 shits about what the movies thought. It was one of the many reasons why he loved her. Love. His entire body froze at the realization. Of course he loved Hadley. He'd loved her since the days when she'd worn pigtails and chased him around the farm. He always had her best interest in mind and looked out for her. It was what he did for the people he cared about. Just then Hadley walked in, covered in snow, her lips upturned in the most beautiful smile. "We were right. It's snowing." She shook the snow from her hair and looked back at him, but her eyes stopped on the blanket on the floor. "Is someone trying to be romantic?" she asked, amusement in her tone. "I think trying is the key word here." She slipped out of her jacket and draped it over the chair. "Blanket, fire, beer. I'd say you nailed it." "Where's Lady?" "Chewing on her bone. She should be occupied for a while." "Good," he said, and held his hand out to her. She moved toward him, slipping her hand in his and kneeling down on the blanket beside him. The fire amplified the heat running through his veins as he lifted his hands to Hadley's hips and pulled her toward him. He didn't waste a single second, pressing his lips beneath her shirt at the spot above her jeans. Her fingers clutched his hair, holding on to the short strands as he swirled his tongue across the band. He unbuttoned her jeans and pushed them down, smiling at the sea-foam green boy shorts that were lined with lace and had a tiny blue dog on her hip bone. They were sexy, yet still 100% Hadley. He ran his finger over the tiny dog and kissed her stomach. She sat back, and he helped her pull her pants off, tossing them out of the way. She slipped out of her shirt and bra and added it to the pile. He held her gaze as he pulled her panties aside and slipped his index finger into her wetness. Her heated gaze locked on his as a moan rumbled up her throat. She rocked against his hand and gripped his shoulders, digging her nails into his skin. A wordless plea came out in a series of whimpers, and he couldn't deny her. He knew exactly what she wanted. He pushed his pants down, grabbing the condom from his pocket and ripping the foil open. He sheathed himself and positioned himself at her hot, wet center. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, her nipples taut and straining for his touch. Unable to resist, he dipped his head, taking a tight bead between his teeth, then circling it with his tongue before moving to the next. "Oh, Sam," Hadley cried out, arching toward him and rubbing her slick folds against the head of his cock. "Please." He looked down at her, the shadows from the fire dancing across her face, making her look even more beautiful, if that was even possible. He locked on the slate of her eyes and thrust inside her. A cry tore from her lips, her body bowed, and her hands dug into the woven blanket beneath them. But she didn't once look away from him. She held his gaze with each pump of his hips, each caress of his hands, and with each tremble it rocked her body until an orgasm consumed her and her head flung back. His hand ran down the middle of her breasts and gripped her hips. He thrust one last time, fireworks exploding behind his eyes as he shuddered. She looked up at him through hooded lids, a satisfied smile on her pretty lips. The word love popped back into his head and sat on the tip of his tongue. Yes, he loved her. He knew he did. But this was different. It was more, so much more. And no matter how many ways he denied it, he couldn't ignore it. He didn't just love her. He was in love with her. Deep, scary, mind-numbing love that wrapped around his heart and refused to let go. Chapter 18. Christmas and New Year's came and went, yet Hadley still wasn't ready to tell her family about her and Sam. She wasn't ready to deal with her grandmother's questions about marriage and babies, because once she found out about them, it was inevitable. She didn't want to have to face Matt when he found out his best friend was sleeping with his baby sister, and she didn't want to lose the life they had created for themselves over the past few months. She was being selfish, she knew that, but she felt she had every right to be, and to be honest, she got a thrill from sneaking around. But Sam was growing impatient, which was why she agreed to finally come clean after her mother's birthday party. To Sam, it was more about proving to her he was in this for the long run than about anything else, and she couldn't deny him that. They'd parted ways earlier that morning and agreed to arrive at her parents' house separately. He had a shift at the firehouse and then had to stop by Mrs. Kingston's to hang a picture for her, so he would be a little late, but he promised he would be there. She patted her leg for Lady to follow and adjusted the gift on her hip as she pushed the door open. The house was alive with chatter. Gold and silver balloons floated above her, tied to every available surface. She placed the gift on the table along with the rest and made her way to the kitchen, where she knew she would find everyone. "Hadley's here!" her grandmother exclaimed, as she hurried over and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Hadley greeted everyone else and gave her mom a big hug, wishing her a happy birthday. Carol Hayes hugged her extra hard. "Thanks, kid. Now, go get yourself a drink. Mason brought a few growlers to choose from, and I also have a baked clam dip, a spinach artichoke dip, some bruschetta, fresh mozzarella and basil, and stuffed mushrooms I made from a new recipe. You do realize it's your birthday, right? Shouldn't we be cooking for you?" Carol flashed an incredulous look. Hadley held her hands up and laughed. "Sorry I brought it up." Cooking was more than preparing food to Carol. It was a way for her to unwind, to enjoy the satisfied smiles on her family's face when they bit into something delicious she'd made. She would never give that up, especially not for her birthday. Hadley headed over to the table and grabbed a plate. "Where's Sam?" Betty asked, and Hadley's heart hammered against her chest. Did her grandmother know? Between her and Terry, they were the queens of town gossip. If anyone had seen the two of them together, they would know. They planned on telling everyone tonight, figuring nobody would make a commotion at her mom's birthday party. But Hadley wasn't ready, not without Sam by her side. "Why would I know?" Hadley blurted. Betty narrowed her eyes at Hadley's defensive tone, then shrugged. "Just asking, dear." She gave Hadley a curious smile before patting her shoulder and walking toward the bowl of chips. "Get a grip," she told herself. "Hey," Cooper said, resting a hand on her shoulder and turning her away from the others. "What's up?" "I was hoping you can keep your eyes open for a dog you think would be a good fit for Tommy." "Does Sarah know about this?" Hadley asked, knowing how her brother liked to spring things on people, and also knowing how much Sarah did not like surprises. "We talked about it. I even told Tommy a while back that we would get him a dog, but because we went to the Philippines and then the holidays, I thought we'd wait. Now that everything has calmed down, I was hoping to start the process." "I'll make some calls. Thank you." Hadley smiled. "A stepson, a new dog, and a baby. Where's my brother?" He finally decided to grow up. "Adulthood looks good on you, Coop." "It does, doesn't it? And there it goes, right to your head. I swear it's getting bigger as we speak." "As long as I can still fit through the door," he said, and flashed that famous Hayes smirk. Hadley elbowed him in the side. "Get out of here." The clock ticked by, and Hadley kept checking her watch until she heard the front door open, then the familiar sound of Sam's voice. Her heart skipped a beat as he stepped into the room, and his eyes immediately landed on hers. She wanted to go to him, fling her arms around his neck, and kiss him hello. But she fought the urge. She kept her feet planted to the ground and let him say his hellos before making his way over to her. "Hey," he said, and took her hand that was hidden behind the appetizer table and gave it a squeeze, causing a burst of hot tingles to scatter up her arm. "Hey." Mason walked over and grabbed a mushroom, and Hadley did her best at making small talk, so as not to be obvious. Mason didn't seem to notice, as he popped another mushroom in his mouth. "I have a few growlers over there," he said to Sam, "if you want a beer." "Thanks. I'll get one in a second." Mason nodded, then headed back to Cassie, who was talking with Shay and Kate. Shay had Matthew on her lap, and Bubbles and Lady at her feet. "How was work?" Hadley asked Sam. "Good. Not much going on today. No old ladies needed their cats rescued from trees." "I do more than rescue cats from trees." "I know you do," she said, with a playful smile. "I just like to tease." Desire heated in his eyes at the word. He swallowed and pulled at the collar of his shirt. "I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back," he said, and disappeared down the hall. Hadley wasn't sure if it was an invitation or if he really needed to use the bathroom. She waited a few moments, and when he didn't come back, she went after him. She found him coming out of the bathroom, his hands wet. "You okay?" she asked. "Just throwing some cold water on my face." "Why, was it getting hot in here?" She bit her lip for emphasis, and he took a deep breath before reaching out and grabbing her wrist. He yanked her close, bringing his mouth down on hers and walking backward until they were in the dark space of the bathroom. He dragged a hand down the curve of her ass and squeezed the soft flesh. "I told myself I wasn't going to do this, that I'd control myself." "What's the fun in that?" "What am I going to do with you?" he asked, then kissed her again. "Are you ready to tell everyone?" Was she ready to stop pretending like she wasn't excited to see Sam when he walked into a room? Was she ready to not have to control herself from going to him and kissing him hello? Was she ready to finally call him hers? Yes, but there was something gnawing away at her stomach. "I'm a little nervous." He brushed his thumb across her bottom lip. "Give me your hand." She held it out to him without hesitation, and he pressed a cold round piece into her palm. She looked down at it and instantly recognized the worn pewter charm, the word "loved" engraved into it, and the O replaced with a paw print. You still have this? She asked, as she turned it over in her hand. Haven't gone into a single fire without it since you gave it to me. That was over a decade ago. 13 years ago, after the wildfire that tore through the pines. You told me as long as I had it, I would be safe because I would remember that I had people who were counting on me to come home to them. I did. I was so scared. She shook her head as the memories of that day came back to her. The fire was raging out of control, and they were evacuating people, but you were getting ready to run toward it. I was afraid something would happen to you, afraid that I'd never get a chance to do this. She pressed her lips to his, soft and sweet before pulling away. It took me another 13 years to finally get the courage to do that. Every time I go into a fire, I touch this and then I think of what you said. Think of Missy, my mom, and your family. But most of all, I think of you. I make a promise to myself to make it out, because the thought of letting you down was way too much for me to bear. Sam. She grabbed his shirt and yanked him to her, pressing the charm into her hand and holding it between their hearts as his mouth came down on hers. His hands fumbled with her zipper before coming back to her face. A bright light turned on above them, and they froze. What the fuck is going on? Matt! Hadley pulled her shirt back into place and did her best to cover her unzipped jeans. They never turned the light on or even shut the door all the way. It was like they'd been asking to get caught. We can explain, Sam said. Explain. You just had your hand on my sister's pants. Matt's fingers shook as he pointed it at Sam, then pulled it back. He rested his fist against his mouth before letting it fall to his side. You're unbelievable. You know that? You can have any fucking girl, and you have. His hand shot up again, shaking with rage, and he thrust it toward Hadley. So why her? Sam's head fell forward, and defeat radiated off of him. You weren't supposed to find out this way. This has happened more than once? How long has this been going on? Tension filled the air like a thick, unmoving mass. Hadley wanted to fix this, to turn back time and do this the right way. But the betrayed look on Matt's face gave her little hope to this ending well. How long, Sam? Matt demanded. A few months. A few months? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know what you want me to say. I'm sorry. Hadley, annoyed at being cast aside as Matt and Sam stared each other down, stepped in between them and met her brother's gaze with unwavering determination. This is none of your business. You're my sister, so this is my fucking business? No, it's not. She wanted to stay calm, talk to him like the adults they were, but her resolve broke before she even had a chance to try. She wasn't a little kid anymore. He didn't get to make decisions for her, and he especially couldn't tell her who she could and couldn't date. Matt, I'm not a child. Really? Because you sure as hell are acting like one. Shocked laughter erupted from inside her. Me? Do you even hear yourself? Matt ran a hand through his hair, the tension visible in the strain of the veins in his hand. You're only going to wind up with your heart broken. Nice. Real nice. That's what you think of your best friend? Matt slammed his fingers into his chest repeatedly. I know him. So do I. Then you know he uses women, takes what he wants, and then gets rid of them as soon as they serve their purpose. Hadley shook her head. Matt had no idea what the hell he was talking about. It's different this time. Really? Then why the hell have you been hiding whatever this is? If it's so different, why keep it a secret? Because I knew you wouldn't be able to accept this. This. What is this, anyway, huh? Do you even know? Hadley went to speak, but her words stuttered out, unsure of how to answer Matt's question. Sam's hand rested on her shoulder and gave it a calming squeeze as he lifted his head and met Matt's stare head on. I love her. What? Hadley and Matt exclaimed at the same time. Hadley's voice more shocked than Matt's, which carried a bitter bite. Sam turned to Hadley and framed her face with his fingertips. I love you. Emotion welled up in her throat. Her eyes stung with long-awaited joy. She wanted to tell him how much she loved him, how he was the only man she would ever love. But she couldn't manage words. No, you don't, Matt said. And Sam took a deep, steadying breath. He let his hands fall away from her as he turned to Matt. I do, and I'm sorry for hiding. You're incapable of it, Matt snapped, clearly unconvinced. Hadley's right. It's different this time. How? It just is. Is it? You're the one who always told me you were your father, that you could feel it inside you, that you would never settle down because it was a waste of time, and you didn't want to have to deal with someone's broken heart. You'd rather fucking dump. You're too fucking selfish. Tell me you never said that. Tell me that I made it all up. Sam's jaw tightened, the veins in his neck straining against the taut skin. Hadley watched as a veil went over Sam's eyes. Something Matt had said shut him down, and he wasn't willing to fight against it. People change, Hadley said, though she had no idea if she was trying to convince Matt or Sam. She reached out to Sam, but he stepped back. He's right. Sam's voice was barely a whisper. What? No! Tears burned the back of Hadley's eyes. Her throat dried up, but she forced the words out, desperate for Sam to hear her. He's not. You're not your father. I have to go, Sam said. No! Hadley grabbed his wrist, but he ripped free of her grasp. It's for the best. That's bullshit, and you know it. Matt's right. I did say all those things. So what? His deflated body stood in front of her as he lifted his eyes to her. They were broken and bitter. I meant them. You might have meant them when you said them, but not now. She moved closer to him, reaching up and taking his face in her hand, urging him to look at her. Look at me, damn it! His aquamarine eyes focused on her, darkening with each breath. You just told me you love me. That has to mean something. I wish it were enough, he said. Then before she could stop him, he walked out the door, taking her heart with him. Hadley went to go after him, but Matt grabbed her arm. Let him go. Screw off, Matt. I'm only trying to protect you. Hadley spun around and shoved him as hard as she could. Protect me? Tears welled in her eyes, and she couldn't stop them. From what? From the only man I've ever loved? From the man who has been there for me through everything? You didn't protect me. You fucking broke me. Matt froze at her words, staring at her with shock and disbelief. What's going on? Shay asked, a confused look on her face. Ask your asshole husband, Hadley said, before taking off down the hall. She ignored all the curious questions being shot at her and ran out after Sam, but it was too late. He'd already gotten in his truck and pulled away. No, she said out loud. This isn't how we end. She reached into her pocket and fished out her keys, jumping into her truck and speeding off after him. He couldn't run from her, not after everything they had been through. He was taking the coward's way out, and there was no way in hell she was going to allow that. Her foot hit the accelerator, and she fishtailed out of her parents' driveway. The drive felt like an eternity, but when Sam's house finally came into view, she wished she'd had more time to think. She had no idea what she was going to say or do. All she knew was that she wasn't going to let him go without a fight. She needed him, and damn it, she knew he needed her, too. She threw her truck in park and jumped out just as he was about to walk into the house. He pressed his fingers into the space between his eyes. Hadley, what are you doing here? You can't just walk away from me. You don't get to do that. What do you want from me? I want you to say that you love me, that it doesn't matter what my brother thinks, that you're not going to give up on us. Sam just stood there, his back pressed against the door frame. Sam, don't shut me out. Matt was right. No. Yes. There's a reason I don't date. I'm tainted goods, Hads. You deserve better. You don't get to tell me what I deserve. That's my choice. I can, especially when you're making the wrong choice. So, that's it? What we've had for the past few months means nothing to you? Nothing? He slammed his fist against the house. It means fucking everything to me. Then why are you throwing it away? You'll never understand. Make me understand then. He shook his head, running his hands through his hair. I'll break your heart, and I can't bear that. It has to end now before we get too deep. Too fucking late, Hadley spat. I'm sorry. Hadley spun toward her truck, then stopped. She turned back to Sam, tears pouring down her cheeks. If you were sorry, you would come to me right now, take me in your arms and tell me that you love me, kiss me, carry me into the house, and make love to me. They stared at each other for what felt like 1,000 years, before Sam took a deep breath and shut the door on their future. Chapter 19. Early mornings on the farm was always Hadley's favorite time of day, but today was different. Today she didn't want to get out of bed, much less put on clothes and head to work. She wanted to hide beneath her covers and pretend like the world didn't exist. Pretend that the past week didn't happen. And when she opened her eyes, she would be wrapped in Sam's arms. She loved him, yet she hated him. How could he walk away from her so easily? He didn't even put up a fight. He just accepted defeat and walked away like a damn coward. Heat choked her, and she took a deep breath, trying to put out the rising fire. Like every day since that dreaded one, she got up and went through the motions. She stood on the farm, looking out across the fields, trying to find the joy it once brought her. But it was as if she was empty inside. No matter how hard she tried to find happiness in the little things, she couldn't. Hey, kiddo, Jonathan Hayes said as he approached. Hey, Dad. He took a sip of his coffee as silence spread between them, making her aware of an oncoming lecture. Have you talked to Matt? He finally asked. I have nothing to say to him. He's pretty upset about the whole thing. Well, that makes two of us. Whether you want to believe it or not, he always has your best interests in mind. Hadley rolled her eyes and looked at her dad. That's a load of crap. You have to think like him for a second in order to understand him. I'd rather dive head first into manure. I wouldn't recommend that. You could suffocate, and then you'd wind up on that website where they give out awards for people who died in strange ways. I wasn't being literal, Hadley said, but couldn't help the smile that tugged at her lips. I know, but I got you to smile. Kind of. He shucked her chin. So it's a no-go on Matt. What about Sam? He made his feelings very clear. Her dad looked at her with a steady gaze, and she let out an annoyed breath. What? I know you have something on your mind, so out with it already. I love Sam like my own son, but he hasn't had an easy life. I know that. It might be hard for everyone to believe, but Sam and I did more than just have sex. Jonathan held up his hand. I don't need to know that, though I guess I'm happy to hear it. My point is, he has a lot of baggage, and that stuff doesn't just up and go away. It becomes a part of who you are, and sometimes those insecurities, even though they have nothing to do with who you are anymore, still come back to haunt you. Sam is not his father. I know that, you know that, and I'm pretty sure that Matt knows that, but a part of Sam doesn't. That's the part that's pushing you away, and if you love him like I know you do, You have to find a way to make that deep, dark part of him see the truth. But how? That, my lovely daughter, is only something you can figure out. Great. Give it time. I'm sure it'll come to you. What if it doesn't? What if I've lost him forever? She tried so hard to be strong, but suddenly she felt like a little girl, looking to her father for the answers. Her resolve broke and a tear fell free, causing a river to flow. She choked on a sob as her entire body shook with the sting of the raw emotion. "Come here," he said, wrapping her in his flannelled arms, the scent of Old Spice, comforting her in a way that nothing else could. He held her tight, running a soothing hand over her hair. Now, it's going to be okay." She had no idea how long she cried in her father's arms, but he didn't once make her feel like less of a person for letting her emotions get the better of her. Instead, he held her, whispered reassurances, and rubbed soothing circles on her back. When she finally felt like she couldn't shed another tear, she sucked in a deep breath and straightened. She swiped at her eyes and laughed. "I'm sorry. That was such a girl thing to do." "Hate to break it to you, Hads, but you are a girl." "I know, but not in the way that Kate and Daisy are. I don't let my emotions get to me." "It happens to the best of us, and it doesn't make you weak. If anything, it makes you stronger." "You really think so?" "How do you feel right now?" She sniffed and swiped a hand under her nose. "Better? See?" he smiled. "You're stronger already." He patted her on the shoulder, then jumped right back into business, pointing out things that needed to be done in the next few weeks. And he was right. She did feel stronger, better, more alive than she had in days. She listened to all the things that needed to be done, but her mind was stuck on Sam. She had no idea how to convince him he wasn't his father's son, but she wasn't going to give up. That's what he was expecting, and she refused to be just another notch on his bedpost. Wednesday afternoon, Sam picked Missy up from school and brought her to Calhoun's for a burger. It was the first time in days that he'd gone somewhere other than the firehouse, and he was already regretting it. As soon as he walked in the door, his eyes swept across the pub to the far right corner, where he took Hadley only a few short months ago. Visions of her long, creamy neck against his lips, the feel of her bare stomach beneath his roughened hand, and the erotic moans that poured from her mouth filled his mind. He took a deep breath, wishing he could order a beer, but he promised himself a long time ago that he wouldn't drink in front of Missy, and it wasn't a promise he was about to break. Sam guided Missy to an open table, avoiding the far corner. Chase waved them over and pointed to the 2 empty seats at his table. Sam slipped out of his coat, and Missy and he sat down. Sam nodded to Chase, who was washing down a bite of burger with a soda. "What are you doing here?" "I was hungry," Chase answered. "Don't be a smartass. You were supposed to help your sister pick up furniture today. Drove all the way there, and the dresser is on back order for another week." Layla was pissed. Can't say I blame her. Wasted her 1 day off in over 2 weeks. I figured I'd get out of her hair and let her have the house to herself for the rest of the afternoon. Layla was a nurse's aide at the nursing home and worked ridiculous hours to help pay the bills. Chase and his 2 sisters all lived together ever since their mother died when Chase was 16, leaving them with an unpaid mortgage and a stack of bills. His older brother, who was serving overseas in the Marines, sent money home whenever he could. They were a close-knit family, like the Hayes, except their upbringing wasn't as picture-perfect. A waitress walked over that Sam had flirted with on many occasions before he ever hooked up with Hadley. She cozied up to the table, making sure to brush an arm against him. "What can I get you all today?" she asked, with a quirk of her bright red lips, her eyes basically undressing Sam with every calculated glance. "How about some space?" Missy said, and Sam choked on a shocked laugh. The comment seemed to go over the waitress's head. "How about 2 root beers and 2 burgers and fries, 1 medium and the other well done. Sound good, little miss?" he asked Missy, calling her by her original nickname that had eventually morphed into her current one. Sounds good to me. Missy turned to the waitress, who was still staring at Sam, and cleared her throat. Goodbye. The waitress's lip curled in annoyance, and she turned on a high heel before strutting away. Sam didn't even bother to look. He couldn't care less about what she had to offer, not when Hadley was still all he could think about. You don't have to be rude, Sam said to Missy, still feeling the need to teach his sister right from wrong. She was practically humping your leg. It was disgusting. Watch your language. She shrugged, putting her hands up in defense. I'm just saying, I've seen Labradors with better manners. Chase snorted, then gave Missy a high five. Ha, good one. The dog reference caused a thick, unmovable lump to form in Sam's throat. His eyes drifted back to the forbidden corner, and once again he was lost to the visions of Hadley that wouldn't stop haunting him. He thought of the adorable paw prints on her boy shorts, and how, even when she opted for sexy lace, they still had a little tiny dog marking on the hip. He missed waking up to her in his arms, and missed Lady pawing at his side of the bed so he could get up and take her for a walk. The thought of never having that again ripped at his heart, but he reminded himself that it was for the best. It didn't matter what he wanted. What mattered was Hadley would get the chance to be with someone she deserved, and who deserved her all the same. His jaw tightened, just thinking about some other guy with his hands on Hadley. The muscles in his neck tensed as he imagined her walking down the aisle, dressed in white, towards someone who wasn't him. The waitress came back and brought their food, once again lingering too long until Missy cleared her throat repeatedly. After a flirtatious wink, the waitress finally walked away. What do you guys have planned for later? Chase asked. I was thinking of going to the 6 o'clock showing at the movie theater. They're playing Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I haven't seen it in a long time. Layla used to watch it on repeat when I was a kid. Never heard of it, Missy said. Sam and Chase turned to her with furrowed brows and open mouths. You can't be serious, Sam said. I have failed you as a brother. I don't think it's that serious. Oh, but it is. You can't go through life never experiencing the Sausage King of Chicago. The what king? Just trust me. It sounds dirty. Get your mind out of the gutter. Chase shrugged. She has a point. Kinda does sound like a... Sam held his hand up before Chase could finish that thought. Stop right there. When are they going to start playing new movies people actually want to see? Missy asked before tossing a fry in her mouth. The movie theater didn't have any new releases since the industry switched over to digital, and the theater couldn't afford the upgrade. The theater basically played whatever they still had on the old-fashioned 35mm films. Probably never, but Ferris Bueller's Day Off is a classic. I'll go to keep you out, she said. Who knows, maybe I'll even like the movie. You will, Chase said with confidence. Confused, Sam turned to Missy. What does that mean? To keep me out? Missy swirled her fry in the pool of ketchup on her plate. You haven't left your house in days. I went to work. Chase can vouch for that. And I went to Mrs. Sanders to clean out her gutters. You should call her, Missy said. Mrs. Sanders? No. Hadley. He knew he would regret telling Missy about Hadley, but she caught him in a vulnerable moment, and he'd let a few things slip out. He took a sip of his soda, wishing it were something stronger, and looked away. There's nothing left to say. Maybe if you keep telling yourself that, you'll actually start to believe it. You're 14. What do you know about relationships? She had no idea what was going through his head, the sacrifice he was making to ensure that Hadley wound up with someone who would never steer her wrong, who would never choose fear or the thrill of the unknown over her. Enough to know that you're making the biggest mistake of your life? Her words hit him like an uppercut to the chin. There was truth in what she said, but it didn't change the fact that the choice was made. You don't know what you're talking about. I think she does. Chase's eyes met Sam's as if he was challenging him to deny it a second time. He was the first to look away, proving that his conviction was lacking. Missy shrugged. At least think about it. Sam swiped his burger off his plate. Fine, I'll think about it. Now finish your burger. We have a movie to catch. Chapter 20. For the first time in Hadley's life, she hesitated before going into her parents' house. Silly, really, since at 31 and having moved out over 6 years ago, this beautiful house at the top of the hill, surrounded by farmland, would always be her home. But today wasn't like any other Sunday night dinner, because any other day, her entire family didn't know she'd slept with Sam. And while the news didn't rattle the rest of the family that she knew of, she still hadn't faced Matt. After everything, she was still furious. He made her lose the love of her life, all thanks to a promise made 20 years ago between two 15-year-old boys. With a deep breath, she opened the door and stepped inside, finding comfort in the smell of fresh basil and garlic that permeated the air. She closed the door and stepped inside, making her way with slow strides. Her grandmother was the first to greet her, wrapping her in a big, warm hug. She pulled back, taking Hadley's face in her hands. "How are you?" There was concern in her bright blue eyes, and the familiarity of that look had Hadley sucking in a jagged breath and fighting off tears. "I've been better," she managed. "Oh, sweetie." Betty took her back in her arms, rubbing soothing circles on her back. "It's just a bump in the road. It'll all be better soon. You'll see." "I sure hope you're right." "I'm always right." Hadley smiled, and it felt good. A huge contrast to the lonely, sad frown that had become a part of her. "Now, come on. Everyone is already here, and dinner is on the table." Betty took Hadley's hand and looped it through her arm, guiding her toward the dining room. They walked in, and all speaking ceased, and every set of eyes landed on her. She gave an awkward wave and tried to ignore the thick cloud of tension in the air. "What?" she finally asked. "Nothing," her mother said. "We're just happy you're here." "Mason, you owe me $20, Cooper said, and Sarah elbowed him in the ribs. "Ow!" "Well, what are you waiting for?" Betty asked. "Sit before my stomach comes out of my mouth in search of food." "We wouldn't want that," Hadley said, and sat between her father and Kate. Matt was at the other end of the table, but she couldn't find it in herself to glance in his direction. There was an awkward tension in the air that Hadley couldn't stand, but at the same time she had no idea how to disperse it. Her family wasn't helping. The forced conversation, the hushed tones when someone would say something that someone else assumed was inappropriate given the circumstances. It was too much for her to handle. She stared at her plate, pushing her food around like she used to do when her mother wouldn't let her leave the table until all her vegetables were finished. She thought maybe if she'd pushed them to different sides of the plate, it would look like she'd eaten more than she had. It had never worked, and right now it wasn't helping ease the tension either. "Why the hell is everyone so damn quiet?" her grandfather barked, and Hadley watched as everyone looked down at their own plates. "Dad," Carol said beneath her breath, as Betty swatted at him. He dropped his fork on his plate, the noise of metal against ceramic ringing out in the quiet space. "For crying out loud, is this because Hadley bumped uglies with Sam and Matt has his panties in a bunch over it?" "Harold!" Betty exclaimed, but he waved her off. "I do not have my panties in a bunch," Matt gritted through clenched teeth. "Could have fooled me," Shay muttered. "It's bad enough you're making me sleep on the couch. Now you have to embarrass me in front of my family." "You've embarrassed yourself," Shay said, forking a piece of eggplant and putting it in her mouth. Matt pushed back from the table, his eyes focusing on Hadley. "You happy now? You turned my own wife against me." "Sit down, you ogre," Shay said, yanking on his arm. Hadley had nothing to do with this. It was your overreaction, and, quite frankly, overstepping your boundaries on the matter. Maybe if you got your head out of your ass long enough, you could see that. Please stop, Hadley begged. Not only was her life spiraling out of control, now she was responsible for Matt and Shay fighting. She pushed out of her chair. "Excuse me," she managed, before a sob broke free. She hurried away from the table and toward the bathroom. "Good going," Cooper said, before more arguing ensued. Hadley slammed the bathroom door, blocking out the rising voices and accusations. She rested her hands against the cool granite and took a deep breath. Tears pressed against her eyes. A hot, burning sensation slipped down her throat, but she fought the overwhelming emotion, refusing to cry. She looked up, meeting her eyes in the mirror and wondering where the hell she went wrong. She was a good person who never broke the law or intentionally hurt anyone, yet her chance at happiness was ripped out from under her in a quick, sudden flash that she barely had time to register. Everything around her was crumbling, and she was helpless against the destruction. She splashed cold water on her face and closed her eyes, forcing the sadness away. She patted her face dry with one of the blue hand towels, then found the courage deep inside her to rejoin her family. She made it to the end of the hallway and stopped, wondering if her family even wanted her there. She shook the ridiculous thought from her head and was about to push on forward when Matt whipped around the corner in a hurry and almost knocked her over. He grabbed her arm before a collision and looked down at her for the briefest of seconds. It didn't take long to see the utter disappointment on his face. "Sorry," he said, letting his hand fall back to his side and stepping around her. "I hope you're not leaving because of me." "No, there's a structure fire in a residential area, possible victim trapped inside." "Oh, no," Hadley said, trying to think of whose house it could be. "Is it really bad?" "I won't know how bad till I get there, but it doesn't sound good." "Shit!" Hadley exclaimed as she reached into her pocket, pulling out the round, worn pewter charm that she had given Sam all those years ago. It wasn't until recently that she had found out he hadn't gone into a fire without it since, but now she had it when he needed it most. She held the charm out to Matt. "Please, give this to Sam." His eyes narrowed, but she didn't have time to explain. She knew Sam was on his way to that fire without his lucky charm. If anything happened to him, "I beg you." Desperation filled her tone as she met her brother's gaze. "Please, Matty." Matt opened his hand, and Hadley pressed the silver circle to his palm, the word "loved" facing up. He closed his fingers around the charm and shoved it into his pocket. "Be careful," Hadley said, lifting to her toes and kissing her brother's cheek, because despite the tension between them, the unspoken anger and disapproval, he was still her brother, and she loved him, flaws and all. "I have to go," he said. "Okay." He went to move around her, and she called out to him. When he looked back, she met his gaze. "Please make sure Sam is safe." "He's a trained professional. He doesn't need me to protect him." "That's never stopped you before." Matt met her eyes one last time before rushing out the door and leaving Hadley with an awful pit in her stomach. She was never one to fear the worst, but for some reason she couldn't quiet down the uneasy feeling consuming her every thought. Sam wasn't in a good place. His best friend, partner in crime, who made sure Sam was always safe, wasn't speaking to him. "You okay?" Kate asked as she found her in the foyer. It was getting a little tense in there. "I'm worried," Hadley said, her voice cracking. Kate took her hand and looked at her with a curious stare. "About what?" "Sam." "Because of the fire Matt just got called to?" Hadley nodded, unable to form words. Every fear was weighing her down, and she felt like she was drowning beneath its weight. "Why?" Kate asked. "You've never been worried before." I don't know. She didn't know how to explain a feeling that was cutting deep inside her. I just am. Sam has been fighting fires for almost 2 decades. He knows what he's doing, and you have to trust in that. He had only been hurt once in his long career, the fire before she gave him the charm. She had been so scared on that dreary October day when they received the phone call that Sam was in the hospital. She swallowed down the dread rising up her throat. Worrying wouldn't do him any good. Kate was right. Sam had been a fireman for a long time. There was a reason he was promoted to chief, and a reason the entire department looked up to him. He would be fine. He always was. Chapter 21.
Flames ripped through a residential home in the small town of Red Maple Falls yesterday evening. Firefighters did everything they could, but in the end, one person is dead and one of their own is hospitalized. We have Steve Willis on the scene with more information. Thank you, Paula. I'm here in Red Maple Falls, a close-knit community that is trying to come to terms with this tragic event. A faulty electrical wire is the cause of the evening blaze that claimed the life of a young father. Rich Morgan was described by one neighbor as a family man with a kind heart who would go out of his way to help his elderly neighbors.
The words drifted into Sam's ear, and all he wanted was to turn them off. But while his mind was awake, his body was still lost in the blackness. He tried to move his hand, turn his head, but he was stuck in a fog, his body weighted down by what felt like blocks of cement. He felt his hand lift, the gentle slip of familiar fingers linking with his. Warm, soft lips pressed against his knuckles, and he felt the vibrations of a sob that went through his arm and right to his heart. Hadley. After everything, she was here for him. He hated how much he needed her, and how just feeling her touch gave him strength. How is he? Matt's voice broke through the fog. The same. He could hear the forced smile in Hadley's voice, know that she was doing everything in her power to keep it together, but she was holding on by a thread. He wanted to pull her to him, tell her he was okay, and that somehow they would find a way to make it work. But that was a fairy tale, and he never believed in them anyway. Inside of him, he was his father, and if he didn't hurt her now, one day he would. He wasn't going to allow her to stick around and wait for it, not when he could stop it. The bastard's going to wake up, Matt said. And Sam wanted to scream that he was awake. But suddenly the fog consumed him, and he was helpless against it. He tried to fight it off, but it became too strong, and he was too weak. He surrendered and drifted back into the darkness. You should go and get some rest, Sam heard and tried to turn toward the voice, but it was useless. He still couldn't move. He had absolutely no control over his body. He could make out the voice, and he knew it was his mother. He tried to call out to her, but his words were soundless. I'm okay. Hadley. She was still there, still waiting by his bedside.
Light danced across his eyelids, and he felt the bed shift on his side. His hand lifted, but not on its own accord. The feather-soft touch of a fingertip swirled against his palm. Remember my prom? I do. It started out as one of the worst nights of my life, and then you showed up, handsome as could be in your tuxedo, and you made everything better. You made it the best night of my life, but that's just you. You always know what to say to me and what to do. You know how to ease my pain and calm my nerves. She squeezed his hand, and he could hear the soft sound of her cries. Damn it, Sam! I need you right now. I need you to make me laugh and tell me that you're okay, that you're not going anywhere. He felt the weight of her head on his chest, the violent shakes of her body as she succumbed to her tears, and all he could do was lay there. He couldn't hold her,
couldn't tell her the things she wanted to hear, and maybe it was for the best. Maybe she would realize that he wasn't the guy she needed him to be. When the darkness came this time, he welcomed it with open arms. Sam squinted against the blinding light. His throat felt like the Sahara, and it hurt to try and speak. He willed his arm to move and was grateful when it came up from the bed. He patted the table beside him, searching for a cup, a pitcher, anything to relieve the drying burn. He came up empty-handed and turned toward the window. Emotion added to the unbearable pain in his throat as his eyes landed on Hadley, curled up in a ball on a chair. The midday sun shone through the blinds and cast a radiant glow around her. She looked like a damn angel. She stirred. His chief's jacket that was draped over her slid down her arms, and she opened her eyes. She wiped the sleep away and immediately looked at him. Her eyes widened, and she leapt from the chair. "Sam? Are you really awake?" He nodded. She came to him, tears in her eyes, and pulled him into a hug. He could smell her cherry chapstick, the floral scent of her shampoo, and the familiar scent caused a deep pain inside him. It wasn't fair that he got to wake up and hug the woman he loved, when a good man would never get to hug his wife or kids again. Sam went stiff against her, and she pulled back, her excitement lost to the disappointment and uncertainty. He pointed to his throat and scratched out, "Water." "Yes, I can do that." Hadley ran around to the other side of the bed and grabbed a pink pitcher off the table and poured water into a plastic cup. "Here." He lifted his arm, an IV getting in the way. He took the cup and brought it to his lips, relishing the cool liquid as it rehydrated the dry crevices of his mouth and throat. "I should get the nurse," Hadley said. But he reached for her arm. He wasn't expecting the electric current that ran through his body from a mere touch. It was like he was a starved man, being fed for the first time in months. He ignored the overwhelming desire to pull her close, to kiss her, and assure her that he would never leave her. She looked down at his hand, wrapped securely around her wrist. Then those beautiful slate eyes met his. The black ring around her irises darkened, showing him the hope and fear that were battling it out inside her. He dropped her arm, afraid if he held on a second longer he wouldn't be able to go through with what he had to do. "What is it?" she asked, her eyes big and innocent, so damn innocent, that it almost made it impossible to speak. "Why are you here, Hadley?" he asked, making sure to keep his tone even. Every time she started to speak, she stopped herself, as if she was looking for the answer that he wanted to hear. "I told you we were over." He winced as she sucked in a wounded breath and swayed back slightly. You were hurt and I wanted to be here for you." "I'm awake now. You can leave." Her injured pride morphed into anger, the black ring around her irises practically glowing with rage. "You're an asshole," she snapped. "I tried telling you. You didn't want to listen. We're back to that. This stupid notion that you're your father?" Sam's teeth gritted together. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to control the words that came out of his mouth. Maybe he wasn't his father. That idea lived deep inside of him, and while it scared the shit out of him, the rational part of his brain knew better. The real problem was that he'd lost his chance at happiness the minute Rich Morgan lost his. "I know you," she cried, stabbing her chest with a determined finger. "I know you better than you know yourself, and you are not your father." "Really? Then why do I not give a shit that you're crying right now?" "You're pushing me away." "No, I'm asking you to leave. You just won't take the fucking hint." The words were like acid on his tongue, but he didn't dare flinch as they spilled out. He needed to stand his ground, needed Hadley to leave because he couldn't bear hurting her anymore. That last response seemed to cut deep. She stared at him in disbelief, a hurt so intense it nearly broke his heart in two. She swiped up her belongings and headed for the door. "I don't regret it," she said, spinning toward him. "None of it." Her voice cracked, and she took a deep breath before walking out the door and out of his life. Chapter 22. The last thing Sam needed was some bullshit pity, but that's exactly what he was getting as Chase stood uncomfortably in the corner of the room, staring in at him. He'd managed an awkward "hey" when he'd entered, but hadn't said a damn word since. Agitated, Sam sat up and tossed an annoyed look in Chase's direction. "If you have something to say, just spit it out already." Chase tapped his finger against his leg, then looked up at Sam. "How you doing?" "Fine," he snapped. "Sure sounds like it." Chase moved farther into the room and sat down on the edge of the black leather recliner. "We're worried about you." "Don't be. I figured you'd say that. Even have a bet with Miguel. He owes me $10 now." Normally, Sam would come back with some witty remark about how Chase could put that $10 to use, but he just didn't have it in him anymore. The guy who liked to quip and make ridiculous jokes died in the fire, along with Rich Morgan. They sat in silence for a while, the only sound the ticking of the clock on the wall. Chase stood, ran his hands down his thighs, and then sat back down. "You should get back to the station," Sam finally said. He just wanted to be left alone to wallow. "You did everything you could," Chase said, and a hot lump formed in Sam's throat. He swallowed it down, trying to ignore the sting in his eyes and the pain in his heart. "No, I didn't. If I did, nobody would have died." If he only sent Rich ahead of him, even if it wasn't the practical choice. He needed to clear the path and make sure it was safe. But if he would have just sent him ahead, if he had only gotten there sooner, if he would have taken Maple Street instead of Oak, he could have bought himself at least an extra minute. That minute could have been all the time he needed to save a life. A family wouldn't be without their father, husband, son, or brother. He could have saved him and been the hero. Instead, he was the man who'd failed. "I'm not going to let you sit and drown in self-pity," Chase said. "Whatever. Just go." Sam was sick and tired of people trying to convince him that he wasn't the reason a father would never get to hold his kids anymore. No matter how many ways they diced it, Rich Morgan was still dead. Chase stood and turned toward the door. Sam eased back into the couch, but before he could close his eyes and fall back into the blackness, Chase turned around. His face was twisted in anger as he pinned Sam in place with the steel of his eyes. "So someone died. It sucks. But sometimes life isn't fair and you just have to deal with it. Think about all the people you have saved, the countless lives that you have touched and left an impact on." Sam ran a hand over his face and met Chase's glare with his own. "None of that matters now." Chase shook his head, anger turning to frustration. He smacked a hand against his chest. "I was a 16-year-old kid with an attitude problem and on a one-way street to Shittown, until you saw something in me that no one else ever did. You gave me a chance. You gave me purpose, and in doing so, you saved my life. Don't you dare tell me that doesn't matter. It matters, and I have 2 sisters and a brother who can vouch for that. So go ahead, sit here and pine over something that was out of your control, but don't think for a second that what you've done for the past 15 years doesn't matter. Because that's bullshit. I know it. The town knows it. And if you'd get your head out of your ass for 2 damn seconds, you would know it too." Driving from Calhoun's after a late lunch with Kate, Hadley passed the middle school and spotted Missy sitting on the edge of the curb. Her long brown hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, and her backpack rested against her leg. She glanced out to the street, a hopeful smile each time a car passed before it would falter. Hadley put on her blinker and pulled the car over to where Missy was. She gave her a wave. "Hey, Missy." Missy looked up and smiled when she recognized Hadley. "Hey, Hadley." What are you still doing here?" The parking lot was clear. The buses had already left, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Hadley glanced down at her watch to check the time. "School let out over an hour ago. I'm waiting for Sam. He always picks me up on Wednesdays." "He didn't show?" "No, and he's never late." There was a slight tinge of fear in her voice, and Hadley didn't blame her. Sam would never purposely forget about his baby sister. She was his life, one of the few things he had in this world that had always kept him going. "Have you tried calling him?" Hadley asked, trying not to let her own panic consume her. He was probably out on a call or lost track of time, though that sounded nothing like Sam. But he hadn't been himself lately. At least that's what she had been told. He'd been avoiding her like she had the plague. Missy nodded. "Went right to voicemail. I'm sure he's coming." Hadley didn't want to worry Missy, so she agreed. "I'm sure he is, but let me give him a call." She slipped out her phone and brought up Sam's number, staring at the stupid heart she put after his name. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering the strength to hear his voice. She stepped away from Missy and hit the call button. Matt had mentioned that Sam hadn't been himself since the fire, that he'd been drinking more and refusing to go out. So many times she wanted to go to him, but he made it very clear she wasn't welcome. Seeing him would be a painful reminder of the awful way things ended with them, so she forgot about what Matt said. Besides, Sam couldn't be in that bad of a state he'd forget to pick up his sister. Hadley didn't want to believe it was true, but she had a horrible pit in her stomach that wouldn't go away. Maybe she shouldn't have let him push her away. Maybe when he said he didn't need her, he was really saying he did. He just didn't know how to ask. She swallowed down the rising lump in her throat as the phone rang, but when it went to voicemail, the lump grew. The phone beeped, and she forced the words out. "Sam, it's Hadley. I found Missy at the school. In case you're on your way, I have her. I'm going to take her home. Call me. I'm worried. Okay, bye." Hadley hung up and spun back to Missy, plastering a smile on her face. "Come on, I'll give you a ride." "But what if Sam comes and I'm not here? He'll worry." "I left him a message. He knows how to get in touch with me." "Okay, then." Missy grabbed her backpack and pulled it onto her shoulder. "You think he's all right, don't you?" "Of course. He probably got held up at work and lost track of time. It happens to the best of us." "I guess you're right. He always acts like he's so perfect, but nobody's perfect." "No," Hadley agreed. "Nobody is perfect." She thought about her regrets of keeping their relationship a secret, how it kept her up at night, wondering if they would have come forward sooner, if things would have ended the same way. Sam wasn't perfect, and neither was she, but she still believed they were perfect for each other. Stupid tears pricked the back of her eyes, and she shook her head, refusing to succumb to self-pity. "You like ice cream?" Hadley asked Missy. "Is that a trick question? Who doesn't like ice cream?" "Good, because there are a couple of cones with our names on it." A few hours later, self-medicated with chocolate ice cream, she had dropped Missy off, then headed over to Sam's place. She parked right next to his truck and hopped out of her pickup. Her heart slammed against her chest as she headed to the front door. She half expected him to come out of the house, thanking her for picking up Missy because he got held up somewhere, but the door never opened. The area was quiet except for the wind rustling the bare tree branches and the dead leaves on the ground. She knocked on the door and waited, but when it went unanswered by knock 3, she reached for the knob. The door was unlocked. She eased it open, poking her head in. "Sam?" she called, but didn't get a response. Her heart rate picked up. She let herself in and was shocked to see his fire gear in a pile on the floor, still reeking of smoke and burnt wood. She stepped around it and moved down the hall, passing the kitchen where dishes were piled high in the sink and boxes of cereal and crackers lay open on the counters. Beer bottles and cans overflowed from the garbage, and a stale scent permeated the air. The pit in her stomach grew. This was so unlike Sam. He wasn't exactly a stickler for cleanliness, but he always kept a tidy house and never left things out on the counter, especially not half-eaten and opened. She ignored the desire to go into his kitchen and start putting things away, and continued toward the living room, almost afraid of what she might find. Matt had been working a lot of overtime, and she wondered when exactly the last time he was here. Did he know about the dirty dishes, the opened and uneaten boxes of food on the counter? What if Sam was hurt or worse? She couldn't think it, so she let the thoughts vanish from her mind completely as the couch came into view. There he was, passed out, arm over his eyes, beer can still in his hand. The coffee table was covered in empty bottles and cans, and a bag of chips had spilled over onto the floor. "Did you have a frat party here?" Hadley asked, loud enough to startle him awake. He squinted at her, the beautiful shade of aquamarine hidden beneath a layer of red. The back of his hand rubbed at his eyes before he attempted to sit up. "What are you doing here, Hadley?" "Well, someone forgot to pick up their sister today and wouldn't answer his damn phone. Oh, shit." He sat up, running a hand over the thick scruff on his face. Dark bags lined his eyes. His usual dark brown hair, mixed with premature gray strands, was unkempt. The lines around his eyes that had always been a sign of a life spent laughing now cut harshly, making him look haggard. He was in a pair of gym shorts and nothing else. And while Hadley had seen his chest many times before, she was still never prepared to see it on display. She tried to ignore the hard, defined lines as she met his gaze. She forced a smile and changed her tone, hating to see him panicked. "Don't worry. I took her out for ice cream, then brought her home." "You did?" She nodded. "Thanks." "Of course." He sunk back into the couch, his defined chest and arms making him look large, even though his demeanor was indicating the exact opposite. Hadley sat down on the oversized chair to his right, inching to the edge. "Now, do you want to tell me what's going on?" He pressed his fingers into his eyes, a clear sign that he didn't want to talk about it. "Nothing." "So why didn't you pick up Missy?" "I forgot." "Funny, because you haven't missed a single Wednesday pickup since she was in kindergarten." "What do you want from me?" "I forgot. I'm not fucking perfect like you." "What is that supposed to mean?" "Forget it. Just go, okay?" "Thank you for getting Missy home, but please, just leave." He might as well have slammed his hand through her chest and ripped out her heart, thrown it on the floor and stomped on it. She swallowed down the pain his words caused and straightened, refusing to let him knock her down. This wasn't Sam, not her Sam. This was a man who was in pain, who didn't know how to cope with the tragedy he endured. She wanted to throw her arms around him and assure him that everything would be okay, that he would find a way to get through this, and she would make sure of it. But that's not what he needed right now. So, against her deepest desires, she listened and walked away, knowing that tomorrow was another day, and he'd better believe that she would be back. Chapter 23. Hadley showed up to Sam's with a bucket filled with cleaning supplies. She didn't care if he didn't want her there. She was going to prove to him that he could push and shove her away as much as he wanted, but she wasn't going anywhere. She would always take care of him, just as he had always taken care of her. She knocked on the door, not surprised when it went unanswered, so she turned the knob to let herself in. She was surprised when the knob wouldn't turn. He'd locked her out. She huffed to herself and planted her hands on her hip. "Not today, smartass," she said, as she walked around the side of the house to the deck and pulled up the broken board. She stuck her hand into the hole and pulled out the fake rock that held the spare key. With the key in her hand, she went to the door and unlocked it, letting herself in. "Honey, I'm home," she called out, as she held the door and waited for Lady to follow her inside. Lady went right for the kitchen where Sam kept a box of treats, but Hadley knew that the poor girl wasn't going to find him there. Hadley moved down the hallway, past the table where his mail was piled up, then went to the living room. Sam was in the exact place he was yesterday. He was asleep in a pair of navy blue boxer briefs, his face unshaven and his hair a disheveled mess. Hadley slammed the bucket down on the coffee table, causing Sam to jump up. Once his eyes cleared and he recognized her, he sunk back into the couch. "What the fuck, Hadley?" Anger rose in his voice, but she ignored it. If she was going to make her point, then she needed to stay strong. "This house is a disaster, and someone needs to clean it." "There is nothing wrong with the house." "Really?" She bent down and picked up 5 beer cans that were scattered across the table. "Is this some sort of new design craze I haven't heard about?" Sam squeezed the bridge of his nose. "I don't have the patience for this." "And I don't have the time, so either get your ass off the couch and help me, or stay there and keep your mouth shut." It was a challenge, and he was either going to take the bait or tap out. He ran his hands over his face and sunk into the couch, closing his eyes as if he could forget that she was there. She went about wiping down the countertops, dusting shelves and tabletops, and when she turned on the vacuum, she thought for sure he would have something to say, but he just turned over on the couch. Once the trash was taken out, the tub was scrubbed, and the house smelled clean, she took her keys and stopped in front of him. "I'm going to the store to pick up some groceries. Do you need anything while I'm out?" "No, and I don't need any groceries either." "Despite what you may think, you can't survive on beef jerky and Fritos." His jaw tensed, the vein bobbing with anger. Good. Maybe if he stopped ignoring her and let out whatever was building up inside of him, he'd feel better, just like her dad had told her. Once you let it out, no matter how ugly and harsh it was, you would find release. He needed that release, and she was willing to be his punching bag, if that's what it took. "I said I don't need any groceries," he growled. "And I said you do." He slammed his hand against the coffee table, and she bit back the smile of satisfaction that move caused inside her. "Damn it, Hadley. I'm not one of your dogs you can rescue." "I don't want to rescue you," she said, even though that's exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to reach into the dark side that he was floating in and be the guiding light that pulled him out. Really. A fiery rage hung onto that single word. Then what the hell is this, huh? You come here, clean my fucking house, scrub my damn toilet, and now you want to go grocery shopping for me? I don't know what your end game is, but you're wasting your time. The anger poured out of him, but it didn't seem to help. If anything, the tension only seemed to tighten the lines around his eyes. His jaw was a rigid brick wall, and his eyes were practically black. Her plan wasn't working, and she was out of ideas. So she decided to say what was in her heart. "I'm worried about you." "Why?" "Why?" Her eyes widened at the stupidity of the question. Did he honestly have to ask her that? Did he not know? Was he that lost in his own misery that he couldn't see how badly she was hurting too? "Because I care about you, damn it, and I don't like to see you like this." "Why?" This time the word was a mere growl. Her patience waned, her resolve weakening by the second. She clenched her fists and stared at him. "Why what?" "Why do you care about me?" The little patience she had left snapped. "If you really have to ask me that, then you really are an idiot." She stormed out of the house, patting her leg for Lady to follow. If he wanted to live on beer and beef jerky, then so be it. She was done for the day. Fire licked at the walls, the wallpaper shriveling to an unrecognizable pattern. Heat crawled up his spine and around his neck like a hand, squeezing the life out of him. He ignored the uncomfortable sensations and moved farther into the house. His comfort was the least of his worries. He needed to find Rich. He stepped into the kitchen. He could hear his crew all around him, venting the roof, doing everything they could to keep him safe. The sound of his breathing was almost deafening as he spotted Rich in the corner, hugging his son. "No!" Sam exclaimed. "He's not supposed to be here." "Help me!" Rich cried, pure panic on his face as he held his son tightly. Sam maneuvered around the falling debris and held out his hand to Travis. "I got him," Sam said, but Rich pulled the boy back. "No, if you take him, I'll die. I won't leave my son fatherless." They were running out of time. It was now or never. Sam needed to make a decision. He grabbed Travis out of Rich's arms and yelled to him to follow. He surveyed the room, plotting out a clean path, and moved toward it. He could see the sprinkle of sunlight filtering through the black smoke, hear his crew calling out commands as he moved closer. The door came into view, and Hadley stood there, bathed in sunlight, glowing like the angel she was. "Come home to me," she said. Sam focused on the slate blue of her eyes as he made his way to her. A loud crash knocked him over, and he grabbed for Travis, but he was gone. He spun around just in time to see the fire encase the rest of the house. Rich was stuck behind a wall of flames. "You killed me! You took me from my son!" he cried, as the flames overtook him and he fell to the ground. "I didn't mean to. I tried to save you," Sam said over and over. The pain too intense to bear, he fell to his knees, clutching at his chest. I tried. Sam? I tried. Sam! Hadley's voice broke through the fire, jolting him awake. He sat up, sweat dripping down his back and his face. His breath came in hard, ragged gasps as he tried to fill his lungs. Hadley's cool hands rested on his cheeks, sending a soothing calm through his body. She looked at him with concern, but all he could focus on was the smell of her cherry chapstick. "It was only a dream," she said. He shook his head and pulled away from her hold, worried if he stayed there, he would lose control. "I thought you left." "I did, but then I cooled down and realized that whether you want to admit it or not, you need me. I need you to leave me alone." "Why can't you get that through your thick skull?" The edge of her mouth quirked, and that little gesture of amusement shot heat to his core. He looked away from her, not allowing himself to feel any joy. If Rich Morgan couldn't feel joy any more, then neither could he. "The first time you ever told me that was when I smacked my head on that tree branch on the old oak tree on the edge of the farm. Knocked me right out of the tree. I cried so hard, but you took me in your arms and kissed my head and told me I'd be okay, because I had a thick skull. You wiped my tears away and climbed the tree with me because I was too scared to go back on my own." Tears welled in her eyes, but being the strong woman that she was, she held them back until there was no evidence of them. "You were always there for me. Now it's my turn to be there for you. Push me away. Do whatever makes you feel right. But I'm not going anywhere. You hear me? I'm not going anywhere." "I don't deserve you," he said, unable to keep the words to himself. "Right now? No, you don't. You've been cruel and horrible, but I know that's not you. It's the demons you're fighting. And one day you'll be you again, and it'll all be worth it." She had so much faith in him, more than he deserved. The truth was, these demons were too big, and he was too damn tired. There was no fighting them. "What if I'm not? What if this is me?" His words came out in almost a whisper, and Hadley didn't say anything for a long time, making him think that she didn't hear him. But then she shrugged, and a sad smile spread across her pretty mouth. "I'll still love you anyway." His heart constricted, squeezing so tight he thought it might explode. Hadley swiped her keys off the coffee table. "There's meatloaf and mashed potatoes on the counter. You should eat something," she said, then gave him another smile that reached down to his very soul. Chapter 24. Another week had passed, and while Sam was a little nicer to her when Hadley popped in unannounced, he was still so far gone in a depression that she couldn't pull him out no matter how hard she tried. To make matters worse, things were still awkward with Matt, and she hated that. Matt was always the person she could turn to when she needed advice, and right now she needed him more than anything. With her pride shoved far in the back of her mind, she pulled into his driveway and parked beside his cruiser. She had called Shay earlier, who told her that Matt was at work, but usually stopped home around 11 to let Bubbles out. Shay was at the bakery and Matthew was at their parents'. Her heart slammed against her chest, and she laughed at the absurdity. Being nervous to knock on her brother's door, which she had done 1,000,000 times, was just ridiculous. She got out of her truck and went to the door, and before she could chicken out, she knocked. Matt came to the door, dressed in his tan uniform, his hazel eyes narrowing in confusion, then concern. He flung the door open and gave her a protective glance over. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," she said. "Can we talk?" His eyes softened, the tense set of his shoulders relaxed, and he stepped aside to let her in. "Sure." She was greeted by Bubbles, and she bent down to love on the dog she once fostered. "Hey there, aren't you a good boy?" she said, giving him a thorough petting. "I need to get back to the station soon," Matt said, and Hadley gave one final pat on Bubbles' back and stood. "I'm not here to apologize," she said. "I don't think what I did was wrong, but I am here because once upon a time I could count on you for anything. You still can. Just because we don't see eye to eye all the time doesn't mean I love you any less." She nodded as an unexpected wave of emotion slammed into her. "Good to know. Tell me what's wrong and I'll see what I can do." "I'm worried about Sam. He's a grown man." "Even a grown man can fall apart sometimes." Matt inhaled deeply, then leaned against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest. "I'm listening." "It's bad, Maddie. He won't get off the couch. He's been drinking a lot, having nightmares. He keeps telling me to go away, but I can't just leave him like that. He would never leave me like that. Any of us." "I don't know what you want me to do. He made it very clear to me that I wasn't welcomed in his home." "Go anyway. Talk to him." "I doubt it'll make a difference." "You're his best friend. Despite all the crap that happened, you can't negate 30 years of friendship." Matt ran his hand through his hair, scratching the back of his head. "Fine, I'll talk to him, but I can't guarantee anything." "That's all I'm asking." Those stupid tears built up in her eyes again. "Thank you." She went to walk out the door and stopped, turning back to her oldest brother. "I miss you, and I hate this." She tried to hold the wall of tears back, but the pressure was too much to contend with. They streamed down her face and onto her chin. Matt pushed off the counter and wrapped her into an embrace. "Me too, kid. Me too." Sam heard the door open, and a thrill of happiness coursed through him at the thought that it was Hadley. It was pathetic, really. He wouldn't allow himself to act on his desires, but he couldn't control the joy she brought just by walking into a room. When he looked up from the spot on the couch that was practically molded to his body, he was shocked to see Matt. After he had told Matt he wasn't welcomed in his house, he hadn't been back. Sam pushed up and grabbed a discarded shirt. He pulled it over his head and watched as Matt looked around. "You look like shit," he said, as he sat down in the chair beside the couch. "Thanks. What are you doing here?" "I had a visit from Hadley, and not even 2 minutes after she pulled out of my driveway, my grandmother showed up." "How'd that go?" "Hadley's worried about you, and I can see why. My grandma, on the other hand, reamed me out, called me an idiot, said I should know what it's like to be kept from the person you love because of other people. I didn't think of it like that, but I'm no better than Shay's mom." "Trust me, you could never be that bad." Matt smiled. "I'm still up there right now. I know you and your outlook on relationships and women in general. Hadley's different. I would never... I know that now. It took my 82-year-old grandmother to knock some sense into me. Yeah, well, you've always been slow to catch on. Fuck you, Matt said, but there was humor in his tone. He clapped his hands on his knees and let out a loud breath. So, if it's my permission you're waiting on, you have it. I'm not good for her. See? That's where you're wrong. You're exactly right for her. How do you figure? You know her better than anyone, and I know no one will ever love her the way you do. That's what she deserves, and so do you. So stop trying to convince yourself that you're not good enough, because, and I'm only going to say this once, so you damn well better listen. You are good enough. You're the best damn friend a guy could ever ask for, and I know you'll always put my sister above everyone else, even yourself. Always. Sam was quiet for a moment, letting Matt's words sink in. A guy died on my watch. Finally saying the words were like someone reaching into his chest and pulling his heart out, putting it on display for everyone to see the corroded layers. It's part of the job. You know that. It sucks and you wish you can save everyone, but sometimes you can't. Sometimes you lose. He had kids, Matt. How the hell am I supposed to live my life knowing that those 2 kids don't have their father in their life anymore? That I took that from them? You didn't take shit from them. It was the faulty fucking wiring that started the fire, not you. You did everything you could to save that man. You put your own life on the line. When most people would have pulled back, you moved forward. It still wasn't enough. It was more than enough, Sam. You gave him hope in the last few minutes of his life. And then I ripped it away from him. At least he didn't die in that house alone. I don't think I can ever forgive myself. You will. You don't think you will, but you will. How do you know? Matt tapped his fingers against his knee, then looked out across the living room as if he was lost to another time. Because when I was overseas, I saw things, did things that I never thought I'd be able to forgive myself for. They say it's all in the name of war, but that's bullshit. You can only justify so much. When I first came home, it was rough. I remember you wouldn't talk about it. No, Matt said, shaking his head. I figured if I didn't talk about it, eventually I would forget. The thing with memories is they don't go away. They stick with you forever. How did you get past it? I went about my life and made myself a promise that from then on I would only do good. And maybe one day, the good will outweigh the bad. The thing is, the bad will always be a part of me, but there's nothing I can do to change that. The only thing I can change is right now. Looking back doesn't get you anywhere. You have to look forward. At the end of the day, it's all we have. Rich Morgan may not have made it out of that fire, but you did, and you owe it to him to make the best of your life. And here I thought I didn't deserve happiness because he couldn't have it. If anything, you need to make up for what he can't have. You have happiness right in your reach. Don't let it pass you up because of your guilt. Matt shrugged. You and Hadley belong together. Apparently everyone has seen it for years. It just took me a little longer to open my eyes to it. But you're not going to get her by sitting on your ass in clothes that look like you haven't changed out of in a month. Sam pulled the collar of his shirt and took a whiff, causing his nose to crinkle. Yeah, I guess I could do with a shower. While you're at it, run a fucking razor over your face. Though by the looks of it, you might need a goddamn weed whacker. I'll take care of it. You going to be okay? I am now. Good. I gotta get to work, but if you need anything, I appreciate it. Matt turned toward the door, but there was one thing left that Sam needed to discuss before he left. Matt? Yeah, Sam. I want to do something for Rich's kids. Sam swallowed down the lump in his throat. I owe them that much. I've already taken care of it. I'm working with Shay, Mason, Caleb, Terry, Walt, and Sophie Reynolds. We're putting together an auction that will be held in the elementary school cafeteria. All the local businesses are donating baskets to be auctioned off, and all the proceeds raised will go directly to Rich's wife and kids. Tears welled in Sam's eyes. This entire time, while he was home feeling sorry for himself, Matt was out there doing what he should have been doing all along. Sam sucked in a breath, fighting to get words out. Matt smiled. It's what we do in this town. We take care of each other. The town was the reason Sam was who he was today, and he vowed to make sure Rich's kids were taken care of the same way Sam was. He wouldn't let the kids live life where they felt like they missed out on anything. He might not be able to bring their father back, but he would damn well make sure their lives were filled with love and support. Chapter 25. The last thing Hadley wanted to do was celebrate her birthday. It had been 2 months since the last birthday celebration when everything went to shit, but her mother insisted. So she ignored the desire to go home and curl up with a pint of chocolate ice cream, and with Lady at her side walked into her parents' house. Surprise! Her entire family cheered as she stepped into the foyer. Surprise? I knew we were celebrating. Surprises are so much more fun, though, Betty said, going to Hadley and kissing her cheek. Happy birthday, dear. Thanks, Grandma. Hadley greeted her entire family, and when she got to Matt, she gave him a half-hearted smile. Get over here, he said, and wrapped his arms around her in a big bear hug. Can we stop with the weirdness now? I would love that. Good. And can you tell my wife? She's still giving me the stink eye every so often. Hadley laughed. I'll tell her, but I doubt it'll stop that. Shay walked over as if she suspected they were talking about her. Do I need to beat him up for you? She asked, flashing her husband a sultry smile, and making Hadley well aware that while she might have caused a slight bump in their road, nothing could deter them from their own happiness. We're good. Are you, though? Like, good? Shay questioned. Hadley looked at Matt, the brother that drove her crazy with his overprotectiveness, but whom she loved with all of her heart. We're good. Thank the heavens, Shay declared. I'm going to get us drinks to celebrate. Shay disappeared into the kitchen with Bubbles hot on her heels. Did you talk to Sam? She had told herself that she wasn't going to think about him today, but her curiosity got the better of her. I did. I thought maybe he'd be here. That's okay. I know you're not a miracle worker. I just wished... Give him time, Hads. He's been through a lot. I know. Matt squeezed her shoulder. I gotta find my son. I have no idea who has him. If I had my guess, I'd say Mom. Hadley walked toward the table of appetizers her mom had set up. But even though all of her favorites were represented, she had no desire to eat. She stared down at the trays of food and listened to the lively conversation that was echoing through the house. It was familiar. It was home. But still there was something missing. Someone. It just didn't feel like her birthday without him. The chattering came to a halt. A tense silence fell over the room, and Hadley spun from the table only to be face to face with her missing link. Her heart sputtered to a stop, then kicked back into overdrive, thumping hard against her chest. The unkempt mess of hair on his face was shaved clean, his hair cut and styled, and his aquamarine eyes that had been hidden beneath a layer of red haze were bright and clear again. You came! I would never miss your birthday, Hads. Every emotion that she had been battling slammed together, and a joyful smile spread across her face as sad, relieved tears pressed against her eyes. But I thought... He stepped forward and someone said something, but Betty shushed them. The sound of Betty's hand smacking against whoever's chest echoed in the silence. Sam reached out, taking her hand. He looked down at it, running his thumb across her palm as if he was rediscovering her touch. Tiny sparks erupted on her skin, shooting up her arm and down her spine. You like to tell me how I've always been there for you, but these past couple of months, I failed you. No. He stepped toward her, pressing his finger to her lips. Let me finish. He moved his finger, trailing it across her lip, then cupping her face. She nuzzled against the warmth of his palm, relishing in his touch. I failed you because I was so consumed in my own head that I didn't realize how bad you were hurting too. A tear fell down her cheek, and he swiped it away with the pad of his thumb. I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. I was so mean to you. Yeah, you were. A laugh broke through the tears clogging her throat. I wish I could take it all back, but I can't. What I can do is promise you that from here on out, I will never push you away again. He smiled, revealing the gap between his teeth. Hadley, I'm not going anywhere, because there's no place I'd rather be than here with you, always and forever. She sucked in a half laugh, half cry, and her eyes filled with more tears. You heard me? I always hear you. Even when the world had slipped away, I could still hear you. Even when I pushed everyone away and tried to block you out, I could still hear you. I'm kind of annoying that way. You're kind of perfect that way. He met her gaze, a strong, intense passion that poured out of him and directly to her heart. Will you forgive me? There's nothing to forgive. She threw her arms around him and pulled him close, not wanting to let go of him, but suddenly he pushed away. Confused, she tried to figure out the conflicting gesture, but before she could form a thought, he was down on one knee in front of her. Oh my God, it's happening! Betty's voice echoed through the room. Hadley brought a shaking hand to her mouth as Sam reached into his pocket and pulled out a box. He popped it open, revealing a white gold band and diamonds in the shape of a paw print. She gasped at the utter perfection and sniffed back the tears. You've loved me for a long time, and it might have taken me a while to catch on, but now that I have, I know that it's always been you, Hads. It's always been you. Marry me? Yes! She exclaimed, dropping to her knees and tossing her arms around him. Yes, she said again, as she pulled back and smashed her lips to his. All the weeks of built-up desires mixed together with excitement as his tongue met hers. She held on to him with all that she had, swearing that she would never let go again. Someone get the fire extinguisher, Cooper said. Hadley could feel Sam's smile against her mouth, and she broke the kiss with a laugh. He laughed with her, and the sweet sound was more than just a laugh. It was a gift. It was the moment she knew that her Sam was back, and no matter what they went through, all the ups and downs that life would throw at them, he would always come back to her, just as she would always come back to him. Chapter 26. Sam held his fork up to Hadley, and she took it in her mouth, moaning as the delicious chocolate cake hit her tongue. If you don't stop with those noises, I might drag you into the bathroom. Last time that happened, it didn't end well. More of a reason. This time I'll make sure it ends very well. He went to move in for a kiss when Betty popped up in front of them. A huge smile was plastered on her face as she looked at them like two prized possessions that she'd won. I've waited for this moment for over a decade, Betty said, squeezing in between Hadley and Sam and wrapping both of them in an embrace. Hadley's eyebrows turned toward the bridge of her nose in confusion and curiosity. What are you talking about? You couldn't have known this was going to happen, Sam said. Betty smiled, her bright blue eyes glistening with amused satisfaction. Some projects just take longer than others. She gave Sam a wink. No, he said. Never underestimate me. What am I missing? Hadley asked. Sam laughed, running a hand across his chin. You know how you and I never understood why your grandmother never really meddled in our private lives? Yeah? Apparently, the joke's on us. She's been scheming for a long time. Sam gave Betty an impressed glance, but Hadley wasn't buying it. No, I would have known. Betty patted Hadley's hand. Who do you think called Sam on your prom night when your date never showed? Hadley never actually thought about it. She just assumed. She had no idea what she assumed. She was so surprised, relieved, and excited that she never put much more thought into it. Then it was as if the curtain was pulled back, revealing the truth. We were just kids. Nobody even knew about my crush. Anybody with 2 eyes who'd paid attention would have known. You've been in love with this boy since you were 7 years old. And you, Betty said to Sam, fell in love with my granddaughter a long time ago.
Sam pulled Hadley close to him and kissed her temple.
I'd like to agree with you, Betty, but that's simply not true. It took me a little longer to realize what was right in front of me. No, it just took you longer to realize what your heart already knew. Betty, Sam attempted, but Betty held her finger up. Tell me, Sam, why'd you stay with Hadley when her pig was in labor? Comfort her when that pig died? Not a single question when I told you to grab your tuxedo and head to our house on her prom night? At first it was the age difference, and that I understood. But then it was because of your stupid promise to Matt and the ridiculous notion that you're not good enough for my granddaughter. So I had to slowly start taking things into my own hands. Wait a second, Hadley said. When you called me that morning because Grandpa was outside shoveling, you were setting us up, weren't you? Guilty. Sam laughed. Betty, I don't know if I want to strangle you or hug you. I've never been into the kinky stuff, though I hear it's nothing to knock unless you try it. TMI, Grandma. Hadley held her hand up, wishing she could clean those words from her ears. The entire conversation started to fully sink in. I can't believe this entire time I thought you were cutting me some slack. Meanwhile, you were working behind the scenes. I only did what I had to do to bring you two together. The rest was fate. Sam wrapped Betty in a hug. I decided I want to hug you, he said, squeezing her tight. I do have one request, Betty said, as Sam released her. What's that? I want to be your flower girl at the wedding. Isn't that reserved for, little kids? Sam asked. Are you trying to deny an old woman's dream? Sam held his hands up. I would never. If Hadley is okay with it, then why the hell not? Betty turned to Hadley, and Hadley laughed. Betty had been their biggest cheerleader from the very beginning, even if they had no idea. She always believed in them, and Hadley couldn't think of a better way to honor her grandmother. I think that can be arranged. Betty squealed and clapped her hands together. She hurried away, telling everyone who would listen about her important role in the upcoming nuptials. Sam snaked his hand around Hadley's waist and pulled her snug against him. Why do I have a feeling this is only the beginning? You have met my family, right? She said with a laugh, then stood on tiptoes to kiss him. She wanted to make up for all the time they were apart. He swiped his tongue against her bottom lip, and she groaned into his mouth. That's it, he said, taking her hand and yanking her toward the hallway. Where are we going? The bathroom. I've waited long enough, and I can't wait another damn second. Hadley giggled, wrapping her arms around Sam as he guided her toward the bathroom. Where are you going? Matt asked as they passed. We have some unfinished business to attend to, Sam responded, as he scooped Hadley into his arms and laughed, as Matt cursed under his breath. And now that we're engaged, you can't say a damn thing. She's still my sister, and you're still a pain in the ass. Sam turned the corner into the bathroom and shut the door, placing Hadley on the sink. He captured her lips in a searing kiss that made her whole body spark to life. He pulled back, resting his forehead against hers, their breaths hot and heavy, mixing together. I love you, he said. I love you too. Now shut up and kiss me. She grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled him to her. He laughed, then kissed her until the world faded away, and all that was left was the two of them, exactly how it was meant to be. The end. This has been Hung Up on Hadley, a Red Maple Falls novel, number 5, written by Teresa Paola,